Every day, billions of people scroll through Instagram, liking posts, sharing moments, and connecting with others. But what if I tell you that you can build something just like Instagram? In this course, we're going to build a full identical Instagram clone from scratch, with real features like authentication, posting, likes, comments, user profiles, and sharing stories. But more importantly, you're not just going to learn how to code this app. You're going to learn how to build it the way modern developers actually work today. Because the reality is, software development has changed. It's no longer about writing every single line of code yourself. Today, it's about agentic development, which is knowing how to work with AI, guide it, and get exactly what you want from it. I'll show you how to structure your prompts, how to manage AI effectively, and how to think like a developer who uses AI as a powerful tool, not a shortcut. And this is actually the real value of this course. Hi, I'm Noor, and this is Programming Fluency. By the end of this course, you'll not only have a production-ready Instagram clone, but you'll also understand how to build real-world applications using modern tools like Claude Code, Next.js, Prisma Postgres, TypeScript, React, Tailwind CSS, Shadcn UI, UploadThing, Zod, and much, much more. So, if you want to learn what the job market actually requires today, join me and let's build something amazing together. Hey everyone, and welcome back. Before writing a single line of code, or even before writing a single prompt sentence for AI, I want to talk about why we should start with a design prototype and why this step matters far more than most people think. You see, when you have an idea in your head, it feels clear, right? But the moment you start building, that clarity disappears. You begin to ask questions like, where does this button go? What happens after this page? How does a user move from here to there? A simple prototype answers all of that before you touch code. And when I say design, I don't mean something fancy. This doesn't need to be a polished Figma file, a beautiful UI, or a designer level mockup. A rough sketch on paper or a few boxes drawn in a whiteboard app is more than enough. The goal here is to just get a visual idea of what you're going to build. And this prototype becomes your guide. Every time you're unsure about a feature, a route, or a component, you go back to that design and ask, does this belong here? Is this part of the flow? And that's how you avoid scope creep. That's how you keep your project small, focused, and intentional, especially when building a real product or working with AI. Design gives you boundaries. It helps you explain what you want, what you don't want, and what done actually looks like. Without it, you're just reacting while coding. With it, you're making decisions on purpose. So think of the prototype as a map, not artwork. It doesn't have to be pretty. It just has to be clear. And once you have that clarity, everything else, like architecture, database, user interface, and even AI prompts becomes dramatically easier. And that's why we're gonna start here. Alright then, now let's take a look at our Instagram clone prototype. As you can see here, I built a very simple prototype on my whiteboard. Let's take a look at it. This is going to be an Instagram clone. Let's take an overview. We're gonna have a landing page, and that landing page is gonna contain a welcome message, as you can see here, and a sign-in form here. Of course, since we are building an identical Instagram clone, I simply took a screenshot from the real Instagram website. And if a user wants to sign in, they have to create on that button, create a new account, which will take them to the sign up page. That looks like that, a sign up form we're gonna collect the user details, email, password, birthday, name, username, and so on. And then after the user signs up, after the user creates an account, we are going to redirect them to a feed page. Of course, this is going to be the feed page. We're gonna have, let's say, 3 main sections or features in that feed page. We're gonna have a left sidebar that contains navigations to all the pages and features of the app. And here we're gonna have the stories section. And of course here, this is going to be the feed page. As you can see, those are going to be like postcards from people I follow. And here on the right hand side, we're gonna have this right sidebar, including suggestions and so on. And also we should have a footer here, by the way. I don't know if I took a screenshot from the footer or not, but no worries. Anyways, here, when the user click on search, we want to open a search modal like that. And here in the search modal, I can search for any profile I want. Let's say that I search for Leo Messi, the football player, and then choose his profile. This will take me to others' profile. Here, this is Leo Messi profile, which is gonna look something like that. And of course, we're gonna create a profile home page where I can view my own profile, edit my profile, and so on. And this is going to be the notifications modal. It's gonna look something like that. This is going to be the create modal. When we click here on the create button, a create modal that looks like that should appear. And then I can choose to create a new post, which is gonna open something like that so that I can upload images and videos, or let's say reels. In the case of Instagram, we're gonna create reels. And that's it. This is going to be our app that we're gonna build using that tech stack. Of course, as we said, we're gonna use Claude Code, Next.js 16, TypeScript, React 19, Tailwind, ShadCN, Clerk for authentication, Prisma Postgres for our database, Zod for validation and safe schemas, and Upload Thing for media uploads. And that is it. Now let's go ahead and build that Instagram clone together from scratch. Alright, so let's officially get started. In this lecture, we're gonna set up the project from scratch and prepare everything we need for the rest of the course. The good news is you don't need anything complicated. All you need is an internet connection, an IDE like VS Code or something like that, or even Cursor, and a web browser. And that's it. If you have those 3 things, you're completely ready to follow along. Now, whenever I start a new software project, I like to start in one specific place, which is GitHub. I prefer setting things up properly from day one. Here we have version control included, so we build this project the same way real-world applications are built. So we're gonna begin by creating a new GitHub repository. And once that's ready, we're gonna install Next.js, which will be the full stack framework for this project, okay? And Next.js will set up everything we need, including TypeScript, Tailwind CSS, and other essential tools. We're gonna talk about them later. So this way, we start with a modern production-ready foundation. So I need you to head over to your GitHub account, and if you don't have a GitHub account, I really recommend you create one. You can't be a developer and don't have a GitHub account, okay? And now simply let's create a new GitHub repository. Click here on the plus icon and choose New Repository. And simply let's name our app Instagram Clone. Instagram Clone. There we go. Don't provide a description. I'm gonna make this private for now. And then click on Create Repository. And that's it. Now we've created a GitHub repository. Our next step is to create a local repository. So we're gonna go to our desktop, create a new folder, and also name it Instagram clone here. And then let's open Visual Studio Code new window and open that folder using Visual Studio Code. Of course, as I told you, you can use any IDE you want. You can use Cursor if you want. But for this project, I'm going to use VS Code. And then what we want to do is that we want to link that local repository to our remote repository on GitHub. So we're going to open our terminal, and then we're going to go back here and copy all of these comments. Git init will initialize a new Git repo. Then we're going to create a README file, then make a first commit, and then we're going to change the name of the master branch to main, and then that command is the actual command that's going to link that GitHub repository to our local repository. And then finally, we're going to push the changes that we're going to make locally to the GitHub repository. So let's copy all of these commands, then go back here and paste these commands. But before doing anything, let me delete that .dist file in order to avoid getting any errors. Yeah, there we go. Now I can click enter. There we go. The two repositories are linked together. If we go back here and reload the page, you can see we have our Instagram clone here. Now our next step, as we said, is to install Next.js, the React framework for the web. Just go to the Next.js official website. I'm gonna leave the link for it in the description of this video, or simply search for Next.js on Google and go to the website. Then click on Get Started, then go to Installation, and here in the Quick Start choose npm, and then simply copy that command. Then let's go back to our project, open the terminal again, and paste that command. We're gonna say npx create next app at latest, which is gonna install the latest Next.js for us, which is Next.js 16. Of course, for now, while I'm recording this video, it's Next.js 16. But if you're viewing this video while 17 or 18 is out, that at latest flag will make sure you get the latest version. Okay, so as we said, we're gonna type that command, and then we want to install Next.js in the current folder here, in that folder, in the Instagram clone folder. So for that, we're gonna type here // This will install Next.js in this Instagram clone directory. And then we're gonna say -- yes, in order to answer yes to all questions. Because originally it's gonna ask me, do I wanna install TypeScript? Do I wanna install Tailwind CSS? And stuff like that. Of course, we want to install all of these things. We're gonna use TypeScript, we're gonna use Tailwind CSS, and basically we're gonna use all of these stuff. So to save me some time, I'm gonna say -- yes to answer yes to all questions. Now press enter. Okay, it wants me to delete that README file. So I'm gonna delete it, no worries. Now clear the terminal and type that command again. There we go, now it's installing everything. It's installing Next.js, React, React DOM, Tailwind CSS Post CSS, ESLint, Tailwind CSS, TypeScript. There we go, now everything is installed. As you can see here, success created Instagram clone. Now let's close the terminal and explore our application. When you first install a Next.js application, you're gonna get that default template. You're gonna have a favicon file, globals.css file, a layout file, and a page.tsx file. So first of all, let me open the terminal and start the development server. I'm gonna say npm run dev, press enter. And now let's open the browser and go to localhost 3000, because here, as you can see, the development server started at localhost 3000. So this is our app. This is the starter template. What I'm gonna do here is that I'm going to delete that favicon. This is the favicon that I'm talking about, okay? We're gonna delete that default favicon and create our own favicon. So I'm gonna delete that favicon file. And here from the page file, I'm simply gonna remove all of that code and type here h1, let's say Instagram clone, then save. Now if you go back here, you can see we have Instagram clone here. Let's delete that as well, save. And this is the layout file. This is the global layout of the app. Leave it as it is for now. And this is the globals.css file. This will include all the global styling for our app. And you can see here a public folder that typically contains all of the assets of your project. So also we're gonna delete all of that. And then we're gonna create our own assets. So what I'm gonna do here is that I'm going to go to an old project, an old Instagram clone that I built before, and then I'm gonna copy the assets I used before, and then just simply paste them here. Those are going to be the assets of our project. For example, this is the branding image, this is the logo, this is the meta logo, and so on. Of course, you can find all of these assets in the GitHub repository. Just download them. And now let's actually create our own favicon. So I'm gonna go to a website named favicon.io and then choose this option PNG to ICO, and then simply click here. Then go to our project folder in the desktop. Then go to public, assets, and then choose the logo.svg file. And here it did convert that file from SVG to ICO, which is a favicon file. So I'm gonna download that file. Okay, let's save it in the desktop. Close the website. Then let's go to our desktop, open that zip folder, and then this is our favicon file. I'm gonna copy that file and go to our project, go to app, and simply paste it here inside our app. And that's it. We have created our own favicon. Let me delete that first. Now if you go back to our project, as you can see, the favicon has been added here to our project. This is the Instagram logo. Of course, it's gonna give a branding to our app. Now let's remove that create next app title. I'm gonna go to the layout file, and by the way, if you wanna navigate quickly to any file inside VS Code, just click on Ctrl and P all together from your keyboard and type the file you want to navigate to. In that case, it's gonna be the layout.tsx file. So as you can see, when I started typing layout, the layout file did pop up here, so I'm gonna choose it. And here, I'm gonna go to that metadata and simply remove that title and also remove the description. And we're gonna create a new title and description later. But now, as you can see, it has been removed. And that's it. We have completely set up our project and we are ready to move on to our next step. Before we start building projects with AI, we need to talk about how to actually talk to AI. Writing effective prompts is one of the most important skills you can develop as a developer working with tools like Claude, ChatGPT, or Gemini. The difference between a bad prompt and a good prompt is often the difference between fighting the AI for 20 minutes while burning your tokens or getting exactly what you need in one response. And you should know that what I'm about to share next is inspired by an article published on Claude's official blog, and I will leave the link for it in the description of this video. At its core, prompt engineering is just clear communication. AI models don't read your mind. They respond to exactly what you tell them, how you tell them, and the context you give to them. If your prompt is vague, the output will be vague. If your prompt is clear, specific, and intentional, the output becomes dramatically better. Let's start with the most important rule: be explicit. A lot of developers write prompts like fix this bug or improve this code. The problem is that fix and improve mean different things to different people, right? Instead, you should say exactly what you want. For example, refactor this function to improve readability, remove duplicated logic, and keep the same behavior. Now the AI knows what better actually means. The second key is context. AI gives better answers when it understands why you're asking something. Imagine you say something like, don't use bullet points. That's a rule, but it's unclear. Now compare it to something like, I prefer natural paragraphs because I'm recording a video and bullet points feel too formal. That context helps the AI make better decisions beyond just that one instruction. And this actually matters a lot in real development work. For example, if you're building a SaaS app and you ask, design a database schema, you'll probably get something generic, right? But if you say, this is a small SaaS app, I want no more than 5 models optimized for simplicity and maintainability, the output becomes far more aligned with your actual goal. Another powerful habit is being specific about constraints. As developers, we deal with constraints all the time: frameworks, libraries, performance, deadlines, and your prompts should reflect that. So instead of saying build an upload system, you can say design a file upload flow using Next.js app router, upload thing and Prisma, following best practices and keeping it minimal. Constraints don't limit the AI, they actually guide it. And sometimes the easiest way to explain what you want is to show an example. And this is incredibly useful when you care about format or style. For example, if you want summaries in a very specific format, show one example summary and say, now do the same for this input. AI models are very good at pattern matching when the pattern is clear. Another simple but powerful technique is being clear about the role you want the AI to take. Instead of asking a generic question, tell the AI from which perspective it should think. For example, you might say act as a senior software engineer, or think like a product designer, or write this as a technical educator. And this will help the model frame its response in the right direction from the start. As developers, we do this all the time in real life. We wouldn't ask a junior engineer and a staff engineer the same question and expect the same answer, right? The same idea applies here. Specifying the role sets the level of depth, tone, and decision-making style you want. And that said, you don't need to overdo it. A simple role description is usually enough. The goal isn't to over-constrain the AI, but to give it the right lens so its output matches your expectations. And one underrated but extremely important technique is giving the AI permission to say, I don't know. Without this, models may guess or even hallucinate. A simple sentence like, if the information is missing or unclear, say you don't know instead of guessing. A simple sentence like that can massively improve reliability, especially when working with APIs, security, or architecture decisions. And as tasks become more complex, you'll notice that one giant prompt doesn't always work. And this is where breaking things into steps helps. For example, instead of asking, analyze this code base and refactor it, you can do it in stages. First, ask the AI to summarize the code. Then ask it to identify problems. Then ask it to refactor one part at a time. And this mirrors how we think as developers, and it produces more accurate results. Another common issue developers run into is formatting. If you don't want explanations, say so. If you want JSON, say so. And if you want no preamble, say so. For example, return only valid JSON, no explanations, and no markdown. Remember, clarity beats politeness every time. The big mistake most people make is thinking prompt engineering is about clever tricks. Well, it's not. It's about clarity, intent, and structure. You don't need advanced techniques for most tasks. If you're struggling, it's usually because the prompt is unclear, not because the model is weak. One important thing to understand is that you don't have to get the perfect results from the first prompt. In fact, most of the time you won't, and that's completely normal. Writing effective prompts is an iterative process. You give an initial prompt, review the response, then follow up with adjustments. And you might ask the AI to improve clarity, change the tone, add missing details, or refine a specific part. That back and forth is part of the workflow. So you need to have the right mindset. Be patient. Be prepared to put in some effort. Just like writing code, you rarely get everything right on the first try, right? You refactor, tweak, and improve until you reach the result you want. And this is very important to remember. AI is not magic. It's an extremely powerful tool, but only if you know how to use it properly. The better you are at guiding it, correcting it, and fine-tuning your prompts, the better the output you'll get in the end. Think of AI as a smart collaborator. You still need to lead the conversation, tweak the inputs, and shape the final result. So, to wrap all of this up, you can think of almost every effective prompt as having 4 core parts. First is the role, who you want the AI to be. For example, a senior software engineer, a product designer, or a technical writer. Second is the context, what you are working on, why it exists, and how the output will be used. Third is the output, what you actually want back. That could be code, an explanation, a review, a refactor, or a specific format. And fourth are the constraints, the rules, things like the tech stack, file limits, style preferences, best practices to follow, or things to explicitly avoid. If you clearly communicate these 4 pieces, role, context, output, and constraints, you'll get dramatically better results with fewer iterations. You don't need long or complicated prompts. You just need complete ones. Finally, remember this. The best prompt is not the longest prompt. It's the shortest prompt that reliably gets you the result you want. Prompt engineering is a skill. You'll get better by practicing it while building real projects, which is exactly what we usually do in this channel, Programming Fluency. Over time, writing good prompts will feel just like writing good code, intentional, structured, and focused on outcomes. Imagine having a senior engineer sitting next to you 24/7, reviewing your code, suggesting improvements, helping you debug, and accelerating your development speed. That's exactly what modern AI coding agents are becoming. The software development world is changing fast. Today, being a great software engineer is no longer just about writing every single line of code yourself. It's about knowing how to work with AI agents effectively. We're becoming more like orchestrators. Our job is to guide the AI, manage it, review its output, and make sure it produces the best possible product. The better we communicate with it, the more powerful we become. And right now, Claude Code is without a doubt one of the best AI coding agents in the industry. It's incredibly strong at reasoning, understanding context, and helping you move faster without sacrificing quality. So, in this tutorial, I'll teach you everything about Claude Code. I'll show you how to install it on your device, integrate it into any software project you're building, and start using it as your superpower AI agent. And now let's see how can we install Claude Code on our device. First of all, I need you to go to the Claude Code official website. You can find the link in the description of this video, or you can simply open Google and search for Claude Code, and then go to this website. and it will take you to Claude Code website. Then I need you to click on documentation here. As you can see here, this is a Claude Code overview. Claude Code is an agentic coding tool that reads your code base, edit files, run commands, and integrate within your development tools. And in order to get started, you have many options. As you can see, you have multiple options here, but in this tutorial, we're gonna cover the terminal and the VS Code options. So let's start with the terminal. If you're working on Mac OS or Linux, you can copy that command and paste it inside your native terminal. And if you're working on Windows like me, you have two options. You can use Windows PowerShell or Windows Command Prompt. It doesn't matter, I'm gonna use PowerShell. So I'm gonna copy that command and then open an app named Terminal inside of Windows and open Windows PowerShell from it. Of course, you can open PowerShell right away. It doesn't matter, okay? Just open any PowerShell terminal. And then paste that command here and simply press enter. And I think this is going to take some time, so while it's being installed, I need you to create a new account on Claude Code. So just go here and click on Try Claude, and then create an account. It's a very simple registration process. So actually I'm gonna continue with my Google account, and right now I'm logged in using my Google account. So after you log in, you're gonna be redirected to this page. As you can see, this is the user interface of Claude's web application. It's similar to ChatGPT. I'm of course assuming you are familiar with ChatGPT and used it before. And you can chat with it from here, you can ask it anything you want, and you can choose the models from here. They have several models like Sonnet, Opus, Haiku, and so on. And from here you can upgrade your plan. And you should know that in order to be able to use Claude Code, you have to have a subscription plan. You have to subscribe to any of the plans, okay? There is no free plan in Claude Code. So I think the Pro plan is suitable for you if you're just testing Claude Code for the first time. And then you can go to your settings and track your usage from here. You're gonna have current session, which is gonna reset each 4 hours, I think. And also you're gonna have weekly limits, which is gonna reset each week. And from here, this is the extra usage. If you ever buy extra credit or extra usage, you can track your usage from here, okay? And now let's go back to our terminal, and as you can see, Claude Code successfully installed. Right now, if I type this in my terminal, Claude, you can see that the Claude command is recognized by our system because Claude Code has been installed on our device. But actually, I'm gonna close that terminal and I'm gonna go to my desktop and create a new folder. And let's name it Claude Code. And then I'm gonna open VS Code. I'm gonna open a new window and then open that folder using VS Code. And then what I'm gonna do here is that I'm going to use the VS Code integrated terminal. So I'm gonna click here, go to terminal and choose a new terminal. Close all of that. And there we go. I'm having a PowerShell terminal here inside VS Code. And again, I can type Claude here, press enter. There we go. This is the Claude interface. You can choose your text style from here. I'm gonna choose dark mode. And then, as I told you, Claude Code doesn't have a free plan. You should have a subscription plan. You should be subscribed to a paid plan. So this is why Claude Code will prompt you to log into your account. You can choose any of these options: Claude account with subscription, Pro, Max, Team, or Enterprise, whatever you have. You can log in using Anthropic console account or third-party platform. But in that case, I'm gonna choose Claude account with subscription because this is what I have. I'm gonna press enter. It's gonna open a browser window like that. And then simply it's gonna ask me, Claude Code would like to connect to your Claude chat account. Do I authorize? Yes, of course. I'm gonna click on authorize. There we go. Right now I'm logged in with my Claude account. So I'm gonna get back here to VS Code terminal, and as you can see, login successful. Press enter to continue. So I'm gonna press enter. It's gonna tell me Claude can make mistakes. You should always review Claude's responses. Okay. Press enter to continue. Yes, use recommended settings. Then it's gonna ask me, do I trust this folder? I'm gonna say yes. And there we go, Claude Code now is ready to use. I think it installed the VS Code extension for me. I wanted to do that by myself, but more on that later. Now I'm gonna press enter to continue. And simply right now I can ask Claude Code to do anything for me. For example, let's tell it to build a simple to-do app for me using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript with a nice UI UX. And that's it. Now I'm gonna press enter and see magic happens. Now Claude Code is doing its thing. Okay, great. Now it created a to-do.html file, and this is the code it wants to create. You should read that code carefully, but we're just providing an example here. And actually, it's gonna give you several options here. It's gonna ask you, do you wanna accept these changes right away? You can say yes to accept, but in that case, you're just accepting that change. Or you can say yes and allow all edits during this session. Choosing that option will allow Claude Code to continue editing without asking you, okay? And of course, you can say no and reject those changes. So I'm just gonna say yes and allow all edits during this session. And there we go. The to-do app is ready at todo.html file. Just open it in your browser. Here is what it includes, and those are the features, add tasks, and so on. And those are the UI highlights. Okay, now let's open this file. Of course, it created that file here. And by the way, this is the icon for Claude Code extension. As I told you, apparently it installed the extension for us. But for now, let's open this using our web browser. I'm gonna reveal in File Explorer, and then open that file using the browser. And this is our to-do app. I think it looks nice, right? Let's add any task. Let's say learn Claude Code. Then click on Add Task. The task is added here. Those are all the tasks, active tasks, completed tasks. Okay, this actually looks nice. And this is pretty much it. You can ask Claude Code anything you want. And you should know that Claude Code has many modes. Like here, when we choose to accept all edits, it did toggle the accept edits. If I click on Shift plus Tab all together, it's gonna switch to plan mode. If you choose the plan mode, Claude Code is gonna explain its plan to you before generating code. Okay, let's click on Shift and Tab again. It's gonna shift back to the first mode, which is the ask mode, where it's gonna ask you before doing a single edit. And now if you type /help, yeah, this one, and choose it, it's gonna show you a help menu. This is a general menu. This is the commands menu. And from here, you can choose to go to the docs. Let's see it. Okay, this is the documentation that we saw before. Let's click escape. And actually, if you want to switch between models, you can type /model and choose between models or toggle between models from here. The default one is Sonnet 4.6. You can choose Opus, Haiku, whatever you want. And also if you want to have like a long-term memory for your project, you can type /init, and this will initialize a new Claude.md file with code-based documentation. Let's choose it and see what's gonna happen. Okay, here, first of all, it's explaining to you that the repository contains only todo.html file, a single file, which contains vanilla HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, which is an app with no build system, dependencies, or tests. Okay, and then it wants to create a Claude.md file, which is gonna have all the data about this app. This can act like a long-term memory for Claude. Claude can always refer to this file, this Claude.md file, in order to get data about your project, in order to have extended memory about your project. So I'm gonna click yes, which is gonna create that file. See here, Claude.md created. It documents the single file architecture, how to run the app, and so on. Now we can see it here. This is the file that we are talking about. If I right click on it and open preview, this is the preview for that MD file. Of course, you can edit this file. You can add anything you want. Let's say that you change the project architecture, the context, or anything like that. You can always go back here and write whatever you want. Okay? And also in Claude Code, you have features like agents. If you choose agents, this will allow you to create a new agent. Basically, you can create a sub-agent that has its own context window, custom system prompt, and specific tools. Like you can create an agent that can act as a code reviewer, another agent that can act as a code simplifier, and so on. There is also something called MCP, which will allow you to manage MCP servers. Of course, right now, no MCP servers configured, but you can actually run some MCP servers, which will allow you to connect Google Drive, your Gmail account, and stuff like that. You can read all about it. You can also create something called skills, which will allow you to create skills files. Skills are something like, let's say, recipes to do something. Let's say you have your own way of creating something or maybe reviewing code. So you write that way in a text file called skills, or actually a single skill file inside the skills folder, and Claude will always refer to that skill file and do a specific task based on that skill file. Of course, if you're interested, you can also read all about it, okay? And now let's see how can we install the VS Code extension. If we go back here and choose VS Code, you can see that you can install it for VS Code or for Cursor. I'm gonna click on VS Code. It will open VS Code for me, okay? And it took me to the extensions panel here. And actually here in the extensions, you can search for Claude Code right away and choose this one, which is the official Claude Code for VS Code from Anthropic Company. Of course, it's already installed here. Now let's uninstall it and restart extensions, and this is the view that you should see. So simply click on install, and after it's installed, you're gonna see that icon appear here. Now let's reload our window and then click here on that icon. It's gonna open a Claude Code window inside VS Code like that. And actually, I like using the extension. I like it better than the terminal one. So I'm gonna move it to a new window here. As you can see, it has a better user interface. And from here, I can do pretty much everything that we did before. I can toggle between the modes from here, ask before edits, or edit automatically, or plan mode. Like for example, I can tell it to change the background color of this app. Press enter. Okay, what color would you like the background to be? The current one is dark. Okay, let's say make it a bit brownish, anything actually. And here, it's gonna show you the changes it wants to make. Here on the left hand side, this is the previous state of our code base for this file, and this is the code it wants to add. So what you should do is that you should read that code and decide whether you want to accept that code or not. So in that case, I'm gonna click here in order to accept it, and that's it. It wants to also update the hover. Okay, say yes. And right now it's done. If I go back here and reload the page, yeah, it changed the background color. And that's pretty much it. Also from here you can track your usage by saying account and usage. This is my usage so far. I can also switch models from here, and I can type account and choose switch account in order to log out. Then I can click here again in order to log back in. Then it's gonna open the browser tab again, ask me to authorize, so I'm gonna click authorize. Now I can go back here and I'm logged back in. And that's it. This is how you can install Claude Code and integrate it inside any software project you're building. And as you can see, Claude Code is so powerful, it can do miracles for you. And now that we have Claude Code installed on our device and integrated inside our Instagram clone app, let's start by giving Claude a very clear senior level prompt that explains the project, the tech stack, and the rules it must follow. And this will be the foundation for everything we build next. And actually, let me introduce you to the most valuable resource of this course, which is this prompts folder. I'm gonna copy that folder from my old project, and then let's go back to our project and paste that folder here. Okay, what is this folder? This folder contains all of the prompts of our application. These are the prompts that we're gonna give to Claude Code in order to build the app for us, in order to build the features for us. Like, for example, this is the project overview prompt. As you can see, this is an MD file. If I right-click here and click on Open Preview, we can read it nicely from here. And also, the reason I did write those prompts in MD files is that when I push them to GitHub, like if I say git add all in order to add everything, then git commit message, let's say adding all of our prompts, and then git push. Now if we go back to our GitHub repository and reload the page, you can see the prompts folder here. Let me click on it. And let's, for example, choose this file, project overview.prompt.md. Here you can see that on GitHub, it will render the MD file nicely like that, so that you can follow along with me while I'm reading it. So if you want, just head over to the GitHub repository. Of course, as I told you before, I don't know if I did tell you before or not, but you can find the link for this GitHub repository in the description of this video, okay? Then you can open that prompts folder and follow along with me while I'm reading these prompts, okay? And now, as we said, let's read the project overview prompt. This is the prompt that we're gonna give to Claude in order to give it context about our application. See here, prompt for giving context to Claude and making it understand what I want to build. I'm gonna tell Claude, I need you to act as a senior software engineer on this project and as an expert in the modern Next.js stack, following best practices in modern software development. This project is an identical Instagram clone, not just inspired by Instagram. It should feel identical so that when someone uses it, they feel like they are actually using Instagram. You must focus only on the requirements I give to you. Do not suggest additional features and don't suggest other libraries or frameworks. And this is the exact tech stack for this project, nothing more and nothing less. Of course, you already know the tech stack. We've talked about it before. Again, do not suggest any other libraries or frameworks. And those are the application requirements. These are the only features I want in this app. A database schema that doesn't exceed 6 models under any circumstances, because I want to avoid scope creep. I don't want my app to get insanely large, And a landing page that also includes the sign-in interface, a sign-up page, a feed page, and that feed page will be rich and include multiple elements like stories, feed, etc. A search modal, and a notifications modal, a create post modal, and a profile page for the page owner and for other users' profiles. And those are the development and coding rules. Always follow the existing coding style of the project, naming conventions, file structure, component patterns, and you must follow best practices for client-side code, meaning that I want you to avoid using use effect unless it's strictly unavoidable, okay? I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I don't like use effect. And actually throughout the course, I'm gonna show you a much better approach. If you wanna fetch data on the client side, you can do something way better than using use effect, but more on that later. Now let's continue. We're gonna tell Claude to prefer server components, derived state, and event-driven logic. Do not overcomplicate solutions. Always write clean, readable, and maintainable code. Break logic into small, well-structured components and utilities. Follow best practices for any code you write. And whenever I provide official documentations or examples, you must match the same patterns. And actually, we're gonna do this a lot. You're gonna see it yourself. And then follow the Next.js route best practices, and this is required. When creating any route in the Next.js app router, always include an error.tsx file as an error fallback and a loading.tsx file as a loading fallback. Don't worry, you're gonna understand all of that when we do it. And treat these files as mandatory best practices for proper UX and resilience. Follow the same coding style and project structure when generating these files. And then for the visual reference rules, I'll provide screenshots inside the folder named screenshots. You must analyze the images inside this folder carefully. Treat these screenshots as the primary and ongoing reference for the UI, UX, layout, and behavior. And we will always use these screenshots as a reference throughout the project. And while we're here, let me actually go to the old project and copy the screenshots folder from here. And let's paste it here inside our project. Those are the screenshots. And by the way, those are the screenshots that I used in the app prototype. Like this is the landing page screenshot. This is the feed page screenshot, and so on. Now let me quickly add them to GitHub as well. I'm gonna say git add all and then git commit, adding all of our screenshots, and then git push. Now, of course, you can find them in the GitHub repository and download them if you want. Now let's continue reading the overview prompt, certainty and knowledge constraint. We're gonna tell Claude if you don't know something, if you are uncertain or don't have enough information, you must explicitly say, I don't know. Don't guess, don't assume, and don't hallucinate behavior or implementation details. I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I really hate it when AI hallucinates. And in such cases, do not proceed or generate anything until you are 100% confident and have enough information to move forward. And then at the end, we're gonna tell Claude to provide a clear, structured overview of your understanding of the project goal, constraints, allowed tech stack, required features, and development rules. And finally, we're gonna provide an important instruction saying, don't generate any code or implementation just yet. This prompt is only to help you understand the project that I want to build. Okay, great. Now what we're gonna do is that we're gonna open Claude Code. Let's move it to a new window. And simply here, I'm gonna say, read the prompt number 1 in the prompts folder, which is the project's overview prompts, and execute it. You can do this, or you can simply copy everything from here and just paste it here. Maybe we can change the mode here to plan mode and press enter. And by the way, we are using the Sonnet 4.6 model. Okay, here it's telling me let me read the screenshots and the package.json file to understand the current state of the project. Okay. Let me view the remaining screenshots. Okay. And now it's telling me I have a complete picture. Let me write the plan file and understanding confirmation. And now actually it did create a plan for me. This is the plan. Let's read it. Project overview, understanding confirmation, the context. This is the first prompt in a series. Okay. Its purpose is to establish shared understanding of the project before any code is written. Okay, right? The project goal is to build an identical Instagram clone using Next.js that feels and looks exactly like Instagram, not just inspired by it. Okay, and the screenshots are placed inside the screenshots folder. The current project state, right now we have a fresh Next.js 16 project. That's right, with only base dependencies, React, TypeScript, and Tailwind CSS. No application code written yet. Assets that are already present: Instagram logo, meta logo, a branding image, inside public assets. Okay. And we have 9 additional prompts exist in the prompts folder covering the full build sequence. That's correct. And this is the tech stack. And those are the required features: landing page with sign-in interface, sign-up page, feed page, search modal, notification modal, create post modal, and a profile page for own profile and for other users to file. Very nice. And for the database schema constraint, we have maximum 6 models based on the features needed. Expected models are user, post, story, follow, like, and comment. Okay. And those are the development rules. Server components by default. Avoid using use effect unless unavoidable. Every route must have error and loading files. Follow existing coding style. Do not over-engineer stuff. And write clean, readable, and maintainable code broken into small components. And for the visual reference, we're gonna always refer to the screenshots, landing page, sign-up page, feed page, notifications modal, create menu, create posts, my profile, and other profiles. And then here the prompt explicitly states no code should be generated yet. Okay. The next steps: wait for user confirmation before proceeding to prompt 2. So actually here I'm gonna say yes, and right now understanding confirmed. Claude Code have a clear picture of the entire project, and it's telling me that when I'm ready I should share prompt 2. So right now I'm gonna switch back to the ask mode, and I'm gonna say init in order to preserve a long-term memory for our project. And this will create a Claude.md file for us. Okay, this is the file. Let's open preview. Okay, this is the tech stack. So, okay, I think this is a correct file. So I'm gonna accept it from here. And there we go, the Claude.md file is created and it includes all of these information. And actually, that's it. Now, since Claude has all the information it needs, let's move on to our next feature. Before building anything real, we need a solid database foundation. And for this project, we're gonna use Prisma Postgres. And I really like Prisma Postgres for modern full-stack applications. Prisma makes working with databases feel type-safe, predictable, and actually enjoyable, especially when you're building something complex like an Instagram clone. And PostgreSQL gives us the reliability and performance you'd expect from a production-grade app. If you want to follow along exactly with the same setup I'm using, I've included the link I recommend in the description below. So, after you click on that link, it will take you to this page. I need you to click on Get Started. Then first of all, create your own account, or you can log in using your GitHub account or your Google account. And actually, I'm gonna log in using my own Google account. Then after you log in, you're gonna be redirected to your own dashboard. And from there, I need you to create a new workspace. And let's name it Instagram Clone Course. Then click on Create Workspace. And that's it. Now we're gonna need to create a new project, but we're gonna do that from our own terminal. So I need you to go here to the documentation, click on it, and here I need you to search for Next.js, then choose the first result here. There we go. And we're gonna follow along with this documentation page. As you can see here, this guide shows you how to use Prisma with the Next.js full-stack React framework. You learn how to create a Prisma Postgres instance, set up Prisma ORM with Next.js, handle migrations, and deploy your application to Vercel. For the prerequisites, we're gonna need Node.js and a Vercel account. Of course, we have Node.js, and I'm gonna tell you how to create a Vercel account later when we deploy our application, but more on that later. And right now, it's telling you to set up your project, create a Next.js application. We already did that. And then navigate to the project directory. And then we're gonna need to install and configure Prisma. So, in order to get started with Prisma, we're gonna need to install a few dependencies. We're gonna install Prisma and TSX and add types /pg, which is Postgres, and save in development. And also we're gonna need to install add Prisma client, add Prisma adapter, .env and pg. So let's just copy all of that and let's go back to our application, open the terminal, and let's paste these commands, press enter. There we go, now these packages are installed. Now let's copy the other commands, go back to the terminal, paste them, and click enter. Very good, now we have all the dependencies. Our next step is to initialize Prisma inside our project. So we're gonna run this command, which is npx prisma init --db --output app generated Prisma. Okay, what this command is going to do. This will simply create a Prisma directory inside your project and a schema.prisma file inside that Prisma directory. And then it's gonna create a prisma.config.ts file for configuring Prisma. And then it's gonna create a Prisma Postgres database inside your dashboard here, remember? So of course, this means that it's gonna ask us to log into our Prisma account. And finally, it's gonna create a .env file for us containing the database URL for our project. And then the app generated Prisma output directory for the generated Prisma client will be created when we run Prisma generate or Prisma migrate dev in a later step. And this is exactly what's gonna happen. So let me just copy that command and go back to my terminal and paste it here, then press enter. And as I told you, it told me that this will create a project for you on console.prisma.io, which is my own dashboard, which hosts my own dashboard and requires me to be authenticated. Then it's asking me, would you like to authenticate? In that case, I'm gonna say yes by typing Y and then press enter. So it's gonna open a browser tab for me and ask me to log in again. So I'm gonna log in again using my Google account. And then here, it's gonna ask me to authorize API access. Prisma CLI wants access to the following: full access to the selected workspace. So we're gonna select the Instagram clone course workspace that we just created, and then allow the application to access that workspace even when you are not present. So I'm gonna say yes, authorize, and there we go, success. And now we can close this page. Now if we go back here, you can see that we are authenticated. And now let's set up your Prisma Postgres database. Let's set up the Prisma Postgres database project. First of all, select your region. You can select anything. I'm gonna select whatever closer to me. So since I live in Egypt, so I'm gonna choose Europe, Paris. I think this is closer to me. I'm not sure, but I'm gonna choose it. Then enter a project name. I'm gonna name it Instagram clone. Press enter. And right now, it created the project. See here, success, your Prisma Postgres database is ready, and we created an initial schema.prisma file and a .env file with your database URL environment variable. Let's check them out. See, this is the Prisma directory, and this is the schema.prisma file. Okay, very nice. Of course, we're gonna need to create our schema later. And let's check our .env file, and this is our database URL. Now, if I go back to my console, reload the page, I can see the project here. Very nice. Now let's move on to the next step, which is define your Prisma schema inside the schema.prisma file. And they are giving you simple examples here, but we're gonna create our own models. And actually, we have a prompt for that. Let's read it together. This one, setting up database. Let's open preview. And now, let's read it. We're gonna tell Claude that for the output, I need you to create the schema for this project that will reflect the business logic of this app. First of all, we're gonna need to create a model for the user, which is gonna represent any user on Instagram. So we're gonna say model user, which is gonna define a Prisma model called user, and this will become a user table in our database. And that user will have an ID, which is gonna be the primary key of that model, and that ID is gonna be the column name, and we're gonna say string, which is gonna be the data type of that ID, and we're gonna say @ID, which is gonna make that ID the primary key of that model. And then we're gonna say @default CUID, which is gonna automatically generate unique ID using CUID. This is a special function or a special algorithm that generates IDs. So every user gets a unique string like something like that, okay? And then we're gonna need to define the clerk authentication fields. As you already know, we're gonna use clerk for authentication in this project. So in that case, we're gonna need every user's clerk ID, which is gonna store the user ID from clerk And we're gonna say at unique, meaning that no two users can have the same clerk ID. Okay, but why here we didn't say unique, while the ID should be unique? Because by default, the ID is gonna be unique, okay? Because this is the primary key of that model. So we don't need to explicitly say at unique. By default, it's gonna be unique. But here, since we want that to be unique, we have to explicitly mention at unique. And then we're gonna create a user email by saying email, string, and also unique, must be unique. Then username, which is gonna be string and also unique. And then we're gonna move on to optional profile fields like the name of the user, bio, image, website, and gender. And that question mark here means it's optional. So all of these fields are going to be optional. So these fields can be null. And then for the privacy of the user, we're gonna create an isPrivate field, which is gonna be a boolean. And by default, it's gonna be false. So every user initially is gonna be public. And as we said, that field is gonna control whether account is private or public. And then some timestamps, the time the user was created, the time the user account is updated. So this is going to be a date time, and by default, it's gonna be now. And the updated at also is gonna be date time, and its value is gonna be the time it was updated at. And then the user model is gonna have some relations, which is gonna define relationships with other models, like the posts fields, which is gonna be list of post model. So one user can have many posts, and it's gonna be one-to-many relationship, meaning that, as we said, one user can have many posts, and one post can only belong to one user. And then the stories of the user. Each user can have many stories here. So the stories are going to be list of story model, and also it's one-to-many relationship. And then viewed stories tracks which stories this user has viewed, and the interactions, which are likes, comments, follows, and so on. Sent interactions are interactions this user created, and received interactions targeting this user. And we're gonna name them here. We're gonna name that relation sent interactions and that relation received interactions in order to differentiate between those two relations, because both of them clearly are relations between the user and the interaction model. So we have to name them in order to differentiate between the two of them. And then notifications, which is gonna be sent notifications and received notifications. And then the followers system. This is going to be a self relation, meaning that it's gonna be a relation between the user model and itself, because logically each user will have followers, which are going to be lists of user model, and they are going to be following other users, which also gonna be list of user. So here user follows other users. So as we said, this is a self many-to-many relation. See here, one user can follow many users, and one user can be followed also by many users. And that's a many-to-many self relation. And then let's create the post model, which is gonna represent a user post. It's gonna have ID, type, which is gonna be image or real. So we're gonna create an enum, which is an enumeration in Prisma, and name it post type. And that post type is gonna be either image or real. And then the media URL. This is going to be a string, which is gonna store the image or the video URL. Of course, later, when we install upload thing, we're gonna get that URL from upload thing, okay? But more on that later. And then the media type is gonna be of type media type, and we're gonna default it to image. And this is also going to be an enum, and it's gonna be either an image or a video. And we're gonna default it to image, as we said. And then the caption of the post, which is gonna be a string and optional, so it's gonna be an optional text caption. and then also timestamps and author relation, the user who created that post. So we're gonna have an author ID, which is gonna be a string, and it's going to be a foreign key to the user model. And then we're gonna say author is an instance of the user model. So the author is gonna be a user, and the relation between the author and the user is one to many. A user can create many posts, but each post can only belong to one user. So this is the syntax of creating that relation. We're gonna say at relation fields, author ID, this one, references the ID of the user model. And then we're gonna say on delete cascade, meaning that if the user is deleted, delete their posts. And then also some relations. Each post will have interactions and notifications. See here, a post can have many likes, comments, and notifications. And the enum post type, as we said, it's gonna be an image or a reel, I think. We said that before. Limits allowed values. And the media type can be image or a video. And then we're gonna have a model for the story. Each story is going to have ID, media URL, media type, timestamps, author, and then who viewed that story. We're gonna say viewed by, which is gonna be a list of viewed story model. See here, connects to viewed story. And then we're gonna create some indexes to improve performance when fetching stories by author or sorting by date. And this is why we're gonna create an author ID index and create it at index. And then the viewed story model, which is gonna have ID, viewed at, which is a date time, and then the user relation, user ID of type string. Also, it's going to have a relation with the user model, then the relation to the story itself, story ID, string, the viewed story model, and the story model. And then we want to prevent the duplicate views at the database level, okay? Meaning that if I viewed someone's story several times, it should only tell them that I viewed their story one time. This is typical Instagram behavior, right? And we're gonna do that by simply saying at unique, user ID, and story ID. See here, same user can't view same story twice in the database, okay? Actually, in the application, I can view the story as many times as I want. No worries. But in the database, I can only view it once, okay? And then we're gonna create also indexes with user ID and story ID. And then we're gonna create a model for the interaction, which is gonna handle likes, comments, follows, and follow requests. And those are the basic fields. And here the content, which is gonna be content used for comments, then who sent it, then an optional post relation. Of course, if the interaction is a like or a comment on a post, and also optional target user relation, it's gonna be used for follow or follow request interactions. And then nested comments for replies. So each interaction will have an optional parent ID, as we said, in case of replies, and this is going to be a self relation, and this will allow comment, reply, and reply to a reply. Again, this is typical Instagram behavior. And then we're gonna create an enumeration for interaction type. So the interaction type can be a like, comment, follow, or follow request. And then we're gonna create a model for the notification. Each notification will have ID, type is read, which is gonna be a boolean. We want to know if that notification item is read or not, in order, of course, to display it to the user. And then the sender of that notification, who triggered the notification, and the recipient, who receives it, and an optional post, which is gonna be used for like, comment, and replies. And those are some indexes to make queries fast. And this is the notification type enum. A notification type can be a like, comment, reply, follow, follow request, follow request rejected or follow request accepted, meaning that we're gonna send notifications in our application for all of these incidents, okay? If someone likes your post, put a comment, replied, if someone followed you, sent you a follow request, if I rejected someone's follow request, I'm gonna get also a notification, and if I accept someone's follow request, also I'm gonna get a notification, okay? And finally, this is the big picture architecture. We built users, posts for images and reels, stories and their viewers, likes and comments, follow system, nested replies, notifications, privacy support, and performance indexes. This is production level relational modeling. And this is a diagram or the schema. Take a look at it if you want. And that's it. And for the constraint, we're gonna tell Claude not to create any other file or generate any other code. So I'm gonna go back here to Claude Code and tell it read the prompt number 2 and create the schema based on it. Then between brackets, I'm gonna say execute it as it is. Now press enter. Now it's gonna create the Prisma schema. It's gonna check if a Prisma directory exists. Okay, it exists, Claude, don't worry. Okay, now let's take a look at the schema file. It's gonna remove that comment, okay? Then it's gonna add a URL here. I think we don't need that URL field because it already exists in the Prisma configuration file, but we're gonna remove it ourselves, no worries. And those are the enums: post type, image or reel; media type, image or video; interaction type, which is gonna be like, comment, follow, or follow request; and a notification type, which is gonna be like, comment, reply, follow, follow request rejected, and accepted. Okay, nice. And those are the models. The user model is going to have ID, clerk ID, email, username. All of them are going to be unique. Then optional name, bio, image, website, gender is private. Is private is gonna be a boolean and it's not optional, it's required. Created at and updated at. And then the relations. Each user will have posts, stories, viewed stories, sent interactions, and received interactions, which are going to be relations to the interaction model, sent and received notifications, followers, and following, which is gonna be a relation to the user model. And then this is the post model. I think it has everything we asked for. And this is the story model. Okay, very nice. This is the viewed story, the interaction model. Here it's gonna have parent ID for replies, and the notification model. So yeah, everything looks nice. I can safely accept those edits. Now schema created. Here is a summary of what's in Prisma schema file. Okay, very nice. Next step, add database URL to im file. We already have this. And then run the generate and migrate commands. So first of all, I want to go to the schema file. And as I told you, we're not gonna need that because here we have a Prisma config file, which is gonna have the URL here. And everything else is fine. There we go. Now let's go back to the documentation. After creating the schema, it's telling us to add .env to the Prisma config file. I think it already exists. Let's check it again. Yeah, as we said, it already exists. So let's move on. Yeah, our next step is to run the migration and generate Prisma client. So we're gonna need to run this command, which is npx prisma migrate dev name init. This is the name of the migration. You can name it anything you want, but I'm gonna stick to that name. So copy that command, and let's go back to the terminal and paste that command here, applying migration init. And right now your database is in sync with your schema. So our next step is to run npx prisma generate. So let's copy that, paste it here. There we go, generated Prisma client. Inside this folder, app generated Prisma. Let's clear the terminal. Then seed the database. We're not gonna seed the database here in this project. We're gonna add the data dynamically, like when a user is created and so on. So skip all the seed steps. And here we're gonna need to run npx prisma studio in order to see our models. And also you can see it from here. From your dashboard, go to Studio, and as you can see, those are our models: interaction, notification, post, story, user, and viewed story. See here, those are the columns. And also if we copy that command and paste it here, press enter, it's gonna open our Prisma Studio here, and from here also you can see all your models and data. Then here, our next step is to set up Prisma client. Now that you have a database with some initial data, we don't have data, but no worries. We're gonna need to set up Prisma client and connect it to our database. We're gonna use that Prisma client to query our database in order to add data, remove data, and basically do CRUD operations with our database. So in order to do so, we're gonna create a lib folder and a prisma.ts file inside of it. So let's go back here and create a folder named lib, and inside of it create a new file and name it prisma.ts, and then simply copy that code and paste it here. And this will export the Prisma instance. So whenever we want to query our database, we're gonna import that Prisma instance and use it to actually query the database. And by the way, here it's attaching it in development to the global object in order to preserve performance in development and so on. Here, as you can see, if the process.environment is not production, attach it to the global Prisma here. But don't worry about this code. And as I told you, here they are telling you that whenever you want to query your database, you're going to import Prisma from @libprisma, and then simply query the database using that Prisma instance. For example, if you want to query the users from the database, you're going to say await prisma.user, which is the user model, .findMany, which is a method that's going to return all the users. And then keep scrolling. And here it's telling you that if you want to deploy your application to Vercel, which actually is something that we're gonna do, but we're not gonna use the Vercel CLI. All we're gonna need from here is that line of code. We're gonna need to add that line of code to the package.json file. We're gonna say post install, meaning that after you install, we're gonna need Vercel to run this command, which is prisma generate. Because as you saw it yourself, we did generate the Prisma client in development. But also we're gonna need to generate the Prisma client in production when we deploy our application to Vercel. So let's copy that and let's go to the package.json file and let's go here and paste this line of code. And that's it. Now let's save it. And actually we are done here. We have completely set up our database and we are ready to move on to our next step. So let's just do that. Alright then, now it's time to build our landing page and set up authentication. And before we design anything, we'll start by setting up Clerk. Clerk is the authentication provider we'll use in this project. It handles everything related to user authentication: sign up, sign in, session management, and security. So we don't have to build those complex systems from scratch. It's modern, secure, and integrates beautifully with Next.js. And once Clerk is set up, we'll move on to building our landing page. What we want to create is something similar to Instagram's landing page. Something like that. This is the real Instagram landing page, okay? If you take a look at it, it's cheerful, clean, and clearly communicates what the platform is all about. It immediately tells users what they can do and why they should join. So we're gonna do the same. We'll design a landing page that feels welcoming and modern and clearly explains our app's purpose. And just like Instagram, we'll integrate authentication directly into the landing page. So instead of redirecting users somewhere else, the sign-in interface will be part of the landing page itself. So in this lecture, as we said, first we're gonna set up Clerk, then design the landing page. So basically we're gonna connect everything together. So first of all, I need you to go to the Clerk website. You're gonna find the link in the description below, or you can simply search for Clerk and go to the website. And then I need you to create your own account and then sign in. It's a very simple registration process. I'm gonna sign in using my Google account. And then after you log in, you're gonna be redirected to your own dashboard. From here, let's create a new workspace. Let's name it Instagram clone course, then create workspace. There we go. And now let's create our application. Let's name it Instagram clone. And then let's choose to log in using Google and Facebook. And by the way, here in Instagram, they only allow you to log in with your Facebook account, but we're gonna add Google because honestly, I don't like logging in or signing in with my Facebook account. So personally, I'm gonna use my Google account. But we're gonna integrate Facebook. Don't worry, we're gonna allow users to log in using their Facebook account. So here, as we said, we're gonna allow Google and Facebook and also email address. And that's it. Now let's click on Create Application. And there we go. Right now we have created our own Clerk application. Then here you're gonna find a bunch of guides for all kind of frameworks. Of course, we're gonna choose Next.js since we are using Next.js. Here, they are telling you to create a new Next.js app. We already did that. And then install Clerk, the Clerk package. So let's copy that. And then let's go back to our project and open the terminal and type that command, then press enter. There we go. Now Clerk package is installed. Then the next step is to add the Clerk middleware to our app. So we're gonna create a proxy.ts file. In previous Next.js versions, that file did have the name middleware.ts. But since Next.js 16 was released, they have changed its name from middleware to proxy.ts. So let's copy that, go back to our project and create this file, proxy.ts. And then simply let's copy the code from here. This is the Clerk middleware, and just paste it here and click save. And then we're gonna need to add the Clerk provider component to the global layout of our application. And that component provides session and user context to Clerk's hooks and components. And as they are saying here, it's recommended to wrap your entire app at the entry point with a Clerk provider in order to make authentication globally accessible. So simply, we're gonna copy that Clerk provider from here. Then let's navigate to our global layout file, and then let's paste that here. And then let's import it. If you wanna auto-import anything in VS Code, there is a shortcut which is Control plus the space button. Click on both of them together, and then it's gonna open a menu like that, showing you your options. So in that case, we want to import Clerk provider from add Clerk Next.js here. Okay? And we're gonna render everything, all of our app inside that clerk provider. Very simple as you can see. Now click Save. And we should also add our clerk API keys. I don't know why they are not mentioning that here, but no worries. We're gonna go to Configure, then go to API keys. Those are our API keys. We should add these keys to the .env file. So we're gonna copy that, and let's go to our .env file and simply paste them here. And by the way, guys, these secrets, or basically all of your secrets, all of your API keys, third-party service secrets, and stuff like that, should be kept as a secret, okay? You shouldn't at any circumstances expose your keys. I'm exposing them here for the sake of this video, but actually I'm gonna go ahead and delete the entire project after I finish recording this video. So just be aware that you should always keep your API keys as secrets, okay? Now click Save, and actually let me create a .env.example file for you. And what I'm gonna do here is that I'm going to copy these variables, paste them here, and I'm gonna remove the values, and I'm just gonna keep the variables, the variable names, as a reminder for you. I'm gonna push that file to GitHub, okay? We don't push .env files to GitHub, okay? As I told you, we shouldn't expose these secret keys. I'm only gonna push that file since it doesn't contain our actual key values, and I'm doing so as a reference for you, so that you can always go back here and see what are the environment variables that we are using in this project. So now I'm gonna click Save, and then I'm gonna go to .git.ignore, and I'm gonna tell .git.ignore file to just ignore the .env file, not everything starting with .env. Because in that case, it's not gonna ignore the .env.example file, which means that I'm gonna be able to push it to GitHub, okay? I also want to add some other environment variables. Here we have the clerk publishable key and the clerk secret key, and also I want to add the public app URL. Here we're gonna make it equal to our local host, but of course, when we deploy to Vercel, when we deploy to production, we're gonna put our domain name here, meaning that we're gonna put our actual URL here, okay? And then this is the next public clerk sign-in URL. This will tell clerk that this is the location, or this is the route of our sign-up page. And of course, this is the route for our sign-in page, okay? And that's it actually. I think we have installed clerk and everything is ready. And now let's go ahead and actually design our landing page. But before doing so, we're gonna use a bunch of components from ShadCN, and actually we're gonna use many components throughout this course from ShadCN. So let's install ShadCN now. We're gonna go to the website. Also, you're gonna find the link in the description of this video. And if you're not familiar with ShadCN or you didn't use it before, it's a set of beautifully designed components that you can customize, extend, and build on. Okay, start here and make it your own. So from here, just click on Docs, then go to Installation from here, and then choose the Next.js framework, and then choose npm from here, and then copy that command. Then let's go back here to our terminal and paste that command, then press enter. We're gonna use Radix. Okay, let's choose Nova. There we go. It's gonna create a file named components.json. That's it. We're gonna leave it as it is. There we go. ShadCN is installed, and it added the button component for us. I don't know why, we didn't ask for it. But no worries, we're gonna use the button component anyways. And it also added a utils file inside a lib folder. Let's check it out. Yeah, this one. Here inside this file, it created this function named cn, which will basically allow us to add dynamic class names to our HTML or let's say TSX elements. And that's it. Right now we have every thing setup. And now we are ready to read that prompt, the landing page and auth prompt. But here I forgot to add also these variables to the .env.example file. There we go. Now let's close all of these files. And now let's open the third prompt here. Actually, let's open its preview. Right click and then open preview. Let's make the screen large. And this is going to be a big prompt, by the way, okay? So if you don't have a drink yet, just go ahead and grab your favorite drink because this is going to be long. But I promise you I'm gonna try to make it as much fun as I can. We're gonna start by the home loading, error, and layout prompt. Output specification. We're gonna tell Claude to implement the loading state, error state, metadata, and footer for the application to match Instagram's visual style and follow Next.js app router best practices. First of all, create the loading page. Create a loading.tsx file inside the app directory. And let me quickly show you the loading and error files. Go to Next.js documentation and search for loading.js. As you can see here, loading.js or loading.tsx, doesn't matter. This is a special file that helps you create meaningful loading UI with React suspense. And with this convention, you can show an instant loading state from the server while the content of a route segments streams in. So basically, this means that we can show a loading state or a loading user interface while we get our data from the server. And this is simply the loading file. It's a very simple file. See? Export default function loading, which is gonna return any loading state. So here, of course, we want to make that loading file or that loading user interface meaningful and actually want to make it exactly like Instagram. If I go here to the Instagram website, let's reload. Let's see if we can see the load. Yeah, did you see it? Did you see it? It did appear for like a millisecond here. See? We want to render something like that, an Instagram icon and the meta logo here in the bottom. Okay, so here we're gonna tell Claude that the loading page must visually match Instagram's loading screen. Display the Instagram logo using this file, the logo.svg file inside the assets folder. You should already have this folder, right? If you don't have it, just head over to the GitHub repository and download it from there, okay? So, as we said at the middle of the page, we're gonna render the logo, then below it, below the Instagram logo, we're gonna render the text saying from, and then render the meta logo, also from the assets folder. And then write the text meta next to the meta logo. Ensure all content is vertically and horizontally centered on the page, and make the logo and the text below it, which is from meta logo, closer to each other's and make both of them more zoomed in. And then I need you to create an error page, create an error.tsx file inside the app directory, implement an error fallback UI consistent with Instagram's design style. Also, I want to show you the error file, error.js. As you can see, that file allows you to handle unexpected runtime errors and display a fallback user interface. And this is basically the code of the error file. Okay, it's a client component here. This is why we are displaying use client here. And then we are displaying an error here and a button that calls a reset function, which is basically going to reset the page if the user clicks on it. So here we're gonna tell Claude to display the Instagram logo at the top of the error page. As we said, we want to make it consistent with the Instagram's design style. And then follow the official Next.js error file patterns, and code examples from the Next.js documentation will be provided and must be followed. So you know what? Let's just copy that part and let's head over to Claude and paste only that part. And then, as we said, we want to provide code examples, so I'm gonna copy the code of the error.tsx file from the Next.js official documentation. And then here I'm gonna tell Claude this is the code examples for the error.tsx file from the Next.js official docs. Let's say error.tsx and loading.tsx files. Here, this is docs. And simply I'm gonna paste that code here that I just copied. And also I'm gonna go to loading.js and simply copy that code and also paste it here. Now let's press enter. Okay, now it's reading the prompt fully and checking existing files. Now I have everything I need. Let me create the 3 files in parallel. I didn't ask for a metadata. Let's see what did I just copy from here. Yeah, I actually didn't say anything about metadata. But okay, no worries. Let's read it quickly. For the app metadata, we're gonna tell Claude to open the app layout file, the global layout file of the app, and add application metadata with the following values. For the title, just add Instagram, and for the description, add an appropriate description that reflects Instagram as a social media platform for sharing photos and videos. So let's go back here to Claude and see what it has for us. For the loading file, it's gonna render the logo image here at the top. Of course, inside a flex div like that, it's gonna make it a flex call. And flex call will render the items vertically stacked under each others. Okay? And then here it's gonna render a span saying the word or the text from, and here render the meta logo in a next image like that. So let's say yes, let's accept that. Then create the error file. As you can see here, it's creating a to-do list for itself. Claude is creating a to-do list for itself, which is cool. And then this is the error file. Okay, this is exactly following the Next.js documentation. This is a next image for rendering the Instagram logo. And here we are saying something went wrong. Please try again or refresh the page. And here we are rendering a button that on click will reset the page and displaying here try again. But I just want to tell Claude to use shadcn components. This is normal HTML button. So here I'm gonna say no. And here I'm gonna say use shadcn button and always use shadcn components when possible. Noted. It's saying me that it's noted. Let me check what shadcn components are available. Okay. There we go. Now it's using the shadcn button. Very nice. Now click yes. Then finally, the metadata inside the layout file. Here, it's gonna replace the title and the description, the current title and the current description here, with this title, Instagram, and the description saying Instagram from Meta. Okay, very simple. And now it's done. And also it's saving this preference to memory. Let's see what it's going to do. Okay, apparently it created something called memory.md file inside a folder named memory. So I think this is different from the Claude.md file, or maybe we don't need the Claude.md file. I'm not sure, but let's move forward. Now after that, we want Claude to create a footer component for us. We're gonna tell it to create a footer component inside app components footer.tsx file. And before implementation, review the footer design in the screenshots folder in the landing page image. So if I go here to the screenshots folder and let's go to the landing page. Yeah, this is the footer that I'm talking about, okay? Yeah, this one. See? This area here. We want to create something like that. It's very simple. So here we're gonna tell Claude to analyze the layout, spacing, typography, and structure, and then recreate the footer to match the screenshot exactly. And then import and render the footer component inside the app layout because we want to render that footer in all of the pages of that Instagram clone. And this is why we're gonna put it in the app layout file, since this is the global layout of the app, right? So ensure the footer appears at the bottom of the layout and remains visually anchored to the bottom of the page. And for the constraint, do not create any additional files beyond those specified. Do not implement any functionality beyond the requirements listed and so on. So also I'm gonna just copy the footer part, then go back here to Claude and just paste it, then press enter. Now it's updating its to-dos, create the footer component, then update the layout. So here, inside app, it created components folder, then a footer.tsx file, and here it's creating nav links, similar to the ones displayed in the Instagram official site. Yeah, okay. Then a footer component, then it's mapping on each nav link and rendering an anchor tag. And by the way, this is correct. We're not displaying a next link here because this probably will link to pages outside of our app. And if you're using Next.js and you're rendering a link that's going to take the user outside of your app, it's better to use the HTML anchor tag. But if you're navigating inside your app, if you are rendering a link that's going to navigate the user to another route inside your app, it's better to use Next.js link, okay? But actually, this is not going to navigate the user to any link because we're not gonna implement those links. We're not gonna implement those functionalities. We're just displaying a footer. And here, those are the copyright thing. So, okay, let me accept that. Now it's gonna import it in the app layout file. There we go. And here it's gonna render the footer at the bottom. So let's accept it. And now it's done. Okay, now I want to see the features that we've created so far. I want to see the loading file, the error file, and the footer. So what I'm gonna do is that I'm going to tell Claude to create a page.tsx file for app and temporarily, let's say through an error. And actually, let's see the error page first. So I'm gonna press enter. And while it's working here, let's start the server again. I'm gonna say npm run dev and press enter. And let's see what it's doing here. It have created a page.tsx file inside the app directory and replaced that h1 element with an error saying not implemented. So I'm gonna accept it. Now it's done. So let's go to localhost 3000 one more time. And this is our error page. I think it looks fine, right? This is the logo, and those are the texts, and this is the button. But let's say make the error file content more zoomed in, and the text and button feel more like Instagram. I don't know where this is going to take me, but I'm just following a gut feeling here. Okay, here, first of all, it's gonna make the logo a bit bigger. It's gonna increase width and height. And then here, it's gonna also increase the size of the text. And here, adding some styling to the reset button. So let's say yes and see what it's gonna look like. There we go. Yeah, I think this is better. Now I'm gonna go to that error file and just add a cursor pointer here. So right now I can click here. If I click try again, it's gonna show me another error. So the reset function is working just fine. So yeah, I think this looks fine. And now I'm gonna tell Claude that now I want to see the loading UI. So replace the error in the page.tsx file with, let's say, a code that, or let's say a promise that will suspend rendering for, let's say, 15 seconds, then render content of the page. And that way we should see the footer as well because it's rendered in the layout file. So I'm gonna press enter. Or you know what? Here, let's add something. I'm gonna say, instead the render the content of the page, I'm gonna say render the content of the page, which is just an h1 element saying Instagram clone. And that's it. Now press enter. Alright, here it's gonna create a function named sleep instead, of course, of that error, which is gonna take milliseconds of type number, and then return a new promise that's going to resolve after those milliseconds amount of time. And here it's gonna call that function with 15,000 milliseconds, which are 15 seconds, and then return an h1 element saying Instagram clone. So that's nice. I'm gonna accept it. And here let's reload. So this is our loading interface. Also, it's fine. And this is the footer, and it looks perfect, by the way. I'm not gonna make any changes to that footer. But here I'm gonna say for the loading file, make it also a bit zoomed in, or let's not say a bit, let's say more zoomed in, and make a distance between the logo and the text and meta logo below it. So yeah, press enter. There we go, it's working. So here also it's gonna increase the width and height of the logo. And here it's adding these styles to the div containing everything. And here it's adding a gap between the texts from and that meta logo. It's increasing it from 1 to 1.5, and here it's adding a big margin top, okay? So this will make a fine distance between the content here, that text from meta logo, and the above logo here, the Instagram logo. So I'm gonna accept it and reload. So yeah, I think this is better, but maybe here I'm gonna increase the margin top. I'm gonna make it, let's say, 36. Reload. Okay, I think this is better, right? But actually here I want to change something. I want to render the text from above that logo and display the word meta next to that meta logo. And maybe make that from word a bit bigger. So I'm just gonna say display the word from above the meta logo and display the text meta next to the logo. And here for the from text, we're gonna say and make it a bit bigger, and that's it. I'm gonna press enter. So okay, here in the div containing the text from and the meta logo, it's gonna add a flex call, which is gonna, as I told you, render the items vertically above each others. But here we want to make the text larger. So here I'm gonna say also make the from text larger. Okay, it's gonna make it text base. Let's see it. Reload. Okay, let's actually add font bold. Okay, maybe add here text 2x large. Remove that text space. Okay, I'm gonna remove that color. No, actually, I'm gonna remove that font bold. Just keep it 2x large, text 2x large. So yeah, I think I like this. Okay, and now let's move on to our next step, which is the landing page prompt. So the output specification objective is to implement, first of all, route protection, okay, authentication checking, and an Instagram style landing page. We're gonna use, of course, Clerk Authentication and Next.js app router, okay? So in the proxy.ts file, which is the middleware file, we need to protect the following routes: feed and profile. See here, if I go to Clerk, let's go to docs, Next.js. If I click Ask AI, and then I'm gonna ask Clerk AI, how can I protect routes in, let's say, a Next.js middleware? Okay, it's generating an answer here. Let's read it. Here it's telling me that to protect routes in a Next.js middleware file with Clerk, use Clerk middleware function along with create route matcher function to define which routes require authentication. Here is a basic example, okay? Const is dashboard route. Okay, here it wants to protect the dashboard route, meaning that when someone visits the dashboard route, they have to be authenticated. If they are not authenticated, they will be redirected to the authentication routes that you have specified. See here, this is why in the .env file, we did create these variables, the sign up and sign in URL. So in that case, if a user is not authenticated, I think it's gonna be automatically redirected to the sign up page. So we're gonna use a function named createRouteMatcher that's going to add the dashboard route like that and anything after the dashboard route, okay? This is why it's specifying period star like that. And then here it's gonna say if is dashboard route with the request, meaning that if this is the dashboard route, await auth.protect. We're gonna call a function named auth.protect. And this will actually do what I just said. It's gonna redirect the user to the sign up page. And that's it. This is how you can do it. So let's continue here. Here I'm telling Claude that I'm gonna provide Clerk documentation examples. And then also, as an extra check, we want to create an authentication checker function. So we want to create a new file inside the lib folder named auth.ts. Inside this file, we want to implement an authentication checker function that do the following. It will call a server action named getUser, and I know you might not be familiar with server actions just yet, but I'm gonna explain it in detail later in this course, okay? So, as you were saying, we're gonna call a server action named getUser, which is gonna retrieve the current database user. And here we're telling Claude, do not define that server action just yet. It will be implemented later. And if a database user exists, meaning that that user is already authenticated, we want to just redirect that user to the feed page. If no database user exists, meaning that the user is not authenticated, we will allow execution to continue normally. So if we're rendering the landing page, for example, and that user is actually authenticated, we don't need to show them the landing page, right? We will redirect them right away to the feed page. Otherwise, we will show them the landing page. This is pure logic, right? And then we want to implement the root page authentication handling. We will tell Claude to open the root page file, which is app.page.tsx file, and then call the authentication checker function that we just created here in the lib auth.ts file. And as I told you, if the user is authenticated, redirect them to the feed page. Otherwise, if the user is not authenticated, render the landing page. And this will take us to the landing page implementation. We will actually create a landing page component inside the app components folder that visually matches Instagram's official landing page design. So we're gonna tell Claude to review and analyze the landing page image provided in the screenshots and match the layout, spacing, alignment, and visual hierarchy. And this is the layout specification. We want to split the landing page into two main sections. Like here in the Instagram landing page, we want to display a left side showing the logo and a welcome message and image like that. And here on the right hand side, we want to render the sign-in form. Okay? And of course, here we're gonna render the footer. We already did that. And we want to display separator lines like that. Okay? So, as we were saying, we're gonna render a left section and a right section. For the left section, we're gonna render the following elements in order: an Instagram app logo on the top left, and a heading text below that logo saying "See everyday moments from your close friends," exactly like Instagram, and then display a branding image from the assets, which is a screenshot that I took from Instagram before, and then ensure proper spacing and alignment consistent with the screenshot. And then on the right section, we're gonna render a component named sign-in form. And we're gonna tell Claude not to implement that sign-in form just yet. Only render it as a placeholder component. And for the separators, we're gonna tell it to add the following separators using the chatcn UI separator component. Here, if you go to chatcn and search for separator, you can see they have a separator component. Yeah, this one, see? This line here. And this is the code. Can use it like that. And this is another examples. This is a vertical separator and this is a horizontal separator. So here, all we're gonna need to do is to render a separator component. And here, for example, if you want to render it as a vertical separator, we're gonna add an orientation equal to vertical, like here in this one, separator orientation equal to vertical. And that's it. While I'm here, copy that command in order to add that separator component to our project. Let's open the terminal and paste it here. Press enter. It's gonna be added. Now let's continue reading. And here, as we said, we want to render a vertical separator here between the left side and the right side, and a horizontal separator here in the bottom above the footer. So here we're gonna say add the following separators using chatcn UI separator component: a vertical separator, which is gonna be placed between the left and the right sections, and a horizontal separator, which is gonna be placed below the landing page content above the footer. Constraints: do not implement the getUserServer action yet. Don't implement the sign-in form component yet. Follow Next.js app router best practices, follow clerk authentication patterns, and match the provided screenshot design as closely as possible. We're gonna stop here and copy all of that, starting from here. Then let's go back to Claude and paste that prompt. And actually, I want to provide coding examples from Clerk for the auth protection part. So I'm gonna say this is code examples, or let's say the following are code examples from a conversation I had with Clerk AI agent. And then I'm gonna copy everything I had here and just paste it here. And then say this is some, or let's say code examples from the separator shadcn docs. And also let's go here and copy all the separator page and just paste it here and just press enter and see magic happens. Okay, it's gonna read the current files and screenshot first. No, actually I installed the separator. It's telling me it's not installed. But no worries, it wants to install it again. I think it's gonna figure out that it's already installed, so I'm gonna say yes. Or let's see, maybe, yeah, it required me to say yes here. So let's allow Claude to install it. Okay, here, it's gonna edit the middleware file. No, actually it's creating a middleware.ts file and I don't want that. So I'm gonna say no and say put the middleware logic inside the proxy.ts file, since this is the new middleware file in Next.js 16. And before saying enter, let me continue installing that separator. Okay, now it's installed. So here I'm gonna press enter. Okay, let me check the proxy.ts file. Okay, now you get it. Okay, now it's gonna add this to the proxy file. Exactly as we saw before, it's gonna create is protected route honest and protect the feed and profile routes. So I'm gonna accept it. Now it's gonna create the auth.ts file. Okay, here inside lib, it created auth.ts file, and then it created a function named checkAuth, which is gonna create a const user equals to await, and then actually await the return of the get user server action. And if there is a user, we're gonna redirect to the feed page. So I'm gonna accept it. And then it created the sign in form component inside the app components. And for now, it's just gonna return null. Okay. And now it's gonna create the landing page component. There we go. Inside app components, landing page.tsx file. Here, this is the container dev, and this is the left section. It's gonna render the logo. Then h1 saying see everyday moments from your, then span saying close friends. This is going to be colored differently. And then this is the branding image. And this is the vertical separator. And here on the right section, we're gonna render the sign in form. And finally, at the bottom, we're gonna render a horizontal separator. Very nice, I'm gonna accept. And I think the final step is that it's going to update the page.tsx file. There we go. Here, it's gonna import checkAuth function and the landing page component. Of course, it's gonna remove all of this rubbish code. And simply, it's gonna await the checkAuth function. And inside that checkAuth function, if the user exists, if the user is authenticated, we're gonna redirect, as we said, to the feed page. Otherwise, we're gonna render the landing page. There we go. I'm gonna accept that. And now it's done. This is the summary of everything we did. Very nice. And actually, let's check our usage so far. We didn't use very much, right? Very nice. This is probably because we're using Sonnet. If you were using Opus, might have reached 80% by now or something like that. And actually, I don't see a big difference between Sonnet and Opus, by the way. If you're writing good prompts, I think even Sonnet will give you better results. Sometimes Opus over-engineer stuff or do something from its own head. I don't know, this is from my own experience. I don't know if you agree with me or not, but actually tell me in the comments, which model do you think is better, Opus or Sonnet? Okay, it can't resolve the get user action, of course. So what I'm gonna do here is that simply I'm going to comment that and just return the landing page for now. And this is our landing page. I think it's good. I think it got it like, let's say 90% accurate from the first time, right? This is the official one, and this is our own version. I think just we need to make the logo bigger and the text not bold, and that's it. Yeah, the coloring here is a bit different, but no worries. And here the separator we need them to interconnect here, to intersect. So what I'm gonna do here is that I'm gonna tell Claude that in the landing page component, make the logo much bigger, and I mean much. I want it to be much bigger. The text, we're gonna put it between quotations like that. We're gonna tell it to make it not bold and make the vertical and horizontal separators intersect. Press enter. Okay, for the separators to intersect, the vertical separator must span the full height. Let me continue reading here. It must span the full height of main, not just height of 96. And the horizontal separator must span the full width. They are naturally crossed at the point where the main ends and the horizontal begins. The cleanest way is to make the vertical separator stretch full height by removing the fixed height and letting it fill the parents. Okay, let's see. Click to expand. So here it will remove the item center and justify center. Here it will add more padding and remove the max width of X large. Okay, it's gonna increase the width and height of the image. Also the margin bottom, okay. Here font, it's gonna be normal instead of semi-bold. And for the separators, it's gonna remove that height 96 class name. And also it's gonna remove the self center and replace it with self stretch, okay. And for the right section, it's gonna also make changes to the padding. And that's it, okay. I'm not sure, I'm gonna say yes and see. So yeah, I think it worked. Just here I want to put this text, your close friends, below this text, see everyday moments from. And I actually lost the changes that Claude made recently. So I just ask it to redo it. So it's just gonna redo everything. Redo the changes you made here exactly because I lost it. Okay, so here I'm gonna tell Claude that I need that text, which is your close friends, to be rendered or displayed below the texts see everyday moments from. And also I need I need to split the landing page into equal halves. So make the left side equal to the right side, or to be more clear, I need the separator, or let's say the vertical separator, to be exactly in the middle of the landing page interface. Then send that to Claude. Okay, it's gonna make the left side, or the left section, width equal to half of the page. Okay, so yeah, I think I like this landing page so far. This is exactly what I wanted. But here I'm gonna tell Claude, put this text as one sentence below this text, and make that text, which is your close friends, let's say aligned in the middle under the above text. Okay, here it added a break line, but here the word your, I don't want it colored with this color. So I'm gonna say I don't want this word, which is your, colored like this text, which is close friends. And actually I want it, or I want its color to be normal like the above text. Okay, it's insisting that the current markup already has your as plain text. So okay, continue, accept it, and see if this is correct. Yeah, actually this is correct. It was my mistake. And now maybe we can make that font, let's say 4x large. Let's see. Yeah, this is becoming more and more closer to the Instagram clone. Let's add a simple break line here. I think this is a very big space, so just remove it. So here let's maybe add margin top of, I don't know, let's say 2. Okay, let's say 3. Okay, let's make it 5. So yeah, I think this is the closest we can get. So I like it so far, and if you want to enhance it even more, just do it on your own. But I think this will be enough for me. Maybe I'm gonna say move the Instagram logo in the left side a bit to the left. So it's gonna add a negative margin left of 4. Let's say 12. So yeah, I think this is really close to Instagram. So this is enough. This is enough. I like this landing page, and now we're ready to move on to our sign-in form. And now let's move on to the sign-in form prompt. For the output specification, we're gonna ask Claude to create a custom clerk sign-in flow with validation, Auth, redirects, and verification. Okay, why are we implementing a custom clerk sign-in? If you go to the clerk documentation and search for something called sign in and sign up component, let's choose sign in component. You can see that Clerk has a sign in component here, a dedicated user interface for signing in. And also we have sign up component. But why we are not using that component? Because simply we want to create a sign-in interface similar to the one Instagram has, or also a sign-up interface. So we need to customize that interface. We need to customize those elements, right? Which means that in that case, we're gonna need a custom clerk sign-in and sign-up flows. Okay, but does clerk has something like that? Actually, yeah, it does. If you ask AI here, let's go ahead and ask it, does clerk include, or let's say, have custom sign in and sign up flows? Press enter. You can see that right away, Clerk AI told me that yes, Clerk offers multiple ways to build custom sign in and sign up flows. And here it's giving me documentation links. Let's choose this one, sign in or up custom flow. Let's go to it. Okay, here sign in or up flow, custom flow. This guide is for users who want to build a custom flow. Here, if you want to enable email and password authentication, for example, here the sign in page.tsx. Of course, it's showing me the page.tsx because we are viewing the Clerk Next.js documentation. So this is what the custom sign in looks like. Okay, like for example, we're gonna use a hook from Clerk named use signin, and we're gonna destructure sign in from it and do the same for the sign up. And we're gonna use them to create that custom flow. But for now, let's read the rest of the prompt and we're gonna understand everything. Okay, here the objective is to implement a complete custom clerk sign-in flow with full validation using Zod. And if you're not familiar with Zod, go to their website. Here, you can see that Zod is a TypeScript first validation library that you can use to define schemas you can use to validate data from a simple string to complex nested object. So simply, Zod is a package or a library that you can use to validate user input, to sanitize user input. Like for example here, when we take a name from the user, we want to make sure that that name is a string. And this is a client-side validation. And here, for example, they are giving you some real examples on defining schemas. Like here, for example, if you want to validate that a certain input should be a string and not more than 5 characters, you can simply say z.string.max equal to 5. And also, if I go here to the Chat-Cyan documentation and search for the React hook form, you can see that here, while they are creating a form using React hook form here, they are using Zod for validation, Zod resolver, and the actual React hook form. And here, they are creating a schema for that form by saying z.object, and for the title, that form supposedly is gonna include title and description. So that title should be a string, minimum of 5 characters, and if the user did input less than 5 characters, we will give them that message, and maximum of 32 characters, and also we will give them that message if their input exceed 32 characters. And that form, as we said, will include description, which should be a string, minimum of 20, maximum of 100. And basically, that's it. This is how you can validate user input and define schemas using Zod. So now let's go back here. Of course, we're giving these instructions for Claude Code because Claude Code knows Zod very well and it knows how to create Zod schemas. It knows how to create input validation using Zod. So here we're gonna say that we're gonna need a full validation using Zod and a type-safe form handling with React hook form. The React hook form that we were just talking about. This is what it looks like. See this form? This is an example from ChatCN. We want to create a form like that using React hook form. Of course, when I say like that, I don't mean to look exactly like that. I mean to use React hook form and use code like this one, okay? And actually, we're gonna provide Claude Code with examples from here. So let's continue here. We're gonna say that we want an Instagram style UI using ChatCN UI. OAuth authentication. OAuth basically means allowing the users to log in and sign up using their social accounts like Google, Facebook, etc. And also we want email password authentication, second factor verification support, like sending a verification code back to the user, proper redirect handling and session activation, and of course, as usual, it must follow Next.js app router, clerk custom flow best practices, and match the Instagram UI shown in the screenshots folder in the landing page image. So in order to be more organized, we're gonna need to create a dedicated route for authentication. So we're gonna tell Claude to create a route group named Auth, like that, inside the app directory. And this route group will contain validation schemas, authentication components, and sign-in and verification logic. So we're gonna tell it to create validation folder and file. So inside that Auth route group, create a folder named validations and a file inside of it named signin.ts, which will contain Zod schemas and TypeScript types. For the sign-in schema, we're gonna tell it to create a Zod schema with email equal to z.email, and in case the user did input a non-valid email, we're gonna give them this message: please enter a valid email address. And we want a password, and that password requirements are minimum length 8 characters and a maximum length 100 characters. And it must not be empty and must be properly validated as a string. And then we want to create a type derived from that sign-in schema. We want to export that schema as a TypeScript type, okay? So that we can use this type with the React hook form and the clerk sign-in logic. And then we want to create also a verification code schema. We want to create a schema for the verification code, because when the user receives a code from clerk, they should input that clerk also inside a form or an input field. So we need to also validate that code. We're not gonna accept any code or like any characters from the user. We want to accept a specific format. And this is why we're gonna create a Zod schema for verification codes. Its requirements are going to be that it should be required digits only from 0 to 9, no characters, no letters, I mean. See here, no letters, no special characters, and it must not be empty. And those are valid examples, okay? And those are some invalid examples. Here it includes an A character and this is an empty string. So those are invalid examples. Then also create and export a TypeScript type derived from the verification code schema. And then we're gonna create a component for the sign-in form. So we're gonna tell Claude to create a components folder inside the Auth directory and name it signinform.tsx. The component objective is to implement a fully custom clerk sign-in form styled exactly like Instagram. And you must match the screenshots precisely from the landing page image, layout, spacing, typography, alignment, and visual hierarchy. And for the form UI requirements, we want to display a title saying login to Instagram. Of course, here we want to create a form exactly like that. So here they are displaying a title saying login to Instagram, And here there are two inputs, one for the email and another one for the password. Then login, forgot password, login with Facebook. We're gonna add also a login with Google button. Then create a new account and that logo. And of course here we're gonna input only email. We're not gonna input a mobile number or username, okay? So here, as we said, we want to display a title saying login to Instagram, and its position is gonna be top left of form container. And then for the input fields, we're gonna create two full width inputs using ShadCN input. ShadCN has an input component, we're gonna use it. One for the email and another one for the password. And then buttons and actions. We want to include a forgot password button. And by the way, we're not gonna implement the functionality of that forgot password button. And then a login with Facebook button, login with Google button, and create a new account button, which is gonna link to the sign up page. And then a footer branding, which is gonna render at the bottom an image displaying the Meta logo and the text Meta. And then here we're gonna give some instructions for the OAuth redirect configuration. Inside the sign in form component, we want to implement OAuth authentication using Clerk. We're gonna use a method from Clerk named signin.authenticate with redirect. And then we're gonna provide a redirect URL equals to the app URL sign in verify. So let me quickly show you an example here. And actually I'm gonna ask the Clerk AI, I'm gonna tell it, give me examples on custom, let's say here coding, examples on custom sign in. And, or let's just say sign in flow using Google, or let's say using Auth and email and password using this function authenticate with redirect. And how can I use the redirect URL and how can I verify the user after they sign in using their Google or Facebook accounts. So I think this is enough. Let's press enter and see what are we going to get. Okay, here, for example, it's importing a function named OAuth strategy, or actually it's a type, not a function, from Clerk shared types, and use sign in from Clerk Next.js, and then it's gonna take or destructure that sign in from the use sign in. Of course, if no sign in, return null, meaning render nothing. And then here it's gonna create a function named sign in with, which is gonna take strategy of type OAuth strategy, and then it's gonna call this function signin.authenticate with redirect, and then provide the strategy. Of course, when we call it, we can provide OAuth Google or Facebook or whatever as a strategy, and then provide a redirect URL, which can redirect me to a route inside my application where I can handle verification and so on. Then when the redirect URL complete, I can redirect the user to another route. And that's it. This is very simple. And here they are rendering a button that on click, it will call this function. It will call the sign in with function, as I told you. Can call it with OAuth Google, Facebook, or whatever. And of course, this function is gonna return the return from this function. And that's it. Here in the callback page, which is gonna be our verification page, simply we're gonna render that component also from Clerk. Authenticate with redirect call back. And see here, this is some explanations. Redirect URL which is the URL that the OAuth provider, like Google or Facebook, will redirect to after successful authorization. After a user is authorized by Google or Facebook, they will be redirected to that redirect URL, the one that you're going to specify. So let's say in that case, it's that route SSO callback that either renders the authenticate with redirect callback component or calls clerk.handle redirect callback. And this will actually handle the callback when the user comes back from Google or Facebook. Clerk will use that component to complete the sign in or the sign up of the user. And after a successful authorization from OAuth provider and clerk sign in, the user will be redirected to another route, which is the redirect URL complete. As you can see, the URL or path that the user will be redirected to after successful authorization from Auth provider or OAuth provider and clerk sign-in. And this is an email password sign-in flow. Const sign-in equals to await clerk.signin.attempt first vector, strategy equal to password, and password equals to the user actual password. And that's pretty much it. But the last thing here is that when the sign-in is complete, when the sign-in's object status is complete, at this point you should call another function named setActive with the create session ID to set the newly created session as active to basically activate the user session. So I think we mentioned everything here. Let's continue reading. As we said, we're gonna specify our redirect URL to that URL. Inside the sign-in route, we're gonna redirect to a route named verify. Its purpose to be an intermediate verification route. Clerk complete OAuth authentication here at this route. Clerk exchanges tokens securely and prepares session creation. And when the redirect URL complete, we're gonna redirect the user to the feed page. So we're gonna specify the redirect URL complete as /feed. And its purpose that it's gonna be the final redirect after authentication completes, so that the user lands on the authenticated feed. So this is going to be the final OAuth call structure. Sign-in.authenticate with redirect, provide the strategy, Google or Facebook. The redirect URL is gonna be sign-in verify, and the redirect URL complete is going to be /feed. So this is going to be the flow summary. It's gonna consist of 3 phases. Phase number 1, the user initiates OAuth. User clicks on login with Google or login with Facebook, and this will call this function sign-in.authenticate with redirect. Then clerk redirects the user to OAuth provider, which is Google or Facebook, and then that provider redirects back to the verification route, which is this one. And here inside that route, clerk will finalize authentication, exchange secure tokens, and prepares the session. And finally, clerk will redirect the user to the feed page, of course, because of this line of code. And the final result is going to be that the session is going to be active, user is completely authenticated, and protected routes become accessible. The protected routes are profile and feed, remember? Here from the proxy.ts file, those are the protected routes. And then we're gonna need to create a flow for the email and password sign-in. If a user wants to sign in with their email and password, if they don't want to use their social accounts and just want to use their email and password, we're gonna allow them to do that. So the user submit credentials, and we're gonna call this function signin.create identifier equals to email, and then the password equals to the password that the user will provide. And then we're gonna have possible statuses. We can either have a complete status, meaning that the authentication is completed, or we're going to have a needs second factor status, meaning that the user in that case should receive a code and they should input that code in order to complete the authentication. And of course, we can get an error. Our life as developers are full of errors, right? So in that case, in case of successful authentication, we're going to say if status equals to complete, then set active to activate the user session by saying set active session equals to session ID, and then push the user to the feed route. See here, user is redirected to the feed route. And in case of second factor required, we're going to say if needs second factor. We're going to call a function named prepare second factor strategy equals to email code, meaning that we're going to need clerk to send a code to the user's email. So in that case, we're going to show another form, which is the verification form. And when the verification code is submitted, we're going to call this function attempt second factor strategy equals to email code and then provide the code. If successful, we're going to set active with the session and then push the user to the feed page. And this is a summary of the session activation logic. As we said, when we want to activate a session, we're going to call a function named setActive, provide the session equals to session ID. Its purpose is to authenticate the user, store session securely, enable protected routes, as we said, and then allow clerk to recognize that authenticated user. And then we're going to tell Claude that the required libraries and patterns are React hook form, Zod, Shadcn UI, clerk custom authentication, and we're going to tell it to follow the patterns from Shadcn documentation, clerk documentation, and match their structure exactly, and I will provide code examples from their documentation. And then for the verification route implementation, we're going to tell Claude to implement the verification route used by clerk to complete OAuth authentication and finalize session creation. This route will serve as the intermediate callback endpoint for OAuth providers and will mount clerk's verification component to handle authentication completion automatically. So create a verification route or a verification route folder like that, and this folder will contain a page.tsx file and as usual loading and error files, and then create a verification loading UI, the loading.tsx file inside the verify folder. Its purpose is to provide a visual feedback while clerk completes authentication. And we want it to display centered content with primary text saying authenticating, of course, while the user is being authenticated. And we can provide a secondary text like this one. And the content must be vertically and horizontally centered, match Instagram style minimal loading UI, clean typography, proper spacing, so on. And then create a verification error file, okay, saying authentication failed and so on. And for the verification page, we're gonna mount a clerk component, which is the component that we talked about before, authenticate with redirect callback. And we're gonna provide two props to that component, which are the sign in fallback redirect URL and sign up fallback redirect URL, both set to feed, meaning that after the authentication is completed, after it's successful, redirect the user to the feed page. And this component is responsible for completing OAuth authentication, exchanging secure authentication tokens, creating the clerk session, activating the user session, and finally redirecting the user to the appropriate destination, which is, in our case, the feed page. And those are summaries for the feature that we just talked about. And this is a final overview, okay? And those are the constraints. Do not implement unrelated authentication flows, etc. use redirect URL and redirect URL complete, follow best practices, and so on. Now I'm gonna stop here and actually copy everything from here. We're gonna scroll up here until we reach this point, the sign in form prompt. And I'm gonna go here and paste it. And then we're gonna need to provide some coding examples from the documentations. So here I'm gonna say this is code examples from clerk sign in custom flow. Then I'm going to copy this conversation with clerk UI. Yeah. Here I'm gonna say based on a conversation I had with clerk AI. There we go. I'm gonna paste it here. Then I'm gonna say this is React hook form documentation examples. Then let's go here to this page, copy everything, and paste it here. And by the way, this documentation also include Zod examples. So I think now it's safe to send that prompt to Claude. Okay, it's gonna check everything, Chatzian components, and so on. First, it's gonna need to install the missing Chatzian components. So here it wants to first install React hook form and add hook form resolvers and Zot. So of course I'm gonna say yes. Then it wants to add the Chatzian input component. Let's take a look at this component. If I search here for input, yeah, this one. This is the component I'm talking about here, this one. And simply in order to install it, you type this command, and actually Claude will type it for us. So I'm going to say yes. And now it will create the schema inside validations folder inside the auth route group. So here, this is the sign-in schema. Z.object email is string, z.string.email. I think this is deprecated. We can just say z.email, but we can do it later. And for the password is gonna be z.string, minimum of 8 characters and maximum of 100 characters. And those are the error messages. And then create a type, sign in schema, z.infer type of sign in schema. And then create another schema for the verification code. We're gonna say that the code should be a string, minimum of 1 character, meaning it's required, and it should contain digits only, so we're gonna create regex for it. Regex means regular expressions, and if you're not familiar with regular expressions, they are some special thing in programming that will allow you to create patterns like that. Like in that case, we want to only input digits. And then it's gonna create and export a verification code type inferred from the verification code schema. So I'm gonna accept that. And then it's gonna create the verify route and the loading file saying authenticating, and please wait while we securely sign you in. So I'm gonna accept it. And then the error file, but here it's not sticking to the Next.js error files. So I'm gonna go back here to Next.js and go to error.js file, copy that code, and here I'm gonna say no, and I'm gonna say for error files, stick to this template from Next.js, then paste that code, press enter. And now it's gonna redo it, verify error, and now it's doing it right. So I'm gonna accept it. And here it's asking me, should I continue with the rest of the verify and sign in form? I'm gonna say yes. Press enter. So here in the verify page, it's gonna create that page and also displaying authenticating. Please wait while we securely sign you in, and then use that component authenticate with redirect callback and use that fallback redirect URL, which is our feed page. So I'm gonna accept it. And finally, it's gonna create the sign in form. This is the credentials form, use form with the sign in type, and the resolver is going to be the sign in schema, default values, email and password as empty strings, and this is the code form, the verification code form. This is the OAuth logic, handle OAuth. It's gonna take strategy of type OAuth strategy. This is imported from clerk types, and if not is loaded, and that is coming from use sign in. Here we are destructuring sign in and is loaded and set active. So if not is loaded, just return and set error to null. We are having an error state here, okay. Otherwise, try to await sign in.authenticate with redirect using the strategy. A redirect URL equals to sign in verify, and when the redirect URL complete, redirect the user to the feed page. And in case of errors, handle them like that. And for the email and password flow, we're gonna call a function named onCredentialsSubmit, which is gonna take data of type sign in type, and this is the sign in type coming from the sign in validation that we just created. Also, if not is loaded, return and set error to null. Otherwise, await sign in.create, identifier equals to data.email, password equals to data.password, and save the result in a const named result. And if result.status equals to complete, set active, session equals to result.create session ID, and then push the user to the feed page. Else if the result.status equals to need second factor, await sign in.prepare second factor, the strategy is email code, and then set pending session ID equals to result.create session ID. Also, we should have a state for pending session ID, okay. And then set step to verify. So we should have state for step. Yeah, here. And that step can only be credentials or verify. In here, it's initializing it to credentials, okay. But here it's setting it to verify. And then handle the errors like that. And for the second factor verification flow, we're gonna create a function named onCodeSubmit, which is gonna take data of type verification code type, and call a function named signin.attempt second factor, strategy equals to email code, and the code equals to data.code. And in case it's completed, set the session to active, and then push the user to the feed page, and then handle the errors. And this is the user interface, the actual form that the user will see. This is the container dev, this is the title, an h2 element saying login to Instagram. And then we're gonna say if the step is taking credentials from the user, we're gonna render a form, a React hook form, with the email and password inputs, like here, an input for the email. Here we're gonna remove phone number, username, we're just gonna type email. And here another one for the password, okay. And a button displaying login or logging in case the form is submitting. And here the forgot password button. And this is some divider displaying OR. Here there is no such thing, but no worries, we're gonna remove it later. And those are the OAuth buttons. Here a button saying login with Facebook, And on click, when the user clicks on that button, we're gonna call this function handle auth with OAuth Facebook. And here this is the one for Google. And if the user also clicks on that button, we're gonna call handle auth and provide OAuth Google as its argument. And this is a link saying create new account, which is gonna take the user to the sign up page. Action code form in case the state here is not or the step is not credentials. Here we said that if the step is credentials, render all of this. Otherwise, of course, the other case that the step is going to be verify. So in that case, we're gonna render the verification form, which is gonna be a simple form displaying at the top, enter the verification code sent to your email. And here we're gonna call on submit. When the user submits that form, we're gonna call a handle submit function using the onCode submit function that we defined earlier. And here we're gonna take the code from the user inside that input element. And here a button saying confirm or verifying in case it's being submitted. And this is the meta footer displaying the meta image or the meta logo and the meta text. Actually, it's not displaying the meta text, but we're gonna enhance it later. Let's accept all of that and see our form first. Okay, now it wants to import the sign-in form here. Okay, now actually it created before the sign-in form inside app components. So I'm just gonna say here, delete the sign-in form inside app components and use the one you created inside the auth here, auth components. So it wants the permission to delete it, yes. And now it will update the landing page to import that sign-in form component. And now it's done. So if I go back here to my code base and check auth folder, I can see everything is created. And if I search for the landing page, I can see it's rendering the sign-in form here. So now let's go back to our app and check our form. This is our form, okay? But of course, it's gonna need much more enhancements. But first of all, I want to check the functionality. So I'm gonna try to log in with my Google account here. Okay, it's actually not doing anything. So here I'm gonna tell Claude I am trying to log in with my Google account, but when I click on the login with Google button, it is not doing anything. Check that for me. Press enter. Okay, here I want to read this, okay? Possible 2 issues. The next public app URL is likely empty or undefined. So redirect URL becomes sign in verify, missing the origin, which clerk rejects as an invalid absolute URL. It needs a full URL like this one. The verify route is at app auth verify, but redirect URL points to sign in verify. Okay, these don't match. The route group route auth is invisible in the URL. So yeah, the page should be at verify, not sign in verify, but actually I want it to be at sign in verify, so I'm gonna say no. And here I'm gonna tell it create these routes, let's say inside auth, we're gonna say sign in / and then catch all routes like that by typing double square brackets inside each others, and then 3 periods, and sign in again, or sign dash in. And also let's create this, or let's just create that route. I'm gonna say create that route and move the verify inside of it. Press enter. Now it's gonna create it as catch all routes, as I told you. And here inside that page, it's rendering the sign in form, but actually, okay, let's reject everything. I'm gonna say inside the sign in page, create, or let's say make it exactly like the app page.tsx, because we want the sign in page, the sign in route, to look exactly like the home page, or to show a user interface exactly like the home page. This should be page.tsx. Okay, no worries. It's gonna get it. Okay, here it's telling me that the sign in route doesn't exist yet. So I'm gonna actually say yes and allow all edits, and then I'm gonna edit this page. Now it created that page. And here I want to make this exactly like the app page. I want to render the landing page, which is gonna include the sign in form. So let's save it. And here we are having some errors. Maybe this is the problem. Maybe we should install this. I'm gonna go here to Clerk AI and ask it, should I install Clerk types, and how can I do that? It's telling me that I don't need to install a separate Clerk types package. Okay, then why am I getting an error? You know what? I'm gonna remove this. And here I'm gonna tell Claude in the sign in form, make the OAuth strategy explicitly equals to Google or Facebook, because I can't find the Clerk types. Let's change that to ask before edits. Press enter. Okay, type auth provider, OAuth Google, or OAuth Facebook. Okay, apparently it changed its mind. Okay, let's see what it wants to do. Yeah, here inside the function definition, it's gonna say that the strategy is gonna be either OAuth Google or OAuth Facebook. Okay, that's better. Okay, now it's done. So I think that error is resolved, but we are having a bunch of other errors here. So let me copy all of them. And here I'm gonna tell Claude, explain these errors from the sign in form. Okay, it's telling me that these errors all stem from one root cause. You are on Clerk Next.js version 7, which ships a new future API where you sign in returns a different shape than version 6. Really? So Clerk just decided to upgrade right now? Okay, so is loaded and set active no longer come from use sign in, they are separate. Sign in is now a sign in future resource, and sign in signal value, which has different method surface. Authenticate with redirect, prepare second factor, attempt second factor are gone or renamed. Sign in.create no longer accepts password directly. Actually, I'm not sure. Do you think it's hallucinating? Let's copy all of that. And here I'm gonna ask clerk, is this correct? Okay, here apparently this is correct, and it's telling me that I have two options: use legacy APIs by adding legacy here to this import, or I can use migrate to core 2, which requires new API structure. Should require different code patterns. Actually, I'm too lazy to do it, so maybe here let's add this and see. Yeah, actually all the errors disappeared. So yeah, apparently clerk decided to make that upgrade while I'm recording this video. So just use the legacy code, no worries. So now let's go back here to retest our app. I'm gonna log in with Google. So apparently I logged in with my Google account and it redirected me to sign in verify. Let me first go to my clerk dashboard in order to see if the user is created. Let's go to users. No, actually the user is not created. Okay, actually here I found out that the verify route is created outside of the sign in. Don't know why. I did ask Claude to put it here. So right now it's displaying authenticating and so on. So let's actually try one more time. Let's start over. I'm gonna click on login with Google, then log in with my Google account. Here it's telling me authenticating, okay, but I'm having an error. Yeah, it needs a CAPTCHA. Okay, we're gonna add the CAPTCHA element. I'm gonna tell you all about it later. But right now it did create the user and redirected me to the feed page. Very nice. Now if I go to the clerk dashboard, yeah, the user is created here. I want to try again. So here, let's go to localhost, login with Google, continue. Authenticating, I'm getting the CAPTCHA widget error. As I told you, we're gonna fix that. And now I'm authenticated and redirected to the feed page. And this is the login with Google or Facebook option. All right, now that we know that signing in with Google is working, now we want to customize that interface to look exactly like that. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to take a screen. Yeah, like that. And first of all, I'm going to paste it here, include, and then tell it I need the sign in form to look exactly and identically like the one in this image. First of all, I want all the elements to be zoomed in. So I'm gonna say I want all the elements to be zoomed, or let's say more zoomed in. And then I want that input field to have a white background and to have rounded corners like this one. I think this has rounded corners, so no worries. But I want a more, or let's say a thinner border. And of course, I want it to have more width. So here I'm going to say increase the width of all elements. And between brackets, I'm going to say input elements and buttons. And for the inputs, I want a white background like the background of the page. And for the forgot password, we want the text to be black, and on hover, we want the button to have a gray color like that. So here I'm gonna say, and for the forgot password button, I need the text to be black, and when hover or when hovering on this button, I want a dark gray color. Then remove that or, I don't want it. Then for the login with Facebook and login with Google buttons, I just want a light gray border and a gray hover or a dark gray hover. Here I'm gonna say, and remove the separator and the or text. Then for the login with Facebook and Google buttons, make their borders light gray, and on hover also make it dark gray. And for the create a new account, we want a light blue border and a blue text, and on hover also a gray color. Here I'm gonna say for the create new account link or button, make the border light blue and the text inside of it also blue, and on hover also I need a dark gray color. Is there anything else? Yeah, here write meta next to the meta logo. Here I'm gonna say finally write the text meta next to the meta logo. Now press enter. Okay, here it's gonna make some change. Here it's increasing this gap. We're gonna see it. And here it's making the text large instead of base, removing this margin bottom. Don't forget that I gave it a screenshot, so maybe it's doing extra stuff based on that screenshot, okay? Here for the form, it's gonna add a gap of 4 instead of 3. Okay, here it's typing mobile number. We're gonna remove it. Of course, this is inside the input field. It's increasing its height, making the text base, adding rounded to X large, background white, border gray, and with full. Okay, this is the inputs. And same here for the password input. And this is the login button. Okay. You know what? I'm just gonna accept it and see what's the result. Now let's see. Yeah, I think this is way better. I just want to render the Facebook and Google logos here. I'm gonna say render Facebook and Google logo inside their respective buttons next to the inner text from the left, meaning that I want to render it here on the left. And by the way, it didn't make the hover. It should do it. Okay. Okay, no Google or Facebook logo assets in this project, so it's gonna create SVG elements. Okay. Okay, this looks really good. Here I'm gonna say add the hover dark gray to the three buttons as I told you before, and a cursor pointer to them. Okay, this is the hover and this is the cursor pointer, so let's say yes. Also yes. Yes. There we go. Okay, very nice. Very nice. I like this form so much. Now here I'm just gonna type email. Or what do you think? Let's leave it like that. But of course, we're just gonna implement the email. What do you think? Should I leave it like that or just type email? You know what? I'm just gonna type email. It's not right to type mobile username without using them. So here for the placeholder, we're gonna remove all of that and here just type email, then save. There we go, email and password. Very nice. And here I'm gonna copy that hover and go to the forgot password button and add it here. Okay, let's remove this one. Now let's see it. Actually, it's not doing anything on hover. Honestly, I don't know why. No problem, let's ask Claude. When I hover on the forgot password button, it is not showing me the gray color. Any idea why? It's telling me that the issue is that Chatzian's button component injects its own hover styles that override yours, but forgot password is a plain button tag. Oh, so Chatzian's isn't. I don't know what this is, but the real problem is that hover text ray 700 alone only changes the text color. It doesn't give a visible background change. Here it told me that the problem is that this is a normal button. So let's use ShadCM button, but I'm not sure. Click save. Oh, what happened here? So maybe here, let's add a variant ghost. Yeah, there we go. This is what I wanted. And maybe here add width full to increase its width. Yeah, much better. Let's remove these transition colors and maybe let's add a rounded 2x large. Okay. Yeah, I think it looks good. So yeah, I think I like this sign in form. So I'm gonna leave it like that. Now, if I click here on create a new account, it's gonna take me to the sign up page. So we're gonna need to create the sign up logic, right? So we're gonna need to go back here to our prompts and go to sign up form prompt. Yeah, this one. For the sign up form prompt, we're gonna tell it to analyze the sign up image from the screenshots folder and create a sign up page that looks exactly like it, using email as the only placeholder in the email input field, and also use React Hook Form and ChatCN components. So start by creating a signup.ts file for validation inside the Auth validations folder, and that file must contain validation schemas for all sign-up form fields. And then create this route, a catch or route for the sign up page or the sign up route with loading error page file, and then define the component inside the auth components. So this is an overview. Build a custom sign-up form in Next.js using clerk's use sign-up hook. The logic here is gonna look pretty much like the sign-in flow, okay? Here we're gonna also destructure sign-up is loaded and is active or set active from use sign-up. And I'm thinking that we should use the legacy import since Clerk decided to upgrade everything while I'm recording. So I think we're gonna need to import also from the legacy code, from the legacy Clerk package. And here we're gonna say sign up attempt equal to await sign up.create, of course, a sign up process using email address and password. And also include first name, last name, username, and unsafe metadata for birthday or additional fields. And then handle the sign up status. Also, if status is complete, set the session to active, and if the status is missing requirements, so email verification is required. So we're gonna call this function signup.prepare email address verification, and the strategy is email code, and this will send a verification code to the user's email. So before, when we created the sign-in flow, we said that if additional requirements are actually required, meaning that if the user needs to provide a code in order to log in to their account, okay? So in that case, the user already exists, but they need to provide a code that we're gonna send it to them via email. They need to provide that code in order to sign in to their account. But here, they are gonna need to provide a code to verify their email address, okay? So we're gonna send them that code during the sign up process in order to verify their email address, okay? And then actually verify that email by saying const sign up attempt equals to await sign up dot attempt email address verification using the code that the user will provide. And if verification succeeds, if sign up attempt dot status is complete, set the session to active. Otherwise, handle the errors like that. And here we want to create fields in our form for these items: email address, password, and username. Remember here, we want to take the user email, password, birthday, name, and username. So those are some key implementation details, okay? And this is the form validation. As we said, we want validation for the email, password, username, name, and birthday. And also, if show verification is true, we're gonna show a verification form, okay? Otherwise, we're gonna show the sign up form. And here we're gonna tell it to collect birthday using month, day, and year. This is the pattern. And then we're gonna store that birthday inside unsafe data, okay? This unsafe data is something related to Clerk. Honestly, I don't remember what was it. So I'm gonna say what is the unsafe data while creating a sign up flow. Okay, it's telling me that it's only metadata. Like for example, here when we initiate a sign up process, we're gonna say sign up.create, then provide email address, password, and any metadata we want inside unsafe metadata. So yeah, this is what unsafe metadata is. And remember the error that we got before? We got it because of the CAPTCHA. So we're gonna need to include the following element in the form. Just a div id equals to clerk CAPTCHA, and this will allow clerk to render CAPTCHA protection just to protect our app from bots and stuff like that. So I'm gonna copy everything from here, yeah, and I'm gonna paste it here, and then I'm gonna tell Claude that if you got errors regarding using legacy code or something like that, then import the use sign up hook from Lurk legacy package as I did in the sign in form. Then maybe I'm gonna tell it to also render the captcha div inside the sign in form. And honestly, I don't know if this is correct or not. It's just a gut feeling in order to avoid errors. But now let's press enter and see what's gonna happen. Okay, here it's gonna create the sign up schema. Email equals to z.string.email. Yeah, as I told you before, I think this is deprecated, but I just forgot to check on it. I'm gonna do it, don't worry. And this is the password, full name, username, month, day, and year. Then this is sign up type, then sign up verification schema, which is gonna have a code, which is gonna be a string, minimum of 1, and this is a regex to make sure it contains only digits, and this is its type, so I'm gonna accept it. And this is the loading user interface, and this is the error, okay. And this is the sign up form. Now create the sign up form component itself. Okay, now let's read the form. Okay, month, day, current year. You know what? I'm gonna say use date functions package instead. I think it's more reliable. So it's gonna need to install it first. And now it's gonna update the form. Okay, import these functions from date functions. And here, actually, we didn't get the chance to read the form. So this is the form, code form, then sign up attempt create or sign up.create using email address, password, first name, last name, username, and unsafe data. Okay, I think this is correct. In this sign up function, it accepts all of these fields, but any other metadata you want to provide will be provided inside this unsafe metadata. So if it's complete, create the session and push the user or redirect the user to the feed page. Otherwise, prepare email address verification, strategy equals to email code, and so on. And this is some error handling, okay. Then this is an onVerify function. I think this will be called when the user provides the code, yeah. And that's it. This is the form itself. If show verification, we're gonna render a form for the user to provide the code sent to them via email. So we're gonna tell them verify your email address, enter the code, then render a form that has input fields. And of course, on submit, we're gonna call the onVerify function coming from code form, and that code form here is an instance of use form that's inferring its type from the sign up verification type that we created in the schema. Remember, we created sign up type and a sign up verification type. And here the submit button, and here the back button, okay. Otherwise, we're gonna render the sign up form, which is gonna have a back button at the top, okay. Then the meta logo and text, then saying get started on Instagram, sign up to see photos and videos from your friends, and so on. Then this is the form, which is our sign up form here, which is gonna have labels saying mobile number or email. We're gonna just type email here, okay. And another input for the password. Then this is the birthday. It should modify this code to use date functions. And this is the rest of the form. So let me accept, and we're gonna see everything ourselves. Also accept. Okay, I think now it should be finished. But first of all, I want to check on something. I want to go to Auth validations. Yeah. Here, as I told you, this should be just z.email, and here as well. There we go. Now let's go ahead and check it out. I think it looks almost perfect. It looks so good, by the way. I like it. Yeah, there are some differences, but not big differences. So I'm just gonna say I like it, but make the sign up form more zoomed in. Okay, it's gonna add bunch of classes. So I'm just gonna say allow all edits. Now it's done. Okay, this is way better. So what do you think? Let's test it, right? But here I'm just gonna type email. Here I'm searching for this text. So yeah, here just type email, save. There we go. Now let's try to create an account. I'm gonna search for temp mail and choose any website. This will basically provide me with a temporary email that I can use. Let's copy that and let's put it here. Then let's provide any password. Or you know what? I want to preserve that password in order to be able to log back in and test the whole login feature. So simply I'm gonna go to ChatGPT and ask it, provide me, here this is provide me with a random password. There we go, this is the password. So I'm just gonna paste it here. And here let's provide any birthday, okay, whatever. And here for the name, let's say test account. And here for the username. And by the way, here, let's say if I say tests dash account and click submit, I should get an error here. Yeah, username can only contain letters, numbers, dots, and underscores, which means that I can write an underscore here. And I think if I did type a capital letter here, it should be saved as a small letter. And here, for example, if I don't provide anything, it's gonna tell me name is required. See, the salt validation is working. Here as well, if I don't provide anything, it's gonna tell me username must be at least 3 characters. Here also, if I don't provide an email, I'm gonna get a message here. If I provide just like 2 characters, it's gonna tell me password must have at least 8 characters, and so on. Here, if I just select the word month or the option month, it's gonna tell me please select your full birthday. If here I choose day, I'm gonna get the same message. So everything looks good so far. I'm gonna click on submit, creating account. Okay, I get a weird error telling me here is unknown. Don't know what this is, but let's inspect it. Okay, here actually Claude Code is saying something might be useful. It's telling me to go to clerk dashboard, user and authentication, and make sure username is enabled and check the allowed characters. Okay, I think this might be right. Maybe we didn't check the username option in our dashboard. So we're gonna go back to our dashboard, go to configure, then user and authentication, then username. So yeah, I think we need to just check both of them, or enable both of them, sign up and sign in with username, then click save. And now let's try one more time. I'm gonna say test underscore account, click submit. And there we go, finally it's working. And this is actually the verification form and it looks really nice. Maybe just I'm gonna say in the verification form, render the Instagram logo at the top and make it look nice. Press enter. So it's gonna render the logo here, so accept it. There we go, let's see it. Okay, very nice. Verify your email, enter 6-digit code sent to your email here. Okay, so let's check our email. And actually we got a verification code from our app here, from Instagram clone. This is done by Clerk. Okay, this is how powerful Clerk is. So let's copy that code and simply paste it here, then click on verify. It's verifying, and we simply got redirected to the feed page, which means that we are authenticated. Now if I go back to my dashboard, go to users, I can see the test account here. Very nice. Now I want to delete my Google account and simply log in again in order to see if we're still getting the CAPTCHA error. Remember the CAPTCHA error? I'm gonna log in with Google, continue, authenticating. Yeah, we're still getting that error. This is weird. Maybe we need to render that CAPTCHA div inside the verify page. So here I'm gonna tell Claude that I am getting a CAPTCHA error. Make sure it is rendered in the verify, or let's say sign in verify page. So it's gonna add it to the verify page. Okay, let's accept it. Now it's done. I'm gonna delete the account again from here. Okay, delete user. And let's log in with Google again. Continue. And there we go. We're not getting any error. This is nice. Very nice. Everything is working properly so far. I'm just gonna say here to Claude to add the Instagram logo to the verify page and make it big. Okay, let's accept that. Now it's done. So I need to test it again. So I'm gonna delete my account again. Then go to localhost, log in with Google, continue. There we go. This is what I wanted. And finally, we want to test the sign in feature. So I logged out from this account here, the account that I created using this email. I simply revoked my device from my Clerk dashboard. Okay, you want to do it? Just revoke your device from the Clerk dashboard. And then I'm gonna try to log in again. I'm gonna provide the email. That's the email. And then copy the password from here, paste it, then click on login, logging in, and simply we are logged back in. But before moving on to our next feature, I need to do something. Remember the Claude.md file that we had before? This should be our long-term memory of the project, right? Or let's say this should be Claude's long-term memory of the project. Since we have done extra stuff, we added more features, we need to add a reference or mention those features inside that file. So here I'm gonna tell Claude that since we added many features, since you created the Claude.md file, I need you to update it with the newly added features. So check it and see what it already has and what was added that's not included in it, and just update it. And now press enter. Okay, now it's gonna check the current file of Claude.md and check what's actually been built. Now it has a full picture and it's gonna update it. Okay, here it's adding the legacy thing, Zod schema, middleware proxy instead of middleware, and so on. So I trust it's gonna add the right data, the right information, so I'm gonna accept it. There we go, now it's updated, and we are totally ready to move on to our next feature. Alright then, now we've reached a point in our application that we're gonna need to implement webhooks inside our app. But first, let me teach you what webhooks are. Think of webhooks like tracking a food delivery. You don't keep calling the restaurant every minute asking, "Is my food ready now? What about now?" Right? Instead, the delivery app pushes notifications to you, and those notifications can be like, your order is confirmed, then your food is being prepared, then the driver is on the way, and finally your food has arrived. You only get notified when something changes, right? And that's exactly how webhooks work. Instead of your app constantly checking another service for updates, you register a webhook and say, "Notify me when this event happens." And when the event occurs, the service sends your app a message immediately with the relevant data, and then your app can react to these data. So, webhooks are basically push notifications for back-end systems. They are efficient, real-time, and event-driven. Now let's go ahead and see how can we implement webhooks inside our application. Now that we know what webhooks are and why they're very important, let's see how can we actually implement them in our application. And in this project, we're gonna need to implement webhooks for Clerk. So if you go to the Clerk documentation, go to Clerk Next.js documentation, and simply search for webhooks, and choose this option, sync Clerk data to your app with webhooks. And let's follow along with this documentation page. Here, as they are saying, sync Clerk data to your app with webhooks. And before you start, we're gonna need a Clerk app. A Clerk app is required. We already have this. And an ngrok account is required. But actually, we're not gonna use ngrok because the purpose of using ngrok is to use a domain name or a URL that is exposed to the internet. Because of course, the local host, that local host that we're using, is not exposed to the internet, so it can't receive webhook events. So in that case, we're gonna need a real domain name, a real URL. And actually, we're gonna use our deployed URL, our deployed domain name on Vercel in order to be able to receive webhook events from Clerk. And this is why we're not gonna need an ngrok account. Let's scroll down here. Keep scrolling until you find how to sync clerk data. In this guide, you'll set up a webhook in your app to listen for user.created, user.updated, and user.deleted. And by the way, those are the events that we're gonna listen to in our own application. So skip this step, set up ngrok. As we said, we're not gonna use it. Then set up a webhook endpoint. We're gonna need to set up a webhook endpoint, as I told you, and provide our domain name. And then add a signing secret. We're gonna need to add a webhook signing secret to our .env file, like this one, see here. And then step number 4 is to make sure the webhook route is public, and it's already public in our application, no worries. And then create a route handler to verify the webhook. So we're gonna create a route.ts file inside a folder named webhooks inside the API folder. And then here inside this file, we're gonna take the event from a function named verify webhook. And then we're gonna destructure or unpack the payload data from that event, and basically do anything we want with that payload data. Like here, for example, we can say if event.type equals to user.created, we can call a server action or any function we want in order to save the user data in our database. And that's actually what we're going to do. And that's pretty much it. So let's actually start by deploying our app to Vercel in order to get a domain name, an endpoint like that, and then we're gonna go ahead and write that webhook logic, okay? So as we said, we're gonna start by deploying our app to Vercel. And in order to do so, I need you to go to Vercel website. Also, I'm gonna leave the link for it in the description of this video, or you can simply go to vercel.com. Then create an account, and then connect your account to your GitHub account. So I recommend that you log in right away using your GitHub account, okay? If you click here on login, you can see continue with GitHub. So just log in with your GitHub account, and then after you log in, if for any reason your GitHub account is not connected to your Vercel account, just connect them together. It's very easy, okay? And then from here, add a new project. And from here, you can import your GitHub repository. Like as you can see here, we're having the Instagram clone repository. So I can simply import it. There we go. The project name is Instagram clone, and the application preset is Next.js. Leave it as it is. And then for the environment variables, we're gonna need to add all of our environment variables here. So simply let's go to our .env file and let's copy everything from here and go here and simply paste all of that. But here, let's remove that. We're gonna add our actual domain name here. This is the database URL, next public clerk, publishable key, clerk secret key, sign up URL, and sign in URL. So everything is fine. And now we are ready to click on deploy. And that's it. You just have to be patient. It's gonna take some time. And there we go. Our app is deployed to the internet. I can continue to dashboard. And this is actually our domain name. If I click on it, this is our web application. This is our Instagram clone. Of course, we're seeing Instagram clone here because we didn't push the latest changes to GitHub just yet. So simply I'm gonna go ahead and do that. So I'm gonna go back to my project and start pushing the changes. I'm gonna say git add all, and then git commit message. Okay, what our message should be, let's say finishing up to Auth, and then git push. Now if I go back to my Vercel project and go to deployments, you can see it's building automatically our latest changes. See here, finishing up to Auth. This is the commit that we just did right now. Oh, but we're having an error here. Okay, let's check it out. Okay, in the auth.ts file, it can't find the user actions file. Okay, so I'm gonna go to the auth file and simply I'm gonna temporarily comment all of that just in order to avoid any errors. And I'm gonna push the changes one more time. I'm gonna make that commit again, then also push again. There we go. Now let's go back to the deployments. It's gonna build again. And now it's ready. If I go back here, reload the page, we can see our latest changes here. This is our Instagram clone. So now let's go back here and start implementing our webhooks. So the first thing is to go to our dashboard, and inside our dashboard, we're gonna go to configure, then scroll down here until you find developers, then webhooks, and then we're gonna click on add endpoint, and here we should input our domain name. So I'm gonna copy our domain name from here and simply paste it here. But we should add our full endpoint, okay? This is not our full endpoint. Our full endpoint will be our domain name, /, then API, then /, then webhooks, /, then clerk, and that's it. And from here, let's choose the events that we want to listen to, which are user.created, user.deleted, and user.updated. So I'm gonna choose all the user events and simply click on create. And that's it. Now we have our webhook secrets here. See here, they have told us that after creating our webhook endpoint, we're gonna need a webhook secret. So I'm gonna copy that environment variable name, then go back here to our env file, paste that here, and then for the value, we're gonna copy that webhook secret from our project and simply paste it here. Now save, and then we're gonna need to add this as well to our Vercel project. So copy that, and then let's go back to our Vercel project and then go to settings here, environment variables, then add environment variable and simply paste it here and click save, and then redeploy our application. We're gonna need to make a redeploy. Now wait for it until it finishes, and while this is building, let's continue here. As we said, we're gonna need to add an API endpoint in our project. So we're gonna go back to our project and create an API folder inside the app folder. So I'm gonna go to app, create a new folder and name it API. Then inside of it, we're gonna create another folder named webhooks. And then inside webhooks, we're gonna create another folder and name it clerk. And then inside of clerk, we're gonna create our endpoint file, which is route.ts. And that's it. Now simply copy the code from here and just paste it here. And now let's add our own webhook logic. So I'm gonna actually remove all of that. And here, since we have the event, we can say something like switch on the event.type in case that event.type was user.created. We're gonna call a server action named create or update user. So we're gonna say await create or update user, and we're gonna provide the event.data as clerk webhook data. We're gonna say here clerk webhook, let's say user data. So this is a type that we're gonna need to create and then simply break. And actually, we're not going to listen to the user.updated event because we're going to let our users update their data internally inside our app. We're not going to let them update their data from Clerk, okay? So here just we're going to need to save the user data after a user is created. We're going to need to save these user data inside our database using this server action. Of course, we're going to define that server action later. And simply here, we're going to do a similar thing, but for user.deleted. And here we're going to await an action named delete user. And here we're going to say clerk webhook event.data as clerk webhook delete data. And that is it. We've implemented clerk webhooks inside our application. Our next step is to actually create those server actions. And after that, when a user is created on clerk, you're gonna see their data saved in our own database. So let's move on to our next step, which is exactly doing that. Now, we're gonna talk about one of the most powerful features in modern Next.js, which are server actions. Server actions allow us to run server-side logic directly from our components in a very simple and natural way. So instead of creating separate API routes, handling endpoints, and manually connecting everything, we can write the server logic exactly where we need it and call it directly from our user interface. And this makes our code much cleaner, easier to understand, and easier to maintain. They're extremely important because they simplify how we handle things like creating posts, updating data, deleting records, and interacting with the database, all in a secure server-only environment. The client never sees the sensitive logic, which makes our applications safer by default. Server actions also improve the developer experience significantly. We write less boilerplate, we move faster, and the connection between the front end and the back end becomes seamless. Instead of thinking in terms of separate front end and back end layers, Next.js allows us to think in terms of features and functionality. You see, this is one of the key reasons why Next.js is such a powerful full-stack framework today. It gives us a clean, modern, and efficient way to build real production-ready applications. And now that we understand what server actions are and why they're very important, let's actually go ahead and implement those server actions. So, I have a prompt for that named user actions. Let's open its preview and let's go ahead and read it together. This is the user actions prompt. Of course, you can call your server actions anything you want. And since those are going to be actions or functions responsible for user actions, so in that case, we're gonna name them user actions, okay? So we're gonna tell Claude to create a server directory in the root of the project, this one, and inside of it create a subdirectory named actions, and inside of it create a file named user.actions.ts, which is gonna be our user actions file. And within this file, define 3 server actions. Those server actions should interact with our database following Next.js and Prisma best practices. Each action should use try-catch blocks to handle errors gracefully. So, the actions to define, the first one is getUser. Remember the getUser action that we used before? Now we're gonna define that server action, which is gonna retrieve a user from the database based on a provided identifier. And also we're gonna define the create or update user server action, which is gonna receive user data from Clerk webhooks, as you saw before, and then it's gonna create a new user or update an existing user in the database. As we said here, when the user is created, when we are listening to the user.created event from clerk, we're gonna call this function. And when a user updates their profile internally inside our app, we're gonna also call this server action, okay? And then we're gonna need to define a delete user server action, which is gonna delete a user from the database using a provided identifier, which is gonna be the user ID. Then we're gonna provide some guidelines. As we said, encapsulate all database operations in a try-catch blocks, log and handle errors gracefully to prevent application crashes, follow server-side conventions for Next.js and Prisma, and at this stage, only define the actions. Implementation details can be added later. You know what? I'm gonna edit this. Here I'm just gonna say at this stage, only define the actions, or let's say these actions, and that's it. There we go. Now I'm gonna go to Claude and tell it, read the prompt number, that was number 4, okay, which is the user actions prompt, and execute it. Press enter. Alright then, now it's gonna create the server folder and actions folder inside of it, and then our user actions file. It's gonna import Prisma from @lib Prisma. Remember, we said that whenever we want to query our database, we're gonna import that Prisma instance from the lib Prisma file. And then it's gonna define this action, getUser, which is gonna take a clerk ID of type string, and then get the user by saying await prisma.user.findUnique where clerk ID. So it's gonna get that user from our database using their clerk ID, and then simply return that user. And in case of errors, it's gonna console an error saying error fetching user, and then displaying the error and returning null. So in that case, the application will not crash. Okay. And then this is the create or update user server action or user action. This is going to take data of this type. Okay, here we want to define this type as a standalone type, and we want to import that type in order to use it here. So what I'm gonna do is that I'm going to copy this, and here I'm gonna tell Claude that I need you to define this, let's say this type, then paste it, and say as stand alone type, named, then copy that type name, which is clerk webhook user data, and then import it, or let's say define it in the user actions file, and then import it in the clerk webhook endpoint file and use it there. And while we're here, we're gonna say to do the same for the clerk webhook delete data. So we're gonna say and do the same for clerk webhook delete data. Press enter. So here this is the clerk webhook user data type. It's exporting it. It's gonna look like that. It's gonna take ID, email addresses, and those email addresses are going to be a list of an object that looks like that. Each one contains an email address of type string, then username, first name, last name, and image URL. Of course, those are going to be either a string or null, and this is going to be a string. And honestly, I don't know what is the shape of the data returned from clerk, so maybe Claude knows it looks like that. We're gonna see it. If it's not correct, we're gonna get an error. So let's continue. This is the clerk webhook delete data. Also, we're gonna export it, and that type is gonna contain an ID of type string. So this is the get user action, we've talked about it before. And this is the create or update user server action. It's gonna open a try catch block, and it's gonna get the email, the user email, the username for the user, then their name, and then it's gonna say const user, and it's gonna use a method from Prisma named absurd. Okay, but what is this absurd method? It's a special method in Prisma that it's going to check, does this user exist in our database? If it doesn't exist, it's going to create it for the first time ever in our database. And if it does exist in the database, it's going to simply update it. So here it's gonna say await prisma.user.absurd, where clerk ID equals to data.id. And then in case of create, it's gonna create the user using these data. And in case of update, it's gonna update the user using this data. And simply return the user. And in case of error, here it's returning null, but maybe in this function I want to return an error, or through an error actually, saying that the user creation or updating has been failed. But first let's check this action, delete user. Simply it's gonna await prisma.user.delete, where clerk ID is equal to the data.id. And also here I want to throw an error. So here I'm gonna say no, and say in the create or update user and delete user actions through errors in case of errors, and properly define the error types. Press enter. So here in the create or update user, it's gonna throw a new error saying failed to create or update user, okay? And here do the same in the case of delete user. Only here in the get user action, I'm gonna return null, which is gonna indicate that the user simply doesn't exist, so I'm gonna accept these changes. Now it's gonna update the webhook route file. So here it's gonna import those server actions, and of course also the types, these types. So I'm gonna say yes. There we go. Now our user actions have been created. Now let's test all of that. We're gonna start by pushing the changes to GitHub. We're gonna say git add all, then git commits, let's say creating clerk webhooks and user actions, then git push. And now let me start our Prisma Studio. I'm gonna say npx Prisma Studio, and this will allow us to see our database data. So as you can see for now, of course, we don't have any data just yet. So what I'm gonna do is that I'm going to go to our clerk project and delete all the users. There we go. Right now we don't have any users. And now let's check our deployment. Oh, we're having an error. Okay, here we're having an error inside the user actions file. Something regarding the export Prisma wasn't found in this module. How come? I think we did export it, right? Okay, let's go to our user actions file. And by the way, first of all, we're gonna need to add here use server. Claude should have added. And then let's check our Prisma file. We are exporting that Prisma instance, right? Okay. Let's check that error here. Let's copy it Let's go back to Claude and tell it, explain why am I getting this error. Now it's gonna check the prisma.lib file. Okay, here it was destructuring that import, while we should just import prisma from @lib prisma. See, this is why AI is useful, honestly, because that kind of errors, that kind of silly errors actually, would take me sometimes hours to solve, even though they are extremely silly errors. But sometimes you would spend hours searching for a stupid thing like that, right? Just admit it. This kind of stuff happened to you. So now let's just accept that. Now it should be resolved. No errors here. Okay, nice. Now I'm gonna just re-add everything. I'm gonna say git add all, git commit, and provide the same commit, and finally git push. Now I'm gonna go back here, check the deployments again. There we go, right now it's building, and it's finally ready. So let's actually log in with my Google account one more time and see if it's gonna be saved in our database. Authenticating, very nice. And now I'm redirected to the feed page, which means that I'm successfully authenticated. Let's go back to our clerk dashboard. The user is created here. So I expect here that when I reload my Prisma Studio, I should see the user is created also in our database. So I'm gonna reload the page. And there we go. This is the user created in our own database. See here, this is my own email. So very nice, this is working. Now if I delete it, it should also be deleted from our database, right? Now let's reload. And the user has been deleted from our database. And now since we have this function now, the getUser function, I want to go back to the auth file and simply uncomment that code, save. Okay, right now that import is not correct, so let's re-import it from the user actions. And here we're gonna need to provide the clerk user to that get user server action. So here I'm gonna tell Claude, since we have the get user action now, modify the auth.ts file to provide the clerk user ID to the get user action call, and use clerk method current user to get the user ID. And actually clerk does have a method named current user, so we're gonna leverage that. And maybe also I'm gonna say, and if the get user action is commented in any of our files, uncomment it. Now send that to Claude. Okay, see here in the auth.ts file, it's gonna get the clerk user by awaiting a function from clerk here, clerk Next.js server named current user. If no clerk user, just return. Otherwise, await get user with the clerk user.id. So that's correct. And now it's gonna go ahead and uncomment all the commented code related to the auth.ts file. So here simply I'm just gonna say yes, allow all edits this session. And now it's done. So let's go back to the ask mode, and that's it. So this means that right now, if the user is already authenticated, if the user does exist in our database, they shouldn't see that page, right? They should be redirected right away to the feed page. Because here in the page.ts file, we did call that check auth function. And that check auth function is gonna check if the user exists in our database or not. And if the user exists, it's going to redirect them to the feed page. So what I'm gonna do is that I'm going to log in again using my Google account. Okay, now the user is created. So if you go back here to our Prisma Studio, we can see the user is created here. So if I go to the home page again, I should be redirected to the feed page. Yeah, exactly. See, let's go again to the home page. It's checking the authentication, then redirecting me to the feed page. So I think everything is working properly so far, and we are ready to move on to our next feature. And now that we have finished setting up the foundation for our application, it's time to create the main route, which is gonna serve as the core of our application and contain the primary user experience. And this main route will include the most important features of our platform. First, we'll implement the user profile where users can view and manage their personal information and see their own posts. Users will also be able to visit and explore other users' profiles, view their posts, and learn more about them. Next, we're gonna build the feed page. So, as usual, we have a prompt for that. Its name is main route prompt. Now let's read it together. And actually, I'm thinking about something. I'm gonna read this whole prompt first. I'm gonna explain it to you first as a whole feature. And then we're gonna start prompting Claude Code to build this feature, let's say piece by piece. Okay? So this is the main application implementation guide, global instruction, implement all specified features and ensure that any required supporting functionality such as server actions, utility functions, schemas, database queries, and integrations is properly implemented to support them. Okay, this is like a general instruction. So first of all, we're gonna create a main route. We're gonna tell Claude to create a route group named main. And inside this group, add a loading and error files, of course, consistent with the app's existing design. And then create a layout.tsx file that serves as the shared layout for all routes inside the main route. And then create a profile route. Inside that main route, create a profile route. And within that profile route, create loading and error files. But before doing anything, let's take an overview of the profile we want to create. We want to create a page like this one. And of course, inside this page, we're gonna render a left sidebar here on the left. And here we want to render a profile header. Inside this profile header, we're gonna render or display the user's information, like this information. And here, of course, a button to edit profile. When I click on that button, it's gonna take me to a page, or let's say a form, an edit profile form that will allow me to edit my own profile. And here, we should render tabs like that. This is the Posts tab, and this is the Reels tab. When I upload something, when I upload a post or a reel here, it should be displayed here, okay? This is basically the profile page that we want to create, or this is the profile feature that we want to create. So here we're gonna tell Claude to create a profile loading skeleton, and then create a profile page.tsx file. Inside this page, we want to fetch the user's data, the user profile data, right? In order to render the user data here, first of all, we want to fetch that user's data from the database, right? So we're gonna use some server actions. A server action named getProfile, which will get the profile data for that user, and another action named getUserOwnPosts to get the user own posts. If I'm viewing my own profile, I want to get my own posts. I want to view my own posts, right? And another one named getUnreadNotificationCount. Because here on the left sidebar, I want to always check, do I have unread notifications? And if so, I want to display some indicator here, like if, for example, I have 3 unread notifications, I want to display 3 here in a red color, indicating that I have 3 unread notifications. And this is why, of course, we're gonna need to make a sidebar integration. So we're gonna include a left sidebar component, and then we're gonna pass a profile promise and notification count promise. Okay, hold on, Noor. Why are we passing promises here? Remember when I told you that there is a better approach than using use effects? At some point during this course, I told you that. Before, when we wanted to fetch data from client components, we did use effect, right? But there is a far better approach. Let me show it to you. If I go to Google and search for something called React use hook, and then choose this page, this is the approach that I'm talking about. See here, they are telling you that use is a React API that lets you read the value of a resource like a promise or context. Okay, what is this all about? We're gonna scroll down here until we reach that section of the page, streaming data from the server to the client. See here, they are saying streaming. Okay, what comes to your mind when I say streaming? Think about it. What first comes to your mind? Of course, what comes to your mind when I say streaming is enhancing performance. See here, they are telling you that data can be streamed from the server to the client by passing a promise as a prop from a server component to a client component. Like here, for example, this is a server component, right? And here we are rendering a client component named message. And inside that client component, which is message.js or TSX or whatever, we want to render some data that we're gonna fetch from our database. So here, instead of using use effect and fetch the data inside that client component, and rendering a loading UI while the data is being fetched, we do something much simpler. We're gonna fetch the data here inside the server component, but we're not gonna await these data, meaning that fetching the data here is not going to block our application. Our application is gonna continue executing, and then we're gonna save that data inside a message promise here like that, and we're gonna pass that promise as a prop to that message client component, and simply we're gonna wrap that client component inside a suspense component, inside a React suspense component that will going to fall back to some loading UI. In that case, we're gonna just say waiting for message, so that when React is rendering that client component, it's gonna render that loading UI while that data is being ready. And here inside that client component, we're gonna use a React hook named use. See here, this is the hook that I'm talking about. Its name is use. So we're gonna use that use hook by saying use and then passing the message promise to that hook. And simply that use hook is going to return the data that we want to render here. So we're gonna save that data here in a variable or a const named message content and simply render that data here. So what's going to happen is that React is going to render that fallback UI that loading UI until that data is being ready. And when it's completely ready here, it's going to simply render these data. Okay, but why this is way better? See here, before when we wanted to fetch data on a client component, let's say that this is a client component. What we used to do before is that we use effect. We say something like use effect, and then inside that use effect, we create a callback function that fetches the message. So let's say here that I say something like const message equals to await fetch message, and then here we save that message in some state. Let's say we have a state named message state equals to use state. Let's say that it's gonna be an empty string at the beginning or whatever. And here, of course, inside that use effect, we used to define this in its own function. So we're gonna say const fetch message equals to a function that's going to actually fetch message, let's say from database. And here we're gonna say something like const message equals to fetch message, and then set the state, set message state with the returned message, and then here finally render that message here in an h1 like that, saying message state, and so on. And here, of course, we write list of dependencies in order to rerun this use effect hook whenever these dependencies change. So here I want you to take a look at this code. First of all, which code is cleaner? This code or just these few lines of code? Of course, this is much cleaner, right? And this is the first useful thing about this approach. And second of all, here inside this client component, we start fetching our data inside that client component. So I mean that we start the fetching process inside that client component. And this means that the user have to wait some extra time until the data is being fetched and ready. While here, we actually fetch the data inside a server component, which means that this file is going to run on our server, and usually servers are much closer to our database, so the fetching process is gonna be much quicker. And we actually do this in the background, so that when the client component is being rendered, most probably this data will be already ready. So the amount of time that the user have to wait until this data is being ready is gonna be significantly less. So this way you enhance the performance of your application. Of course, imagine the amount of data you're gonna fetch inside your application. So instead of each time running a use effect like that and starting a brand new fetch request inside the client component and making the user wait and see a loading UI for an extra amount of time, you basically fetch the data on the server side, and the server is usually closer to your database, so it's not gonna be a slow process. Most probably it's gonna be a much faster process. And when you render the client component, most probably the data is gonna be already ready. It's gonna be already fetched and ready to display. So in that case, the user is not gonna wait extra amount of time until the data is being fetched. And this will enhance the performance of your application, and of course it will give your users much better user experience. And this is why we're gonna use this pattern in our application. That left sidebar is gonna be a client component. So we're gonna pass promises to that left sidebar, and here if we scroll down here, inside the left sidebar component, you can see that we're gonna use the use hook to render the profile and notifications. I hope now it's clear why we are using this approach. And by the way, this is kind of a new feature that was introduced in React 19, and actually I find it very, very useful. So now let's continue. As we said, we're gonna render a left sidebar. Here, this is the left sidebar. And then we're gonna render a profile header, that section of the page. See here? This is the profile header. Inside that profile header, we're gonna render the user info like name, username, bio, image, stats, and so on. And then we're gonna need to create a flag named isOnProfile, because we're gonna need to reuse that profile header component. This is going to be a reusable component, and actually we're gonna use it inside the onProfile and the others profile. And this is why we're gonna need to pass that flag. In that case, we're gonna set isOnProfile to true, because here we are rendering the own profile, the user's own profile. Okay? And then we're gonna render the story highlights section and a new story button. This is the section that I'm talking about. We're gonna render a button here that should allow the users to create new highlights. And then we're gonna need to render a tabbed interface using shadcn tabs. For these tabs, see here, and shadcn actually has tabs components. You can search for it from here. See here, this is the tabs that I'm talking about, and this is how you can install it, and this is actually how you can use it inside your code. You're gonna import tabs, tabs content, tabs list, and tabs trigger from the tabs component and render them like that. So here we're gonna tell Claude to render tabs for posts, reels, saved, and tagged. And we're gonna render an icon for each one of them, like for example a layout grid for the posts tab, a video icon for the reels tab, and so on. And for the active tab, we're gonna use line variant styling, like this one. See here, there is a black line here, indicating that this is the active tab. And then inside the posts tab, we're gonna do a dynamic rendering. If the user have posts, we're gonna render a grid of profile post card component. Otherwise, we're gonna show an empty state call to action. Like here, for example, we don't have any posts, right? So I'm displaying an empty state saying share photos. This is call to action. And here saying share reels, and so on. And for the reels tab, we're gonna filter the posts by reel in order to render the reels, and also display a grid of profile post card or an empty state. And now let's move on to the other user's profile page, in which we're gonna do pretty much the same. We're gonna fetch the user data by calling a profile, but here we're gonna use an extra server action named getProfile by username and provide the username of that user, because here I'm viewing other user's profile. So I'm gonna need to get the profile of that user by their username, right? And also we're gonna get user posts by username and then get follow status. I want to know if I'm following that user already or not. And of course, we're gonna provide the profile user.id to that function. And finally, we're gonna also call the getUnreadNotificationCount server action. And then we're gonna tell Claude to use promise.all where possible in order to enhance performance, because promise.all will run all of these functions in parallel. It's not gonna run them one by one. Okay, it's gonna run all of these functions, or let's say call all of these functions in parallel, okay? And then we're gonna check if the username matches the current user. This means that this is my own profile, right? I'm viewing my own profile. Simply, we're gonna redirect to the profile route, which is gonna render my own profile. And if the profile is not found, we're gonna render the Next.js not found component, which is gonna display some not found UI display or something like that. And also we're gonna need to handle the private account case, meaning that if that account is private and I'm not following that user, we're gonna show a lock icon and a hide tabbed content and display follow required message, like saying follow this user and stuff like that. And in the case of viewing others' profiles, we're gonna show only two tabs, which are posts and reels. And here also we're gonna create a flag named isOnPost and set it to false, because in that case the posts are not going to be my own posts, right? And next we're gonna need to implement the profile header component, right? So as we said, that component will render the profile image, username, stats like user posts, followers, following, and so on, bio, name and website, and conditional buttons. Why they are conditional? Because in the case of my own profile, I'm gonna render edit profile and view archive. And in the case I'm viewing other profiles or other people profiles, I'm gonna render follow and unfollow buttons and a message button. And of course, all of that has to be a fully responsive layout. And then we're gonna need to implement the profile post card component. Like here, for example, let me show you the profile post card that I want to create. So actually, I'm gonna go to a website named Pixels, and let's download any image, anything. Let's go to those wallpapers, and let's download that image. I'm gonna save it as, I don't know, let's say wallpaper. And here I'm gonna go to create post and then upload this file. Now I'm gonna write any caption, let's say a nice photo. And of course, the post type is image as it is. Then click on submit. And there we go. Right now I can see the profile post card component. And this is actually the component that we want to create. See here, when I hover on it, I can see the heart icon and the comment icon with the likes and comment counts. And then when I click on that post card, it will open a modal like that, showing all the post details. So we want to create all of that, okay? Which means that we have to be very specific when describing that component to Claude Code. So we're gonna tell it that that profile postcard component has to support both images and video posts. Because of course here we can also upload videos. Let's say that I search here for, I don't know, let's say coffee and choose videos. Now let's download that video. I'm gonna name it coffee. Now let's upload that video. We're gonna choose reel for the post type, and here let's type I like coffee, and then click on submit. There we go. This is the profile post card for a video. See here, they are different, or they are a bit different. Like for example, here we can see the audio icon, and here of course when I click on that, also we're gonna see some differences here. And here when I click on the Reels tab, it's only going to display the profile post card for the Reels or for the videos. And this is why this component, the profile post card component, needs to support both images and video posts. So we're gonna render a next image for images and a video element, just a video HTML element for videos. Maybe we're gonna render mute and unmute buttons, a vertical volume slider. They are nice stuff. On hovering, when the user hovers on that component, as I showed you before, we're gonna render or display both likes and comments. And on click, it's gonna open a post modal, as I also showed you. And also it's gonna need to know if it's rendering an own post or not. Like here, for example, I'm viewing my own post, right? But if I view some other profile like this profile, those are not going to be my own posts, right? And of course, for my own posts, here, I can delete my own posts, right? I can click here and delete my own posts. But here, this is not my own post, so I can't delete that post. When I click here, it's not gonna show me anything. So we're gonna need to handle all of that inside our components. So our next step is gonna be to create a post modal component, which is gonna be a full-featured modal with image, video display, volume, and mute controls, the author info, like and unlike with optimistic updates. Optimistic updates means that if I click here, it's gonna instantly change the color of the icon before it even gets feedback from the database. And if for any reason that operation fails on our database, we're gonna revert back that action, okay? But we're doing so for user experience, okay? Honestly, I don't usually like the optimistic updates approach. I like it sometimes and sometimes I don't like it, but it depends on the context, okay? Also, we're gonna need to display comments with recursive replies. Like here, see, those are some comments on that post, and recursive replies means replies on the replies. Like here, for example, this is a reply on that comment, and I can also reply on that reply. I can say, hey, and post a reply, and so on. So we're gonna need to handle all of that logic, and also we're gonna need to handle pagination for comments. Like here, for example, if we have a lot of comments, we want to render some pagination or maybe an infinite scroll to display those comments in a more organized way, in a more UX-friendly way, you know? Also display inline reply forms, delete confirmation with an alert dialog from ChatCN, and of course, render everything in a responsive layout. And then we're gonna move on to the edit profile feature. Here we want to render a form, an edit profile form that will allow the user to edit their profile. So we're gonna tell Claude to create an edit route inside the profile routes, then fetch get profile, get unread notification, prepare initial form data. Like here, I'm viewing the initial data, the user old data. I need to render them here. And then the user can edit whatever they want. Like for example, I can say just newer here, then click on submit, and it will be updated. Like here. And also we're gonna render the left sidebar, and we're gonna render an edit profile form. And inside that page, inside the profile edit page, we want to disable caching, okay? So we're gonna say export const dynamic equals to force dynamic, which is gonna make that page dynamic by default. We're gonna disable all caching from this page. And this is because this page will call some server action that will get the current user from clerk, and this is by default a dynamic action. So this page can't be a static page, okay? If you don't do so, you're gonna get an error from Next.js. So just be careful. And then I'm gonna tell Claude to create some animation in the globals.css file and name it a fade-in animate, and apply that animation to all pages from now on. It will make our application more alive. And then we're gonna tell Claude to define the edit profile form component. As usual, we're gonna use React hook form with Zod validation schemas. And here, as you saw before, we're gonna have fields for username, website, bio, gender, and a private account. So we're gonna need to create a validation for all of these fields. And then here, for the first time ever in our application, we're gonna use upload thing. See here, if I want to upload my profile image, let's choose anything. Actually, I'm gonna upload this image. Here, actually, I'm uploading my image to upload thing, then I'm retrieving the link from upload thing and using that link, that image URL inside my application. Of course, first I'm gonna save that link, that image URL inside my database, and then use that image URL to render that image. Now if I click submit, it's gonna show up here. So this means that we're gonna need to install and integrate upload thing into our application. And we're gonna do that, don't worry. But now let's just continue reading that prompt. We need to also render a live preview, like here, when I uploaded that image, I got a live preview of the image here, right? And this is the live preview that I'm talking about. And then of course we're gonna need to call a server action named update user profile in order to actually update the user profile inside our database and show a loading state while everything is being done or while everything is being processed. And on success, we're gonna redirect to the profile route. And of course, we're gonna render a cancel button to cancel everything or discard everything. And finally, we're gonna need to create our left sidebar component, this component. And as you can see, this component is gonna render icons when I'm not hovering on it. And when I hover on it, it's gonna render a full opened left sidebar like that. And it's gonna include all of these links and here these buttons, which are not going to do anything by the way, and a logout button that actually going to log out the user. When I click on logout, it's gonna log me out of my account. So we're gonna tell Claude to create that component inside the main route components folder, because this is going to be a reusable component. We're gonna use that left sidebar component inside many of our files. So we're gonna tell Claude to replicate the Instagram style sidebar from the screenshots. And for the structure, we're gonna need a collapsed icon only sidebar. As I told you, we're gonna render only icons when not hovered, when I'm not hovering on the left sidebar, and expand on hover. When I hover on that left sidebar, I want you to expand that left sidebar. And in the top section, we're gonna render these links. Here for the feed link, we're gonna write home, which will gonna take the user to the feed page. And of course, a create button that will open a create post modal. And this is a search button that will open a search modal, and so on. This is the notifications button, and so on. You get the idea. And for the bottom section, we're gonna render extra links plus a logout button. And this is the actual functionality. As I told you, we're gonna use the React use hook for the profile and notifications. We're gonna use that use hook to unwrap the promises that we passed to that component. And we're gonna have some special behaviors, like when clicking on the create button, we're gonna open a create menu modal. And when clicking on the search button, we're gonna open a search modal. And when clicking on the notifications button, we're gonna open a notifications bar plus a badge for the notification. And this is the count badge, by the way. We're gonna render the count badge next to the notifications, indicating how many unread notifications I have. And as I told you, when I click on the notifications button, I should get a notifications bar. Like here, when I click on the notifications button, I will get a notification bar like that, displaying all of my notifications. And for the badge logic, if the count is higher than 9, if I have more than 9 unread notifications, just show 9 plus. And for the logout button, if the user clicks on that button, we're gonna display a confirmation dialog, and we're gonna use an alert dialog component from ChatCN for that. And if the user confirm that they want to log out, we're gonna call a function named clerk.signout. Very simple. And of course, we're gonna need to create a state for expansion. We're gonna create an isExpanded state to expand on hover. And we're gonna use a sheet component from ChatCN for expanded mode. here, if we search for sheet, you can see here that if I click here, it's gonna open a modal like that. This is a sheet component from ShadCN. And actually, I forgot to show you the alert dialog that I talked about it before. Yeah, this is a button. If I click on it, it's gonna open an alert dialog like that so that I can either cancel or continue. And this is just a final summary for all of that feature. And that's it. That's actually it. So as I told you, before doing anything, let's go ahead and install upload thing, and then we're gonna start implementing this feature step by step. Alright, as we said, we're gonna install upload thing. So I just need you to go to the upload thing website and then go to the documentation, click on documentation, and then choose the Next.js app router documentation. And as usual, whenever you want to learn anything, you have to read its documentation, which exactly what we're gonna do. First of all, we're gonna need to install the upload thing packages. So we're gonna copy that and then go back to our terminal and simply paste it. And while it's being installed, let's continue reading here. Then we're gonna need to add an upload thing token to our environment variables, to our .env file. And this means that we're gonna need to create one. So I need you to create a new account on upload thing, then go to your dashboard. And from here, create a new app. And let's name our app Instagram clone. And then choose the free tier and just create app. There we go, now it's created. I need you to then go to the API keys and simply copy that upload thing token. And then let's go back to our .env file and simply paste that token here. And also let's go to our Vercel project and let's add that environment variable here. Also paste it here and click save, then redeploy. And now, as you can see, upload thing packages has been added to our project. Very nice. Now let's continue reading the upload thing documentation. Our first step is gonna be to set up a file router. Okay, but what is a file router or a file route? All files uploaded to upload thing are associated with a file route. The following is a very minimalistic example with a single file route for image uploader. So you can think of a file route similar to an endpoint. It has permitted types like image, video, etc. It has maximum file size, how many files are allowed to be uploaded, and input and middleware validations, and an onUpload complete callback function for when uploads are completed. So first of all, we're gonna need to create that file, a core.ts file inside upload thing folder inside our API folder. And inside of it, we're gonna create our file router, which is gonna contain an image uploader like that. And in our case, we're gonna add also a video uploader. In our app, we're gonna need image uploader and video uploader because, of course, our users are going to need to upload images and reels, right? And for stories also, they can upload either images or videos. Inside this image uploader, we're gonna specify an image, a maximum file size, can choose anything we want, and a maximum file count. And then inside that middleware function, we're gonna set permissions. And this code will run on our server before uploading, okay? Like here, for example, we can authenticate the user. Like if no user, we're gonna simply throw an error. See here, through new upload thing error. And whatever is returned here is accessible on upload complete as metadata. Like here, for example, we can return user ID. And then here on upload complete, do anything you like. Of course, this will run after the upload is completed. Like here, for example, they are returning that data uploaded by metadata.user_id. And then our next step is gonna be to create a Next.js API route using the file router. We're gonna create a route.ts file inside the upload thing folder, and then simply we're gonna copy and paste that code inside of it. And then we're gonna need to create the upload thing components. So we're gonna create an uploadthing.ts file inside, let's say, utils folder or whatever. And then we're gonna create an upload button and an upload drop zone. And we're gonna export both of them in order to be able to use them inside our forms. And then for Tailwind version 4, which we are using, we're gonna just copy that code and paste it inside our globals.css file. And then here we can use the upload button. And finally, we're gonna need to add that component to our app layout file. So let's just do all of that. Right now we have our upload thing token. So I'm gonna create that file, core.ts, and I'm gonna create it inside that API folder. First, I'm gonna create inside of it a folder named upload thing. Then inside that upload thing, I'm gonna create a core.ts file, and I'm gonna leave it as it is because I'm gonna prompt Claude Code to write some logic inside of it. So just leave it as it is for now. And then let's create a route.ts file here inside upload thing, and simply copy that code and paste it here. Now save and close that file. Then create an upload thing file, uploadthing.ts. Actually, I'm gonna create it inside our lib folder. Yeah, here. And also I'm gonna copy that code and simply paste it here. And now let's save. And here just I'm gonna replace that tilde with the character @ because we're gonna need to import our file router from our upload thing core file. Now save that file and close it. And now let's copy that code and go to our globals.css file and simply paste that code here. We already have this line of code, so let's delete it. There we go. And then let's add that code to our global layout file. So I'm gonna copy those imports and go to our layout file and paste those imports here. And then I'm gonna copy that component. We're gonna need that component for hydration reasons, okay? To add server-side rendering hydration and avoid that loading state. See this one? They are showing it to you here. Simply render that component. Next, SSR plugin. If you don't add it, we're gonna keep seeing that loading state, okay? So I'm gonna copy that component and just go here and simply add it above the children. And here, let's also fix that import. And right now, we're gonna need to create that core logic. So I'm gonna go to Claude Code here and tell it that I integrated upload thing to my Instagram clone app, and I need you to create the upload thing for file for me. Then I'm gonna tell it you can find it inside API upload thing for.ts file, or let's say path, whatever. Then I'm gonna say I will provide you with code examples from upload thing documentation, and I need you to follow its pattern and create an image uploader endpoint and an or a video uploader endpoint. And maybe we can say increase the file sizes a bit. Let's see what else do we need here. Inside the middleware, we want to authenticate the user. And on upload complete, maybe I think we're gonna need to return the file URL from upload thing in order to be able to preview it on the client side. So I'm gonna say, and in the middleware of this file, authenticate the user, or let's say make sure the user is authenticated. using clerk current user function, and on upload complete, return the file information, especially the file URL, as we are going to need it to be able to display the file preview on the client side. I think that's it, right? So now I'm gonna copy that code and simply paste it here and press enter. Okay, now let's read our core.ts file. Here export const our file router that will contain image uploader, and for the image it's gonna have a maximum file size of 8 megabytes. I think we're gonna need to increase this a bit. Maximum file count 10, I'm gonna make it just 1. And here inside the middleware, get the user using the current user function, and if no user, just throw an error. And then return the user ID. I'm not sure if we're gonna need this or not. But anyways, on upload complete, take the metadata and file and return uploaded by metadata.userid, file URL equals to file.ufs URL, then file key, file name, file size. Also, I'm not sure if we're gonna need this. And here, this is a video uploader, and for the video, its maximum file size is gonna be 256 megabytes. I think this is maybe too much, I'm not sure. Maximum file count 1, then this is the middleware, and this is the onUpload complete. So I'm gonna accept that, and here after it's done, I'm gonna go to this file, and here for the image, maybe I'm gonna say, let's say 64 megabytes, okay? And here, just I'm gonna say maximum file count equals to 1. And here, you know what? I'm gonna leave this as it is. Now save. There we go. Now we have completely integrated upload thing. And I think now we can start giving prompts for the main route feature to Claude Code. And actually, I think I'm gonna start with the left sidebar component prompt. So I'm gonna copy that. There we go. And simply paste it here. Here we're gonna say create that component inside the main components. And we told it here to replicate the Instagram style sidebar from the screenshots. And also I'm gonna say, I will provide you with a screen right now as an attachment. And then here, I'm gonna take screenshot from here, paste it here. And also I'm gonna take screenshot while the left sidebar is opened, while it's expanded, and also paste it here. And then I'm gonna say you can find 2 screenshots, one while the left side bar is collapsed, and another while it is expanded. There we go. Now we can send that prompt to Claude, and hopefully we can get good results. Okay, now it wants to add some ChatCN components, the components that we asked for, like the sheet component, alert, dialog, avatar, badge, and so on. So I'm just gonna say yes. Okay, now it wants to do something from its own head. I didn't ask to create the main route just yet. So I'm gonna say no and say just create the left side bar component for now. And now it's gonna write the left side bar component. Okay, now let's take a look at this component. This is a nav item type. It's going to have a label of type string, icon of type react.react node, an href of type string, and an action of type create, search, or notifications. Okay? Then the left sidebar props type, as we said, it's gonna take a user promise, a profile promise, and that promise is going to eventually resolve to an object that contains username of type string, image of type string or null, can be null, and a name of type string or null. Or that user promise also can be null. And a notification count promise, which is gonna be a promise that will resolve eventually to a number. And then those are the nav items. They are going to be lists of nav item, that nav item, and those are going to be our nav items or nav links: home, reels, messages, search, explore, notifications, and create. The home link will link to the feed page. The reels will link to the reels page, but we're not gonna have a reels page in this project. Also, we're not gonna have messages feature. And for the search, it's gonna be an action of type search. And we're gonna render, of course, a search icon for it. And here, I forgot to say that we're gonna render a home icon for the home link, a play icon for reels, and so on. You get the idea, right? Here also, those are going to be actions, not links. And then the bottom items are going to be menu, meta AI, and then this is a helper function to format the badge. And this is the left sidebar component itself. It's gonna take a user promise and a notification count promise of type left sidebar props. Then we're gonna get the path name from Next.js use path name and the router from use router. Both of them are functions from Next.js, okay? See here, use path name and use router come from Next navigation. And this is sign out from use clerk. Okay, but where is the button? Okay, maybe it's gonna add it here at the bottom of the form. Yeah, actually it did. So let's continue reading. Here it's gonna say const user equals to use, as we said. This is use hook from React. And then we're gonna provide the user promise to that use hook. And then the same for the notification count. Then we're gonna create a state for expanding the left sidebar. We're gonna say is expanded and set is expanded equals to use state. And we're gonna initialize it to false. And then show logout dialog when we wanna confirm if the user wants to log out or not, okay? And then this is a handle nav action helper function. If the action is create, we're gonna open a create menu. Of course, this is still to do. And if the action is search, we're gonna open a search modal. And if it's notification, we're gonna open notifications bar. And then we're gonna create another function to know if a certain link is the active one or not, because we want to style it differently to show to the user that they are on that link. See here, I'm on the profile page, and this is why the profile link is styled differently. If I go to the home page, you can see that the home link now is styled differently, and so on. Then this is the sidebar content. This is the logo on the top. If the sidebar is expanded, show that image with that styling, which is the logo. And in case it's not expanded, we're gonna display it as a small icon or a small image like that. And for nav items, we're gonna map on each nav item and render a nav element. And then we're gonna need to know, as we said, if this is the active link or not. And then we're gonna create a button that on click will router.push to the item.href. Maybe here it's better to render a Next.js link for the links. And here, as we said, if this is an active link, we're gonna style it differently by saying font semi-bold. And then if the item.action equals to notification and the notification count is bigger than 0, we're gonna see or check if this is the is expanded mode. If the left sidebar is expanded, we're gonna format the badge with the notification count. and render the result inside a badge component like that. Otherwise, if the left sidebar is not expanded, we're gonna render it in a span like that. And then we're gonna render the icon. So here, inside of each link, we're gonna render a button containing the item.icon, the item.label, and if the left sidebar is expanded, we're gonna render that button here, that const button that contains all of that. Otherwise, we're gonna render all of that. Honestly, I don't know what is tulip provider, but we're gonna see. And here we're gonna render the profile part. I guess this part. Also, it's gonna be a button that's going to push to profile / user.username, and we're gonna render the user image inside an avatar, and those are the bottom items. Actually, I'm curious what is tulip provider, so I'm gonna copy it. But here first, let's see the logout. This is the logout button. On click, it's gonna set show logout dialog to true. And here actually this is our final component. We're gonna return a side HTML element, and this is the collapsed sidebar, which is always visible. If we are not on is expanded mode, if the left sidebar is not expanded, if it's collapsed, we're gonna render the sidebar content. That content here. All of that. Okay? Otherwise, we're gonna render an expanded sidebar via sheet. This is the shadcn sheet component. Okay? And here inside of it, we're gonna render the sidebar content. Okay? And this is the logout confirmation. We're gonna show that when the logout state is true. And as we said, when we click on the logout button, we're gonna set that state to true. And here, inside of the alert dialog action, when the user clicks on it, on the logout button while confirmation, we're gonna call the sign out function from clerk and redirect the user to the home page. Okay, overall, this code looks good, okay? I just have two things in my mind right now. First of all, I'm gonna ask it what is tulip provider, and also I'm gonna say use shad cm buttons for all buttons. Here I'm gonna say and here just let's provide a question mark. Now press enter. Okay, it's telling me that it's a context wrapper from Radix UI that manages tulip state and delay timing. It needs to wrap any tulip components since we are using tulips throughout the sidebar. Okay, but what is tulips? Okay, what is tulips? Okay, they are small pop-ups that appear when you hover over an element, showing a label or description in the collapsed sidebar. Okay, so they are used when you hover over an icon. A small pop-up appears to the right saying what it is. Okay, without them, the collapsed icon only sidebar would have no way to tell the user what each icon does. Okay, I'm not sure if I want this or not. This doesn't exist in Instagram. But here, it was asking me, want me to go ahead and write the component now with a single tulip provider wrapping everything, a shadcm button variant equal to ghost for all interactive elements. So I'm gonna copy that and I'm gonna say yes to this. So here it's recreating that component, but it should follow the instructions I gave to it. Now it's using shadcm buttons. So I think it looks good, so I'm gonna accept it. And now it's done, the component is created. Let me search for it here and see if it has any errors. No, it looks fine, it looks clean. So now I just want to see it, okay? Before doing anything, I want to see it. So I'm gonna tell Claude, now I want to see the left side bar component. So temporarily create a route named test and render that component inside of it so that I can see it. Okay, it's gonna create a test route, and then it's gonna create a page that has a mock user, mock notifications, very nice. Those are the data that the left sidebar should accept. It accepts a user promise and notification count promise as props. And just render a test page, so I'm gonna accept it. And now we just need to go to test in our browser in order to see it. Then hover over the sidebar to see it expand, and when we are done, just delete that folder. Okay, so right now I will go to localhost/test, and there we go. This is our left sidebar. Okay, by the way, in the collapsed mode, it does look very good. And here, I think also it looks fine. I don't have a problem with it, but it's very slow and I'm having an error here. Okay, dialog content requires a dialog title for the component to be accessible for screen reader users. If you want to hide the dialog title, you can wrap it with our visually hidden component. Okay, first of all, I'm gonna screenshot that error, then go back to Claude and paste that screenshot and say fix the error in this screenshot. Press enter. Okay, here it's telling me that we already have a visually hidden wrapping and H2, but it needs to use sheet title instead. Okay, yes, I don't even bother reading stuff like that. Then it's doing something else. It's saying that I need to actually use sheet title in the JSX and remove the visually hidden and the H2. Okay, there we go. It should be fixed. Now if I go back here, I shouldn't get any errors. Very nice. Now let's enhance our sidebar a little bit. First of all, I want the logo to be in black when the left sidebar is opened, and also I want the transition to be more smoother, and I want each link to be kind of centered or maybe a bit shifted to the right, and I want a line or a separator under the logo and another one under, or let's say above, the bottom links. So here I'm gonna tell Claude, make the opening of the left sidebar a lot smoother. I'm gonna start with this. Okay, now it's gonna read the sidebar to understand the expand collapse mechanism. Okay, it's telling me that the current approach, which is hiding the collapsed sidebar and swapping to a sheet, causes a jarring flash because it's two separate DOM elements switching. Okay, I get it. The smoothest approach is to ditch the sheet entirely and use a single aside with CSS transition on width and fade in and out the labels with opacity plus overflow hidden. Okay, let's see what it wants to do here. So basically here it will remove all the sheets. Okay, I'm gonna see what it wants to do. Okay, now it's saying that it's more smooth. So let's see it ourselves. No, actually I don't like it. And actually I don't like that tulips or whatever. So I'm gonna say revert back to the sheet as we did before and remove all of the tulips or whatever logic. This should be logic, but whatever. I'm gonna accept it. Now it should be removed. Okay, so looking at this, it told me here that jarring flash that I'm seeing, it's happening because we are having two separate DOM elements switching. Meaning that here we are conditionally rendering, or let's say we are conditionally switching between the collapsed sidebar and the expanded sidebar depending on that state. Maybe we need to change that logic at all. What do I mean by that? Maybe here we can always mount that collapsed sidebar and just on mouse enter, when the mouse enter event happens, we just open that sheet. Very simple. So here I'm gonna say, in order to fix this, maybe we need to change the component logic. Make the collapsed sidebar always mounted and just on mouse enter of the nav element or aside. Honestly, I don't remember what did it create. We're gonna say on the nav element or aside, whatever you are using, just set is expanded to true. And then make the sheet component open equals to is expanded state. So I don't want any conditional rendering. Make the collapsed sidebar always mounted and rendered, and the expanded sidebar is just an overlay. So I think this will make things much lighter. It will make our page, our performance much better. I'm gonna just click enter and see what's gonna happen. Okay, here first of all, it's always gonna render the sidebar content. It's not gonna render it if not is expanded. This is the first step. So I'm gonna accept it. And now update sidebar content so is expanded only controls the sheet labels, not the collapsed ones. Okay, it's still very slow. So maybe here it's because we are rendering the sidebar content here in both scenarios, in the case of collapsed sidebar and in the case of expanded sidebar. And here in the sidebar content, we are doing a lot of conditional rendering. I don't know, I have a feeling this is the problem. So I think the fix is to create a separate content for the collapsed sidebar and another one for the expanded sidebar. And then just render the relative content inside each one of them. So here maybe I'm gonna say the left side bar is still very slow and heavy. So I am thinking that this is happening because we are doing a lot of conditional rendering inside the sidebar content. So maybe create separate variables or constants, one for the collapsed sidebar and render it inside the, here we want to render it inside the aside element. We're gonna say aside element and make that content as simple as possible and try to enhance performance and create another const for the collapsed version and render it inside the sheet. Or you can render the relative content of each one directly inside collapsed bar or expanded sheet without creating consts if you want. And now I'm gonna try to change the model. Maybe this requires Opus. Now I'm gonna send that to Claude. Okay, here it's telling me that the problem is clear. The shared sidebar content has conditional checks on is expanded everywhere and re-renders the entire tree on every state change. I'll split it into two completely separate static renders. The collapsed aside is pure icons, no conditionals at all, and the expanded sheet gets the full labels in line. Okay, this is what I said before. So let's see. So here it's just gonna render the icons inside the aside element without conditional rendering. And it's always mounted. And here it should render the expanded links or the expanded content inside the sheet component. So I'm gonna accept it and see. I have a feeling this will fix the problem. Yeah, finally, I think it's much better now. See here, it's not as heavy as before because we have removed all of the conditional rendering. This is similar to the Shatsian sheet here. I'm just gonna say this is nice, but add more smoother transitions to the opening of that sheet. Okay, it will make the transitions longer and smoother and also reduce the overlay to be more subtle for a sidebar hover. Okay, here it's gonna add those transitions. So let's accept it and see. No, I don't like it, so I'm gonna say no. Make it actually faster than before. Maybe reduce the duration to less than 100. Okay, it's gonna make it 75. Okay, I think it's faster, but here let's remove this. I'm gonna say while the left sidebar is expanded, remove the notifications count number since it is already displayed in the collapsed version. So okay, now it's gonna remove all of that. Okay, here see, it became much faster. And you know what? I'm actually gonna remove all of these transitions and see again. I'm hesitant about it. Reload. Yeah, actually I think this is better and it became much faster after we removed all of the conditional rendering. Now I'm gonna say make the left side bar content while it is expanded more zoomed out so that I can see all items, and add a separator below the logo and another one above the bottom links, and render the black logo instead of the existing one. You know what? I'm gonna leave it as it is. So I'm just gonna remove that. I'm gonna press enter. So it's gonna import the separator. Now let me reduce the padding and add separators in the expanded sheet. Here it's gonna decrease padding and margin bottom. I'm not sure if this is going to give me what I want, but let's see. And here, of course, it's adding separators, as you can see here. Well, yeah, maybe. Maybe here we're gonna add a bit of a margin bottom under that logo. So here I'm gonna say add a bit of margin bottom under, or let's say to the logo, and actually make the logo a bit smaller, and maybe add some spacing or padding between the link items, and add some spacing or padding between each, or let's say between the link items. Press enter. Here it's gonna add a margin bottom of 5 to the logo, and also it reduced the size of the logo. No, this is not what I want. I'm gonna tell it I need space under the logo inside the left sidebar and space between the nav links or buttons. Here it's gonna increase the margin bottom even more, but I'm not sure if this is working. And here it's gonna add a margin bottom under the separator. This is actually what I wanted. I don't want margin bottom above the separator. And here it's gonna add a gap for the spacing between the nav items. So I'm gonna accept it and see it. Actually, I like this. Actually, this sealed the deal for me. So yeah, there we go. I think this is going to be our left sidebar. It's fine. I think maybe we just need to add cursor pointers to these buttons. I'm gonna say add cursor pointer to all the nav buttons, and also remove that border from the home button or from the home link, and also remove the border from the home button. Okay, it's saying that the sheet autofocuses the first button, so it needs to kill both the border and ring. Actually, I want to see if this is true. Yeah, actually it autofocuses the first item here. This is inside Shatcyan. This is from the documentation. See here. What do you think? Should we leave it as it is? Let's see what Claude will do here. Okay, that should remove it now. Okay, now it's removed. So yeah, that fixed the issue. And right now we have our left side bar. And now I just want to test the logout button. So I'm gonna click on logout. And here you can click cancel in order to cancel. And now let's do it again and click logout. And we are logged out. Now let's log back in. There we go. So now I think we've completely finished the left sidebar, but I just want to take a final look at it. Now this is the collapsed sidebar. Let's close it like that. And this is the expanded sidebar. And this is the logout confirmation. So we have 3 sections here. Let's take a look at this code. Here we have a type for the nav item. Each nav item should have a label, icon, and href, and an action. Okay. And those are the left sidebar props. It's gonna take user promise and notification count promise. And those are the nav items. List of nav item. Each one of these items should correspond to a nav item type. And those are bottom items. And this is a format badge function. If the count is bigger than 9, we're gonna simply render 9 plus. Otherwise, we're gonna render the count and convert it to a string. This is a handle nav click. Those are the states. And this is the user and the notification count. Okay. This is the sign out method. Those are the path name and router. Okay. This is the is expanded and show logout dialog states. And this is a function to handle nav click. If the item has an href, we're gonna push to that href. Otherwise, if the item has an action, we're gonna also check if it's create, search, or notifications. And then we're gonna call these functions. Those are still functions that we're gonna need to create, or actions that we're gonna need to create. And this is the isActive function. So I think that component looks good so far. Maybe we're gonna need to enhance it a little bit later, but for now I think it looks good. But also let me show you something cool. We're gonna go here to Claude, and actually I don't know why I lost the past conversations, and this is why it's very useful to have a claude.md file, because right now I can just tell Claude, read the claude.md file in order to understand the project. And maybe we can also say and edit that file with the new features, or let's say with the features that doesn't exist, because I don't think we've added the left sidebar to it just yet. So yeah, I'm just gonna press enter. Yes. Okay, now it's telling me that it has a clear picture and it's gonna update the claude.md file. So just allow edits, all edits. Okay, now it's done. Now I'm gonna switch back to the ask mode. And then, as I told you, I wanted to show you something cool. Let's say that you wanna review that code, the code inside that left sidebar component. Instead of reading it yourself, line by line, and kind of hurting your eyes, because I don't know about you guys, but when I read code line by line, it kinda hurt my eyes a bit. So one of the benefits of AI that helped me a lot is that I can simply tell the AI, and by the way, this can be any AI tool. You can copy and paste that code to ChatGPT. If you wanna save tokens from Claude, you can do what I'm about to show you using ChatGPT, Gemini, or any other AI tool. You can simply tell it, walk me through the left sidebar component step by step as if I am reading it, and explain it to me in a simple way. Of course, you can add any other details you want here, but I'm just gonna send that to Claude. Now it's reading the full file first, and it's gonna give me that, which is a step-by-step walk through. And now, as you can see, this is a review of that component, but written in English text. So instead of reading just code, this is some explanation of the code. And this will make code review much simpler. Right now you can review that code, you can decide maybe if you want to refactor something or anything like that. But for now, I think as I told you, that component is enough for me. Now let's move on to our next step. So now, since we created the left sidebar, let's continue creating the main route. We already read all of that. So let me start by creating, what do you think? What should we create first? You know what? Let's start by creating the profile header component. And simply I'm gonna say here to Claude, create this component only and do not create anything else just yet. Then I'm gonna paste it here, press enter. Okay, now it has everything it needs, so it's gonna create the component based on the screenshots. Okay, this is the profile header.tsx file, which is a component that we're gonna create inside main components, okay? First of all, we're gonna create a type for the profile user. Of course, each user should have username, name, image, bio, website, and is private or not. Then we're gonna count the posts, followers, and following. And then this is the profile header props. It's gonna take a profile user promise, his own profile flag, and is following promise. Of course, this should be in the case of viewing others' profiles. And this is some helper function to format count. I'm guessing it wants to use this function to format this count, but we're gonna see. This is the profile header component itself. As we said, it's gonna take profile user promise, is on profile, and is following promise of type profile header props. Then the profile user is gonna be use profile user promise, and is following is gonna be use is following promise. Of course, we are using our favorite approach here, the approach that we talked about it before, because here this is going to be a client component. But you know what? I'm thinking this component shouldn't be a client component. We can render this as a normal server component, right? Let me check my prompt again. Did we mention here that we want this to be a client component? We said that it should render all of these stuff and render or conditionally render these data based on whether this is an on-profile page or others profile page. And that's it. We didn't mention anything about this being a client component. So here I'm thinking that I'm gonna say no here, and I'm gonna tell Claude we don't want that, or let's say the profile header component to be a client component, so make it as a normal server component that will receive its data as props and render it normally without using the use hook. Press enter. Okay, the file doesn't exist yet. The previous one was rejected. Okay, let me create it as a server component. Okay, go ahead, do that. Now let's read that component. Right now, it's not going to be a client component. This is the profile user type, as we said before. And this is the profile header props. It's going to be an object that contains profile user of type profile user, okay, is on profile, which is a boolean, and is following, which is a boolean. Okay, this is better. And this is the format count function. Forget about it for now. And this is the component itself. It's gonna take these props of type profile header props, and it's gonna return an HTML header element, okay? And this is the top row, which is gonna contain avatar and info. And then this is the profile image. It's gonna render an avatar component. I guess this is coming from ShadCN. Okay, perfect. And inside that avatar, we're gonna render the profile user.image inside an avatar image component. And for the avatar fallback, we're gonna fall back to the Instagram black logo. Okay, maybe we can change this later. Maybe we can put like a normal avatar photo or anything like that. And on the right side, we're gonna render username, buttons, and stats. And here, we're gonna render the user username. And then if this is an own profile, if I'm viewing my own profile, I'm gonna render a button saying edit profile, which is gonna link to accounts edit. But here we're gonna edit this to profile edit. We want to link the user to profile edit, not accounts edit. Okay. And here we're gonna render a button say view archive, which is basically not going to do anything in our app. And this is a settings button. Okay. Otherwise, if we are viewing others' profiles, we're gonna render here a button displaying following or follow depending on whether I'm following that user or not. Of course, logically, if I'm already following that user, we should display the text following. Otherwise, we should display the text follow, of course, inside a button. This button should implement a server action that will allow us to follow and unfollow users. But we're gonna implement that later, of course. And then another button saying message. Also, we're not gonna implement that functionality. And then some stats. So we're gonna render stat component. That component, I think, coming from I think it should come from Riverside React, but it's not importing it here. Maybe it's gonna import it later. Okay. So here it's gonna display 3 stats. How many posts does that user has by saying profile user dot count posts, and another stat for the followers by counting the user followers, and another one for following by counting the user following. And then it's gonna render a section for the bio by rendering a bio section component. Oh, so those are components that Claude are willing to create. I think those are reusable components that it will create. So okay, it's not coming from Riverside React or anything like that. It should create that later. So it's gonna create a bisection component that takes name, bio, and website, and it should render all of these data inside of that component. And this should be for the desktop only. It's gonna be hidden on mobile devices or small devices, and this will be on mobile only, which means that it's gonna be hidden on large devices. And those are stats for mobile only. So yeah, this is the component that I was talking about. This is the stat component, this is the stat mobile component, and this is the bio section component. And that's it. So that component looks clean, so I'm gonna accept it. And there we go, now it's created. But here I said that here I want to link to profile edit, and that's it. Very nice. Now let's create the profile postcard component and the post modal component. Then we can create the user profile page. Okay, so I'm gonna start with that component, profile postcard component. So I'm gonna tell it create only this component, then paste that prompt here, press enter. Okay, now it's telling me that I can see the post grid square cards in a 3-column grid. On hover, they show likes plus comments overlay. Video posts would need mute unmute controls, and this component needs client interactivity like hover state, video playback, mute toggle, so it must be a use client component. Okay, let's take a look at it. It's gonna be a client component, of course. This is the profile postcard props type. It's gonna take a post. Each post should have ID, media URL, media type, and then we're gonna count its likes and comments. And then we're gonna need to know, is this own post or not? Does this post belong to the user viewing that post or not? Then onOpenPost function. And then this is the component itself. As we said, it's gonna take post, isOnPost, and onOpenPost of type profile postcard props. And then we're gonna create some states, one for isHovered, another one for isMuted, and then it's gonna create a video ref or a video reference using useRef from React. This useRef is coming from React. And it will use that state, as you can see here, to play the video and stuff like that. So for example, it's creating a function here named handle mouse enter. So when we hover on that post, we're gonna set isHovered state to true, and then we're gonna check if post.mediaType equals to video, and that video ref actually has a value. This is why we're saying video ref.current is true. We're gonna play that video. So this function basically will play the video on hover. And here, handle mouse leave when the user unhover from that post, when they leave that post, okay? In that case, of course, we're gonna do the exact opposite. So we're gonna set isHovered to false, and if post.mediaType equals to video, and we have a video ref.current, we're gonna actually pause the video, and we're gonna make current.currentTime equals to 0, and this is a function to toggle mute in order to mute the sound of the video, okay? And then this is the JSX for that post card or for that profile post card. If the media type is image, it's gonna render a next image containing the post.media URL. Otherwise, this means that it's a video, so it's gonna render a video, an HTML video, rendering the post.media URL. And this is the video mute and unmute toggle. If the post type is video, it's gonna render a button. We should render a chat.cm button here. On click, it will toggle mute. Remember the toggle mute function here. And this is the hover overlay with likes and comments. When the user hovers on that profile post card, we want to display the likes and comments of that post, exactly like Instagram. So we're gonna do all of that here. And here, on click on that profile post card, we will call the onOpenPost function with the post.id. And this should trigger the opening of the post modal, but we didn't create that post modal just yet. So let me just here say always use chat.cn buttons. Okay, it's telling me that it should always use chat.cn button component instead of row button elements, okay? So it's gonna fix the mute toggle. So basically here, it's gonna do exactly everything like it did before, but here it's gonna use chat.cn buttons. There we go. Now I'm gonna accept that. And now it have created the profile post card component. And right now we should create the post modal component. So I'm gonna copy that and I'm gonna tell it now create only this component, then paste that prompt. Okay, now since it's gonna use chat.cn dialog, it's gonna need to install it first. So I'm gonna say yes, and let me show you the dialog component. This is the dialog component that I'm talking about, okay? This is basically a modal. We want to open a modal for the post when we click on the profile post card, right? Like here, this is the profile post card. When I click on that profile post card, it opens a modal like that. This is actually using chat.cn dialog. So let's go back here and click yes. And now it's gonna create the post modal component. So here, this is the post modal component inside main components. It's a client component. Okay, those are the types. It's gonna create a type for the comment user, okay? another type for the comment itself, then the post author, then a type for the post. Okay, everything is clean so far. Then the post modal props, it's gonna take a post, is on post flag, initial liked. So I think this should be a flag to indicate if I already liked that post or not. Initial like count, okay. Initial comments, which is gonna be array of comment type, that type, okay. Then if it has more comments or not, if it's open or not, then on open change, on like, on unlike. All of these are functions that should implement these functionalities. On comment, on delete posts, on load more comments, okay, for infinite scrolling for the comments, okay. On load replies, okay. Then helper functions, format count, okay. Time ago to display that comment was created, let's say 3 hours ago, 5 hours ago, 3 days ago. You get the idea, right? And this is the post modal component itself. It's gonna take all of these props of type post modal props, and those are states for everything, okay. And then this is a function to handle toggle like. It's gonna handle like and unlike, and as we said before, it's gonna use the optimistic user interface approach. And this is a function to toggle mute, then handle volume change, then handle submit comment. Of course, those are server actions that should be defined later. And here we are saying if replying to, meaning that if that comment is a reply to another comment or a reply on another reply, or if it's actually a comment, okay? And this is a function to handle load more comments for infinite scrolling, and this is handle load replies, and this is to handle confirm delete comment, okay? And this is to handle delete or handle confirm delete post. And here our actual dialog, our actual modal, it's gonna return a dialog saying post by post.author.username, and on the left side we're gonna render the media itself, either it's an image or a video, and then those are the video controls, okay. And on the right side we're gonna render the author header, username, and if it's my own post, it's gonna give me a button to delete that post, the ability to delete that post, then a separator, and then this is the comment section. Here we're gonna render all of the comments, but above those comments we're gonna render the caption of the post and a link to the author profile page, the author of the post. Then, as we said, list of comments, we're gonna render a comment item component for each comment, and then load more comments as infinite scroll, I'm guessing. We're gonna render a button that on click here will call the handle more comments in order to show more comments, then a separator, then action buttons to like and unlike posts with a heart icon, and to comment if you want to leave a comment. And if you click on that comment button, it will focus here, it will focus the user to the comment input ref. We should have an input ref for the comment input. Here, if we scroll up here, you can see this one. Okay. And the input should be, yeah, here. This is a comment input and it's displaying a form for it, okay? This is good in order to allow the user to put a comment or a reply. So here it's gonna conditionally rendering that. If it's a reply, it's gonna render that, and otherwise it's gonna render an input for putting a comment. And this is for deleting a comment. It's gonna display alert dialog like that. And this is the comment item component. It's gonna display the username of the comment owner and stuff like that. And here a button to add a reply on the comment. If it's my own comment, I can delete it here. And those are the replies of that comment. It's gonna display a button, and when I click on that button, it's gonna load replies. So I think actually this component is really, really good. Claude has done a very good job here. So I'm gonna accept it. There we go. Now everything is finished. And by the way, apparently Claude Code has updated its extension interface. As you can see, they have moved the modes section here to the right, and from here I can view the menu, like for example, checking my usage. So okay, I think everything is being updated while I'm recording this video. No worries at all. And now what do we have else? Okay, we're gonna create the main route itself. So far we didn't create that route, so I'm gonna copy all of that and paste it here. I'm gonna say create the main route according to these instructions, then paste everything here. Now it's gonna install Chatzian skeleton and tabs components. Okay, now it's gonna start by creating the profile actions file. It's use server file. This is the get profile server action. It's gonna get the clerk user, and if no clerk user, it's gonna return null. And then get the user from our database using the clerk ID or the clerk user ID. And then it's gonna count the user posts, followers, and following, and finally return that user. And this is get profile by username server action. It's gonna take a username of any user, get that user, and then count their posts, following, and followers. And also finally it's gonna return that user. And this is get user on posts server action. It's gonna check if we have a user or not. If you don't have a user, it's gonna return an empty list. Then it's gonna retrieve the user posts. It's gonna say await prisma.post.find many, where author ID equals to user ID, then order the posts by descending order, and select all of these properties from the post, and then count how many likes does that post have, and then map on the posts on those posts and return an object containing the post and the count of the likes and comments equal to 0. But why here you are setting comments to 0? Should also return the comments count, right? Okay, we're gonna ask for that later after we continue reading. So this is get user post by username server action. It's gonna do the same but for another user. Then get follow status. And here this function should just return some sort of a flag indicating whether I'm following that user or not. So in that case, it should take a target user ID, okay? Then it should look up the user ID first, then get the target user. See here where ID equals to target user ID. And then select from its followers where the ID here is equals to user.id. So I'm getting that target user and then getting that user from its followers. Okay, it's like searching for that user ID inside that user followers, that target user followers. And here if we are getting something, we're gonna return true. By comparing this, see here, this target.followers.length, if this is bigger than 0, we're gonna return true, right? Otherwise, this will return 0. This is an OR operation. So this will return 0. So in that case, it won't be bigger than 0. So it's gonna return false. And then this is the get unread notification count. So simply we're gonna check the notification table by saying await prisma.notification.count, where recipient ID equals to user.id and isRead is false. We're gonna only retrieve the notifications where isRead is false. See here, where isRead is false. And then return the count. That count, okay? So I just want to ask Claude here in those two actions. I'm gonna ask it here in those two actions, then paste them here. I'm gonna say why we are only counting likes and not counting comments. So I'm asking it here because there might be something that I'm missing, okay? I think we should count comments, but I might be missing something. So I'm gonna double check with Claude, gonna press enter. So it's telling me you are right, okay? I should count both likes and comments separately. The issue is that Prisma's count with select can only filter by one condition per relation, so I need two separate counts. Let me fix both. Here I think it changed its name to get posts with counts. Here it's mapping on the posts, counting the likes and the comments or filtering them, and then returning the likes and comments. Yeah, it wasn't renaming the action. It created an action specifically for posts with counts, then another action named getUserOnPosts, which is gonna call that getPosts with counts with the user ID. And then here it's gonna define getUserPosts by username, and also it's gonna call getPosts with counts with the user ID. Of course, that user in that case is gonna be the user with that username. So okay, that's fine. Now let's continue. Now it created those server actions and it's asking me, should I continue creating the rest of the route files now? I'm gonna tell it yes, go ahead and continue the rests now. Press enter. Now it's gonna create the main layout.tsx file, which is the main layout. Here in that main layout, since that main route should render both the profile and the feed pages, so in that case we're gonna render the left sidebar on both pages and take the user promise and notification count promise. So it's gonna create the user promise here using getUser. I think here we should use getProfile. We just created a profile actions file here, remember? And we have a getProfile server action. So I think we should use it here. And here the notification count promise equals to get unread notification count. So this is correct, okay? And this is a suspense in case we want to render some loading UI, okay? And those are the children. And here it's checking if there is no clerk user, we should redirect to the home page. But I don't think we're gonna need that since we are already protecting the profile and feed pages, and both of these pages are going to be under the main route. We're not gonna need that. We are already protecting them, remember, in the proxy.ts file here. See? So I don't think we're gonna need that. So here, I'm gonna say no. And here I'm gonna tell Claude two things. First of all, I'm gonna tell it we do not need to check for a current user in the main layout since we are already protecting the feed and profile pages in the proxy.ts file. And number two, I'm gonna tell it that here in the user promise, gonna say here in the user promise, then I'm gonna paste it, gonna say I think it is better to use get profile action, or what do you think? Then press enter. It's telling me that I'm right on both points. Okay, now it's gonna fix it. So here it's gonna call the get profile. There we go. Now I'm gonna accept it. Now the remaining files, let me create them. This is the loading file. Okay, accept it. And this is the error file. Accept it. And then it's gonna create a profile route inside the main routes and a profile loading file, which is gonna have profile skeletons. So I'm gonna say yes. Then the profile error, also accept it. Now the main profile page for the own profile. So this is the main profile page. Profile equals to await get profile. If no profile, redirect to home page. Okay, then the user posts equals to await get user on posts. Then we're gonna take the image posts and reel posts by filtering posts both by image and reel. Okay, and then we're gonna render a profile header component. Okay, and then the story highlights section, and then the tabs section, one for posts, one for reels, and one for saved, and one for tagged. And inside the posts tab, we're gonna render a profile postcard like that. Otherwise, we're gonna render an empty state if we don't have any posts. And this is for the reels tab. We're gonna render a profile postcard. Of course, we're gonna map here on the reel posts, and here we're gonna map on the image posts. So this is excellent. This is clean code. And here we're gonna render an empty state in case we don't have anything. Okay, and this is the empty state user interface. Okay, so there we go. I'm gonna accept it. And now it wants to create the other user's profile page. It's gonna check profile directory structure. Okay, so it's gonna create the route for the profile username. Of course, this is going to be a dynamic route since we're gonna take the username dynamically, and then create a loading file inside of that route. So okay, I'm gonna accept it. And this is the error file. And then this is the profile or the profile username page. It's gonna name it other profile page. It's gonna take params, and that params is a promise that's going to resolve to an object containing username of type string. Then it's gonna take that username from the params, and then it's gonna await promise.all get profile and get profile by username with the username. And if I'm viewing my own profile, simply I'm gonna redirect to the profile route here. If no profile user, just return a not found. Okay, then get the posts and is following status by saying await promise.all get user posts by username and get follow status. And then we want to know if this is a private account, and I'm not following that account, so I'm gonna say profile user.isPrivate and not is following. And then also filter the image and reels, and basically we should do everything else like we did before. So I'm gonna accept it. Okay, now it should be finished, but it wants to delete the old test page. Okay, that's actually correct since we have pages right now and we can render the left sidebar inside of them. Did it do it? I don't think it did it. It told me that it's gonna do it, but I don't think it did it. Okay, let's see here. Do we still have it? Yeah, actually. Okay, no worries. Let me actually check my application, test everything, and we're gonna delete it later. So here, let's use the left sidebar to navigate to my own profile. Okay, inside the left sidebar, that profile link is still linking to that route, profile test user. So I'm gonna copy that, and here I'm gonna tell Claude inside the left sidebar, it is linking, or let's say the profile button is linking to that route, then paste it here. Then I'm simply gonna say it correct that, or let's say fix that link, since now we have built the profile pages. Press enter. Okay, now it told me a bunch of things here. Let me read them. The left sidebar currently navigates to profile username, which would hit the username route and redirect back to profile for the own user. Let me fix the link directly to profile. There are two profile buttons, collapsed and expanded. I also need to update is active to match profile. Let me fix all four occurrences. No, actually, I want to keep that logic. I want to push to the user.username, and if the username is my username, I want to be taken to my own profile. So I think the problem comes maybe from, we did define a test user somewhere. I don't remember where. Yeah. Here in the test page. Okay. So we don't have a problem here actually. We just need to delete that test page first of all. And here I'm gonna reject these changes. And actually, I just want to go to profile. There we go. I'm seeing the skeleton here. And this is my profile page. Now if I click on the profile page, it should take me to the profile page normally. So that wasn't a bug or anything like that. Very nice. And actually the page looks very good. Everything is really good. Now I just want to create a new user, then view their profile. So I'm gonna do that and get back to you. Okay, right now I created a new account with the name Elon Musk. Yeah, this one. And actually that is the username. So I'm gonna copy it and simply paste it here. So I'm gonna go to profile / Elon Musk. And here I can see the follow and message buttons. But now let's ask for some adjustments. I want these buttons in the profile header to look like that. So first of all, I'm gonna screenshot that header. And then here include, I'm gonna paste that image and tell it look at this image and make the following adjustments based on it. I want the following and, sorry, not following, I want the edit profile and view archive buttons to be under the bio, or to be rendered under the bio and website section, to be rendered under the bio and website section. And I want both buttons to be wide and equal to each others in size and have a gray backgrounds, and on hover make it, let's say, more gray. So I'm gonna say, and I want both buttons to have gray backgrounds, and on hover make it more gray. And then I'm gonna say make the whole page, or let's say the whole profile page, more zoomed in. Press enter. Okay, here it's gonna remove the edit profile and view archive buttons from here to down here. And it's gonna add the styles I asked for, hopefully. Not gonna read them until I check them myself. Now make the profile page more zoomed in by reducing the maximum width. Okay. Now it's gonna also make the other profile pages or the profile username page more zoomed in. Now it's done. So yeah, this is better. Very nice. Now I want, let's say, three things. First of all, I want that gray color to be lighter, a bit lighter. Second of all, I want all the text of the page to be less bolder. I want it to be bold, but less bolder. And also I want it to be more zoomed in. This is way zoomed out, you know? And also I want to make these tabs pointers as pointers. So first of all, I'm gonna tell it make the gray colors of the buttons less gray, both on hover and not hover. And also make all the font of the page or all the text less bolder. I still want it bold, but less bolder. And make the page more zoomed in. And tabs, cursor, pointers. And let me actually check the other profile page. Here I also want to render the follow and message buttons like the ones here. So here I'm gonna say, and in the profile username page, render the follow and message buttons exactly the same way you did in, or let's say we did in the profile page, but make the follow button blue when it is displaying follow. That's enough for this prompt. Now it's gonna make the font medium. Accept it and see. Here also accept it in the profile header. And then it's gonna do the same for the follow and message buttons here. It's gonna move them down. Now it's trying to make everything more zoomed in. Accept it. Adding cursor pointers to other profile pages. Adding a semi-bold fonts. You know what? I'm gonna say allow all edits. Now it's done. Yeah, I think this is way better. Now if I navigate to my own profile, yeah, this is way better. Here I just want to make these cursor pointers. So here I'm gonna tell it make the follow and message buttons cursor pointers. Press enter. Now it should do it automatically because I'm on the edit automatically mode, and now it's done. There we go. Okay. And now maybe just increase the maximum width a bit. I don't know. So here I'm just gonna say maximum width. Let's say 3x large. Okay. Maybe this is better. Let me do the same here in the username page or other profile page. There we go. I think I like everything here. Very nice. But here I just want to make some edits to the left sidebar. When I zoom in, I want to make it scrollable. And here, I want to put the logo. Here, while it's collapsed, I want to put the logo aligned with other logos in the middle. So I'm gonna say here in the left sidebar, make the logo in the collapsed state aligned in the center with the other icons, and in the expanded state make the left side bar scrollable so that when I zoom in, I can see everything. Let's change the mode to ask. I want to see what it's gonna do. Okay, it's gonna justify center the logo. Here it's centered, very nice. And now it's gonna make an overflow Y auto in order to make it scrollable. Very simple changes. Okay, now if I zoom in, it should be scrollable. Yeah, exactly. Very nice. Now let's go ahead and create the edit profile page. Now if I click on that button, it should take me to a profile edit page, which is not created for the moment. So let's go back to the prompt and from here copy the part edit profile feature, then edit profile component until that point. And here I'm gonna tell it create the edit profile feature according to this instructions. Then paste the prompt here and press enter. Now it's gonna need to add some components from ChatCN like switch, label, text area, select, and so on. So I'm gonna say yes and allow that command, which is npx ChatCN at latest for this project, because every time it wants to add a component, it asks me. But honestly, this is a repetitive task, so I'm gonna say yes and allow everything. Okay, good. Now it's gonna create all the files. Yeah, remember I told it in that prompt to create a fade-in animation inside the globals.css file, and that is the animation. So accept it and we're gonna check it later. Now it's gonna apply that class to all of the pages, all of our application pages. So accept it. And now the server action for updating profile. This is very important. Okay, it's gonna put it inside the profile.actions file. Export asynchronous function update user profile, which is gonna take data that looks like that. It's an object that will have username, website, bio, gender, is private, and image. And of course, website, bio, gender, and image, all of them are going to be optional, so this is why we're saying string or null. Then get the clerk user, and if no clerk user, we're gonna throw an error because this is a function to update profiles. So if you don't have a user in that case, we should throw an error. This is correct. Then get the user by clerk user ID, then select its ID and username. If no user, also throw an error. Then check username uniqueness if change it, meaning that if the user wants to change their username, we have to check the username uniqueness in our database. Remember, the username should be unique, meaning that no two users can have the same username. So in that case, we're gonna check, is that username already taken by another user? If it's taken, we're gonna throw an error providing that message. Otherwise, we're gonna update the user table providing these data. Very nice. This is an excellent function. And this is the edit profile schema. It's gonna create it inside profile edit validations and then edit profile.ts file. The edit profile form should have a username, website, bio, gender, and is private fields. The username should be a string, minimum of 3 characters, maximum of 30, and a regex to make sure that the username can only contain letters, numbers, dots, and underscores. And this is for the website. Maybe we can make this just an URL. This is for the bio, this is for the gender, and this is for is private. It should be a boolean. Here I'm just gonna say make the website URL or let's say as URL in the Zod validation. So here, okay, I'm gonna accept it. Now it's asking me, should I continue with the edit profile form component? I'm gonna tell it yes, continue. Okay, it's gonna put it inside edit components. Of course, it's gonna be a client component. This is its props. It's gonna take initial data, as we said, from our database, and then create a state for image preview, okay, for the submission and for errors. And then it's gonna create a form and destructure all of these functions from it. This is going to be our default values. It's gonna come from the initial data, or if you don't have initial data, simply it's going to be empty strings like that. Then we're gonna watch the bio and save it in a bio value like that, and watch is private and save it in is private value like that. Then on submit, we're gonna take data of type edit profile type. This is coming from here, from the edit profile validations. Set is submitting to true, set server error to null, and then try to await update user profile server action with our data, and if successful, push to the profile route. Otherwise, catch the error like that. This is very clean so far. This is our form, profile image, then the upload button from upload thing, also very nice. This is for preview after upload. See here on client upload complete. And this is on upload error if we have an error. Then here display the username, here the website. So we're gonna display a label for the website and an input to input the user website, the website that the user wants to input. And this is the same for the bio, except that we will display a text area here. And this is for the gender. Of course, this should be a select in order to make it a toggle, or in order to allow the user to toggle between options. Of course, this is going to be a select in order to allow the user to select between all of these options. And finally, a private account toggle using the switch component from ShadCN in order to allow the user to toggle between private and public account. And this is the action buttons, cancel or submit here. And for the submit button, if it's submitting, if the state is submitting, we're gonna display saving. And of course, as we said, on submit, we're gonna call this function, which is on submit, which is gonna update the user profile with these data. And the data is gonna come from the form here. Okay? So this is so clean. So let's accept it. Now the edit profile page. We're just gonna display edit profile here and then display the edit profile form. So I'm gonna accept it. And then create the loading file for the edit route. Then the error file. Now it's verifying everything was created successfully. And there we go, all files are created. Now let's check our feature. I'm gonna reload this page. This is the skeleton, okay. Okay, I'm having an error here. Let's check it out. Okay, no worries. Something about select item must have a value prop that is not an empty string. So I'm just gonna copy that. And here I'm gonna tell Claude, explain why am I having this error in the profile edit page. Okay, it's coming from a line in the edit profile form file, this line actually. Okay, Radix UI selected item doesn't allow empty string as a value because Radix reserves empty string internally to represent No selection, okay, etc. I don't care. Honestly, the fix is to use a non-empty string like prefer not to say. Okay, let's see here. Okay, here simply it was setting the value to gender or the value, but we did have an error because the value was empty. So here it did say in case it's empty, display that text, otherwise display the actual value. So I'm gonna accept it. Now the error should disappear. There we go. This is our form. Now let's check the functionality. Gonna upload this file. Okay, great. The preview is working. Now let's change the username to anything. Let's say Noor underscore Fakhri. Then let's put any website here. Let's actually copy my LinkedIn profile page and paste it here. And for the bio, I'm gonna say anything. Is software engineer and founder of programming fluency. And here I'm gonna say male. Then make it a private account and then submit. Okay, it's displaying saving while submitting. Very nice. And now it redirected me to the profile page and the username is updated. The bio is also updated and the website. So everything is working really, really nice. Now let's just enhance the look a little bit. Now I'm gonna go here to my old projects and screenshot this. And here I'm gonna paste that image and say follow the design of this image I just attached to you. Make all elements have a gray background and make the submit and cancel buttons aligned at the right side of the form. And that's it. Press enter. Okay, now it's making a bunch of changes here. I'm gonna accept them and see what happened. Okay, now it's passing the name. Apparently it didn't pass it before. Okay, now it's done. Let's see it ourselves. Okay, now it looks good. Now I just want to increase the width of that select. So I'm gonna say make the width of the gender select component equals to the rest of the elements in the form. And also I want to make the font a bit lighter. The text font of this page a bit lighter, maybe medium. What else do we need here? And maybe decrease the max width, or no, sorry, not decrease, I mean increase the max width of the page. Okay, now it's gonna make the select trigger a width full as I asked for. Then it's gonna change all the font semi-bold to font medium. So I'm gonna accept all of them. Now it's done. Okay, now I like this form a lot. So everything is working really great so far. So now let's move on to our next feature. But before moving on to our next feature, I want to double check on something. I want to go to Profile Actions file. Yeah. Here in the Profile Actions functions, Claude didn't use the try-catch pattern. It didn't use try-catch blocks for our actions. But I always like to use try-catch block as a best practice in JavaScript. So I'm gonna reopen Claude Code. I did close it before. And also it's not showing past conversations here. But actually I discovered another way I can access the past conversations. I can click here and then type resume. There we go, you can see resume conversations from here. And actually I can see all my past conversations here. I'm gonna choose the latest one. And here I'm gonna tell Claude in the profile actions file, I need you to put all the logic of all of the profile actions in try catch blocks, as this is a best practice in JavaScript. Now press enter. Okay, here it's gonna do this for all of the actions. So I'm just gonna accept it. And now all 7 actions are wrapped in a try catch blocks. Very nice. Now we can simply move on to our next feature, which is gonna be the search users feature. So as usual, we have a prompt for that. Let's read it together. But here let me quickly show you the feature that we want to create. Let's say that here I want to search for any user. Let's say Elon Musk. I get all the profiles here that has the name Elon Musk. Now I can simply choose it and view that profile. Okay, so here we're gonna tell Claude to create the search users feature. When a user clicks on the search icon or the search link in the left sidebar, a search modal should open. Inside that modal, implement debouncing. And by the way, debouncing means that I should allow the user to type what they want. So I'm gonna leave like maybe 2 or 3 seconds for the user to type what they want. So I can type Elon, and then after that the searching process will begin, okay? It's not gonna begin right away. It's not gonna begin when I type E, okay? It will allow me to type whatever I want, then start to get me results. And this is called debouncing. So here, as we said, we want to implement debouncing, so we're not hitting the database on every single key stroke. See, this is going to be good for the performance of our application as well, okay? It's gonna be good for the user experience and for the performance of our application. And then we're gonna say, as the user types a name, query the database with that search term, and return matching users and display the results in an Instagram style layout. How the results should look? Each result should be displayed in a clean row style box, showing the user profile photo on the left, next to it on the right, a username, full name, and followers count. All the results should be stacked vertically, one below the other, and each result item should have a pointer cursor. Okay, when a user clicks on one of the results, route them to that user's profile page, as I just showed you, and make the whole item clickable for better user experience. And for the backend, create the necessary server actions inside a separate file called search actions, of course inside the server actions directory. And this file should handle searching the database based on the query and returning matching users. Keep it clean, efficient, and optimized for performance. And for the constraints, we're gonna tell it to use chat-cyan dialog for the modal and always use chat-cyan components as much as possible. And this is just a more in-depth explanations. Read them if you want. As I told you, it's just more in-depth explanation. So right now what I'm gonna do is that I'm going to tell Claude, read the prompt number 6, which is the search users prompt, and execute it. Now press enter. Alright, now it's gonna start by creating the server actions for this feature. We're gonna create a function for searching users, which is gonna take a query of type string. And if we don't have a query, just return an empty list. Otherwise, we're gonna query our Prisma database by saying await prisma.user.findMany where, and then we're gonna query by username or by name, okay? Because let's say someone is searching for Elon Musk, for example. So in that case, we want to search both users that have that username or users that have that name. So in that case, we're gonna use the where clause and the or clause combined together, okay? And then we're gonna select the username, name, image, and then count the followers of that user and order them by descending order. And I want to take 10 results. Okay, I'm okay with that. And simply return the users. So I'm gonna accept it. And now it's gonna create the search modal. It's a client component. Of course, inside the main components. This is the type for the search result. Each search result should have username, name, image, and a count for the followers, or the followers count. How many followers does that user have? Then search modal props. It's gonna take an open flag of type boolean. We want to know that modal is closed or opened, and then on open change, which is a function like that. Then a helper function for formatting followers. Then the search modal itself, it's gonna take open and on open change as props. And here we're gonna do a use effect for debouncing. Here a timer. And we're gonna give the user 300 milliseconds to type whatever they want. And here another use effect to focus on the input field when the dialog opens. And by the way, this is the type of cases where I like to use effect, okay? I told you before, use effect is not always bad. And here we're gonna use some states, one for the query, another for the results, and this is for the loading, and this is for has searched, and this is a ref for the input field, and of course this is the router instance. Okay. And this is a function to handle select users, so when I select a certain user, I should be redirected to their profile. So this function will take the username and router the user to profile / and then the username. And this is a function to clear the search input. And this is the dialog from chat.cn, which is our actual search modal. Here we're gonna type search, and this is the search input. This is a search icon, and this is the actual input. Here, if we have a query, we're gonna show a clear button like that with an X icon, then a separator, and then those are the results. If it's loading, we're gonna show a loading UI like that. If the user hasn't searched for anything yet, we're gonna display search for users. If we don't have any results, we're gonna show no users found. If the user searched for something and we don't have a result, we're gonna show them no users found. And finally here we're gonna display the results by mapping on them. Of course, the results are coming from here, from the results state. And here we are calling the search users server action that we just defined, and we're gonna set the results state using our returned data here. Okay. And then here we're gonna display the results like that. We're gonna display username and username, and then format the followers like that. And that's it. So I think it's a very clean component. I'm gonna accept it. And now it's gonna update the left sidebar to wire up the search modal. So here it's gonna import the search modal. And then it's gonna create a state for the show search modal. So accept it. And then here, in that else if block, we said that if item.action equal to search, we did have it to do here. It's gonna remove it, and actually it's gonna set show search modal state to true. Accept it. Okay, I'm getting a weird API error here. This is API error from Claude itself. So actually I'm just gonna say continue. Now it's gonna add the search modal render in the JSX right before the closing of the component. Okay, I'm still getting that error. I don't know what's happening. So I'm gonna go to our first conversation, and here I'm gonna tell Claude I was working on the search users feature and you didn't finish it because of an API error coming from Claude. So read the prompt number 6 and check what is already done in that feature and continue executing it. Press enter. Okay, here it looks like it did get what's missing. It told me that the search modal is imported and wired to the state, but it's never rendered. So here simply it's gonna render it, so accept that. So now let's check it out. Okay, I think it looks good. Now I can search for Elon Musk. This is Elon Musk's profile. I can click on it and simply it's gonna take me to Elon Musk profile. Very nice. Now let's move on to our next feature. Alright then. Now let's move on to our next prompt, which is the create posts prompt. So I'm gonna open preview, and now we're gonna tell Claude to build the create post feature. Simply here, I want that when I click on that create button, I want a modal to appear here. Then I can click on create post and simply upload the file, whether it's a video or a photo, then upload it here, and then submit and create the post. And this is simply the create post feature. So here we're gonna tell Claude to execute these instructions. When a user clicks create in the left sidebar, a create menu modal should pop up, and inside that modal will show two options: a post option with a post icon and AI with an AI icon. And for now, we'll only implement the post option, and the AI option can just be visible in the user interface. We're just cloning Instagram, okay? Instagram has an AI icon, so we're just cloning it. We're not gonna implement anything here. So clicking on post will open the create post modal, and this modal should let the user upload a file using the upload drop zone component from upload think. And make sure to match the layout, spacing, and design exactly like the screenshot. And then we're gonna need to create a post submission form. After the user uploads a file, display file preview of the uploaded media and include form inputs, one for post type and another one for caption. The post type is gonna be a drop down or select to just select image or reel, and the caption is a text input for the post caption. And then include two buttons, one for submit and another one for discard. And while submitting, show a submitting text to indicate progress. And then we're gonna need to save the post in our database. So when the user submits a post, the post needs to be saved to our database. And for this, create server actions in a file called post actions. And you're gonna need to create actions like create post, get user own posts, get user post by username, get post by ID, and delete post. And this is the summary of the flow, and that's it. So here I'm gonna go to Claude and tell it read and execute the prompt number 8, which is for creating posts. Press enter, and now it's creating its to-do list. First, it's gonna create post server actions inside a file named postactions.ts. Now it has all context and it's gonna build everything. Step number 1, as we said, create the post actions. First of all, it's gonna create a create post action or function, which is gonna take data of this type, media URL of type string, media type of type image or video, and the type of the post itself, which is gonna be image or reel, okay? Those are going to be different, okay? This is just to know the type of the media, whether it's an image or a video. And this is for Instagram itself, for our platform itself. We're gonna need to know whether this is an image or a reel, okay? And a caption of type string, and it's gonna be optional. And then here it's gonna get the user, and if no user, throw an error. Also here, I think we're gonna need to tell Claude to use the get user action, but we're gonna do that later. Or you know what, just let's create our own to-do list. So I'm gonna say no here, and first of all, I'm gonna say use the get user action inside the post actions file. Now let's continue reading this file. Here it's gonna create the post in our database and then revalidate the profile and the feed pages in order to kind of refresh these routes, okay? And finally return the post. And this is to get the post by ID. It's gonna take a post ID of type string, then look up that post in our database, select from it all of these fields, and also from the author, select its ID, username, image, and name, and from the interactions, select the type of the interaction. And if no post, return null. And then we want to know how many likes and comments does this post have. So we're gonna filter the posts by likes and comments and then get their length. And then here simply we want to take the rest of the posts, all the other fields other than the interactions fields, because we already used that interactions field to count the likes and comments. So we're not gonna need to return them. We're only gonna return the rest of the fields and the count of the likes and comments. And that's it. And then catch the errors like that. And this is a function to delete posts. And also we're gonna revalidate the path after that. And then get user own posts, which is gonna get the user. Also, as we said, we're gonna use the get user action and return get posts with counts using the user.id. And here we're gonna define that function. And here get user posts by username, which is gonna take username of type string and get the user posts by their username. So here we only need that modification. There we go. Now it's gonna use it inside a function named get authenticated user ID. So this is nice. And now it wants to move post imports from profile actions to post actions. So I'm gonna just allow edits during that session. Now I changed the mode back in order to approve the upcoming feature, which is create menu modal component. Now this is the create menu modal. It's gonna be a simple chat cyan dialog, which is gonna have an option to create a post, and this is the AI option. I just want to tell it to use chatCM button. There we go. And that create menu modal is gonna take open of type boolean in order to know if it's open or not, and on open change and on select post in order to be able to manipulate the post modal that's going to be opened when we click on that create post button or create post option inside that create menu modal. So I'm gonna accept it. Now it's gonna create the create post modal component with upload thing. This is the create post modal. It's gonna take also an open prop to know if it's opened or not. Then on open change, which is gonna let us control the open and closed status. And it's gonna return a dialog from chatCN, which is gonna contain a title saying create new post and a close button that when clicked, we will call handle close function, and then the body of that modal, which is gonna have the upload step, and this is going to render an upload drop zone from upload thing, file or video previews, and this is to select the post type, and this is to input the caption of the post, and this is the actions whether to submit the post or discard it. So I'm gonna accept it. And finally, we're gonna need to wire create button in the left sidebar to the create menu. So I'm gonna accept it. Here it's gonna create states for that create menu. Of course, we're talking about the left sidebar component. And here, if the item.action equals to create, we're gonna set show create menu state to true. And this is the create menu plus post modal section inside the left side bar. This should appear when we click on the create button. And that's it. I think it's finished. Yeah, all done. And now let's test that feature. I'm gonna go here, click on create. I get post or AI. AI is not doing anything. Yeah, great. Actually, I like the shape of that modal. I'm gonna click on post. And I like also the shape of that modal. I'm gonna choose a file. Yeah, anything. Upload a file. Oh, we're having an error here. Yeah, that's error. Okay, actually, I'm glad that error happened. This is happening because we're gonna need to allow that image source or that image source URL coming from upload thing inside our next.config file. So what I'm gonna do is that I'm going to copy all of that, and here simply I'm gonna tell Claude add that image source URL to our next config file to avoid that error. Then press enter. And by the way, that error is happening because when we try to preview the image coming from upload thing after we uploaded the image, our application, our Next.js application, is not familiar with that URL, with that image URL. So we're gonna need to add it to our next.config file, okay? So here it's gonna add that, see here, to our next config file. It's gonna add that code, images, remote patterns, protocol HTTPS, and that host name, that URL. So I'm gonna accept it, and it should resolve the error. There we go. Now let's reload back here. Now I'm gonna try again. And this is the submit form or the submit phase. But I need it to be scrollable. So here I'm gonna tell Claude make the submit form or submit interface scrollable after uploading a file, or let's say a post. So it's gonna add an overflow y-auto tailwind class. Of course, it's gonna add it to the create post modal. There we go. Now it is scrollable and it looks Nice. Now I'm gonna say, let's actually add any caption. Let's say nature is beautiful. Then click on submit. There we go. Oh, we're getting another error. Okay, where this is coming from, event handlers can be passed to client components props. Okay, if you need interactivity, consider converting part of this to a client component. I think this is coming from the create menu modal or the create post modal. So I'm just gonna screenshot that error and I'm gonna tell Claude where this error is coming from. Okay, here it's telling me that the error is about onOpenPost equal to a function onOpenPost being passed to a client component from a server component, and the error mentions profile postcard. The onOpenPost prop is a function being passed from server component profile pages. The issue is in the profile pages. They are server components passing onOpenPost, which is a function, to a profile postcard, which is a client component, and you can't pass functions from server to client components, okay? The fix is to remove onOpenPost prop from the server-side callers and make it optional in profile postcard, since the post modal isn't wired up yet anyway. Okay, but we're gonna need to wire it anyways in the future, right? Okay, let me check something first. I want to go to profile postcard. Yeah. Yeah, actually, this needs to be a client component. So here, let's actually have a discussion with Claude. I'm gonna tell it, but we are going to need to wire the profile postcard in the future so that when a user clicks on a post, they will see a post modal, right? Press enter. Okay, let's click no for now. I want to read its response. It's telling me, yes, exactly. The right fix is to remove onOpenPost prop from the server component pages that are passing a function and instead handle the click logic inside the profile postcard itself, since it's already a client component. Okay, I like what I'm reading. It can manage its own state to open the post modal later. That's correct. For now, let me just remove the dummy onOpenPost from the server pages so the error goes away and keep the prop in profile postcard for when we wire it up. Okay, great. Now I'm gonna tell it, okay, do that. But actually here I want to say, okay, do that and explain what you are doing step by step. Okay, here is the plan. Let me read. Make onOpenPost optional in profile postcard, change the type from required to optional, and guard the onClick calls so it only fires if the prop is provided. Then remove onOpenPost from the two server component types. Okay. This way, profile postcard still accepts onOpenPost for future use when we wire the post modal, but it won't crash when we rendered from server component without it. Okay, continue, or let's say execute that. Okay, I'm gonna accept it. Now guard the onClick so it only calls onOpenPost if provided. So it's gonna make it optional here, okay? Now remove this from the server component, server profile page component. Now let's reload our page and we can see our post here. See here, when I hover on it, I can see the amount of likes and comments I have on that post. Now let's try to create another one. I'm gonna upload that image. And here I'm gonna select image, and here let's say random profile picture. Click on submit. There we go, now it's added. Now we're gonna need to actually wire the profile post modal. That was its name, right? So here I'm gonna tell it now I need to see the post modal when I click on the profile post card. So wire it. Okay, now I just want to read what it says. The profile pages are server components, so we can't add state handlers directly. Okay, we already know that. The post modal require many callback props like unlike, comment, delete comment, loop replies, etc. But we don't have interactions server actions yet. The simplest approach that works now: make profile postcard, open a simplified version of the post modal, and we wire in the full interaction callbacks later. So actually I think let's create all of these server actions right now. Why not? The cleanest approach: extend the profile postcard to also accept extra data it needs. Okay. So actually I think we can say actually implement the needed server actions and then use them. I want the profile page to be fully working right now. Press enter. Now it wants to create interaction server actions like unlike, comment, delete comment, and so on. Then wire the profile postcard to open a post modal with real data and callbacks, okay? Then update profile pages to pass full post. So those are going to be the interactions. Actions, like a post, unlike a post, handle user, liked post, add comment, and here of course we're gonna send notification to the post author or parent comment for replies, and a delete comment action, get comments, get comment replies, okay? So I'm gonna accept all of that. Now we're gonna wire the profile postcard to open a post modal. Here inside the profile postcard, it's gonna import all of the server actions that we just created. And here it's gonna add all of these props to that component. And here it's gonna add a type for the comment. And this is a state for the modal, for the post modal. And this is a function to handle open post. When we open a post, we should get like count, get comments, and we should know has this user liked that post or not. And then set modal data state should have a state here, yeah, with all of these data. And then set show modal to true. And then this is a function to handle like and handle unlike on the client side, of course. They are going to call those server actions inside of them. And those are functions to handle comment and deleting comments and deleting posts. This is to handle load more comments for infinite scrolling, and this is to handle load replies. And this is the post modal when it's opened, of course. Okay, let's accept all of that. Now everything is done. So let's test it. I'm gonna click here. And this is the modal. Of course, it doesn't look very good, but let's actually try the functionality. Okay, like, unlike. Let's add a comment, anything, post. Let's delete a comment. Let's try to add a reply. Okay. Okay, everything is working, but we just need to enhance its look a little bit. So here actually it's making this scrollable. So here I'm gonna tell Claude make the post modal look kind of a rectangle. So increase the width and make it bigger than the height. And we do have rounded corners here, so I think that will make it look good. Okay, it's gonna add bunch of classes here. Let's accept and see. There we go. Now let's just increase the width a little bit. Here let's say maximum width, let's say 16. But actually the width didn't change at all. Yeah, maybe here we're gonna need to overwrite the chat cyan component styles. So I'm gonna add an exclamation mark here, and now let's see it. Okay, now it's good. But actually let's decrease it. Let's make it, I think 4x large. Okay, what do you think? I think it looks good, right? Now those buttons are kind of overlapping. So here I'm gonna tell Claude the X button and the 3 dots button inside the post modal are overlapping. So make a distance between the two of them and make it look nice. Okay, it's gonna make modifications to the padding. Let's accept and see. Okay, fine. It looks good. And actually I can delete the post from here. Very nice. Now I want to try to upload a video. So I'm gonna go to pixels.com and let's choose videos. And let's try to download any video. I'm gonna put it here inside the profile photos folder, okay? And here let's just create a new post, choose a file. Okay, it's not recognizing the video. So here I'm gonna tell Claude when I try to upload a video from the create post modal, it doesn't recognize videos. Or let's say I can't actually upload a video. So debug this for me. Press enter. Okay, it always uses the image uploader endpoint. This is what I suspected. We're gonna need to also use the video uploader endpoint. The fix add a media uploader endpoint to the upload thing core file. Didn't we do that before? Okay, it's telling me that it's gonna add a media uploader endpoint to the core file, upload thing core file. Why do I have a feeling that we already did it before? Yeah, we did one for image and one for video, and here it wants to add both. So I think we only need the media uploader, right? So here I'm gonna tell it, I think in that case, we only need the media uploader since it will contain both video and images. Right? So yeah, that's right. A single media uploader is enough. Now it's gonna replace it and do just that. So I'm gonna allow all edits. Now it's gonna update it inside the create post modal. And it's done. I'm gonna switch back to the ask mode. And now let's try again. I'm gonna create post, choose a file, and now it recognizes the video. Now I'm gonna upload it. There we go. This is our video. It doesn't have a sound. This is why this is muted. And here I'm gonna choose real and say nice view or whatever. Then click on submit. And this is our post. It should appear here, by the way. In posts, we want to display both posts and reels. But let's view it from here. There we go. This is our controls. Very nice. It looks really good, by the way. But here I'm gonna tell Claude make the posts tab in the profile page display post cards for both images and reels. Okay, now here, instead of just rendering the image posts inside the posts tab here, it's gonna render all posts. So accept it. And here it's gonna do the same inside profile username page. There we go, now it's done. And now we can see both reels and images here. And here we can only see reels. Very nice. So now what, is there anything else left here in that feature? Actually, I'm thinking about something. Here when I create a post, like this one, I want to validate both of those fields. So here I'm gonna screenshot that. And here I'm gonna paste it to Claude and say, before submitting a post, I want to validate the post type and the caption. Validate that the post type should only be real or image, and for the caption, make it maybe, I don't know, maximum of 80 characters. And here I'm gonna say check the image I attached to know what I am talking about. Press enter. Okay, now it's gonna create a schema inside the create post module. What do you think? Accept it like that or create its own file? I think it's a very short schema, so maybe make it inline here. So I'm gonna accept it. And now it's gonna add some error states. And now it's just gonna update that handle submit function to save parse the data with the create post schema. So okay. Now it's gonna add some counters to the caption field. So yes. Now it's done. So here, after uploading a file, here it added the counter. See here, it's counting while I'm writing. So I'm gonna try to exceed the 80. Okay, actually it doesn't allow me to exceed the 80, which is nice. So yeah, this is nice. And actually I did remember something very important. We didn't actually validate the data, the forms data, while we were updating a profile or creating a post. We didn't validate the data on the back end, okay? We should also validate the data on the back end, not only on the client side. I'm gonna show you how. I'm gonna tell Claude, I also want to validate form data on the back end. So when a user updates their profile or submit a post, I want to also save parse that data using Zod on the back end in their respective server actions. Now let's press enter and see what Claude is going to do. Okay, here, as you can see, it's gonna make that validation first in the post actions file, and it's gonna create a create post schema. But since we are using that create post schema in a couple of places right now, it's better to create a separate file for the create post schema. So here I'm gonna say create a separate file for the create post schema, since we are using it now in couple of files. Okay, now it's telling me this is a good idea. Okay, so it's gonna create main validations folder and create that schema inside of it. Okay, and now remove the inline schema from the create post modal, and now add the backend validations to our server actions. See here inside create post action, before actually adding that post to our database, we're gonna make an extra check to be 100% sure and safe. We're gonna say safe parse the data, the incoming data here, based on the create post schema using the safe parse method. So we're gonna say const parsed equals to create post schema dot safe parse the data. And if parsed.success is false, meaning that that data is not parsed successfully, through an error. Otherwise, continue with creating the post. So let's accept that. And now let's do the same for update user profile actions. So it's gonna import the edit profile schema inside the profile actions and do the same here when we updating user profile. And now it's done. Both server actions now validate incoming data with Zod before processing. So now I think we've done everything here for the create post feature, and we are ready to move on to our next feature. Alright then, as we said, let's move on to our next feature. So this is going to be our next prompt, which is follow and requests prompt. So let's open preview. Here, what we want to implement is that right now I'm following this account. Okay, if I click on unfollow, it's gonna unfollow that account. If I follow back, it's gonna send a follow request to that account. And right now, as you can see, the account is private, but of course I don't have the credentials of that account in order to accept that follow request. But anyways, you get the idea, right? So here, we're gonna tell Claude to first start by creating a follow button component. See, like this one. And this button will handle all the follow logic depending on the account type, meaning depending on if the account is private or public. How the follow logic should work. When a user clicks on the follow button on someone's profile, if the account is public, they should follow them instantly. And if the account is private, instead of following immediately, a follow request should be sent to that account, to that person. So basically, public account equal instant follow and private account equals to send request. And for private accounts, this is the follow requests flow. If a follow request is sent, the private account user should receive a notification. And inside that notification, they should be able to accept the request or reject the request. If they accept, the sender officially becomes a follower. And the sender should also receive a notification saying the request was accepted. And if they reject, the request is removed and no follow relationship is created. Of course, I mean in our database. And as you probably noticed, we mentioned here sending and receiving notifications while developing that feature. So this means that we have to develop our notifications feature. So now we're also building the notifications system. When a user receives a follow request or when the request gets accepted, they should be notified. And the notifications user interface should be like that. When the user clicks on the notifications button in the left sidebar, a notification modal should appear, or let's say a notification bar, and we're gonna use Chat sheet for this. It should slide smoothly from the left, be positioned exactly above the left sidebar, hide the sidebar while open, so it feels like it replaces it, and feel clean and smooth, not like a random pop-up. And this is the implementation order. Create first the follow button component, implement the instant follow for public accounts and follow request system for private accounts, then build the notifications backend logic, then create the notification UI using ChatCN sheet, and then handle and reject inside the notification panel. I'm talking about accepting and rejecting follow requests, and finally add a notification when a request is accepted. Of course, I mean when I send someone a follow request and they accept that request, I should receive a notification that that person accepted my follow request, right? Final goal, we're building a complete follow system like Instagram, smart follow logic, private account requests, real-time notifications, and clean sliding notification panel UI. Of course, this is not technically gonna be real-time. Okay, we're not using WebSockets or anything like that, but we're gonna make it feel like it's real time. So here I'm gonna go to Claude and tell it read and execute the prompt number 7, which is for the follow and notifications logic. Press enter. Here, as you can see, it did create a to-do list for itself. Here. Okay, here it's gonna start with the follow actions file. Here, it's gonna create a follow actions file inside the server actions. And it's gonna start with an action named get authenticated user, which is gonna just get the authenticated user. I think maybe we can use our get user function, but we're gonna see later. And then get follow status. This function is going to take a target user ID of type string and then get current user data using this function get authenticated user. And by the way, here we're only selecting the user ID, so I think we can use the get user action. And if current user data.id equals to target user ID, return this text saying self, because this is the user itself. Okay, then check if already following. We're gonna say const is following, await prisma.user.find first, where id equals to current user data.id. And if in the following list, some of it has id equals to target user id, then that user is already following the target user. So if is following, we're gonna return the text following. And then we're gonna check if there is a pending follow request by querying the interaction table from our database. We're gonna say await prisma.interaction.find first, where user ID equals to current user data.id, target user ID equals to target user ID, and the type of the interaction is follow request. If this does exist, select the ID of that request, and in that case, we already know that there is a pending request, so we're gonna say if pending request, return the text requested. Otherwise, return none. So the follow status will be this is me, this is myself, or already following, or requested, or none, which in that case should display follow, right? So maybe here, in order to make this function more type strong, we can ask Claude to create a type for these follow status. So here we have a bunch of things to ask Claude. First of all, I'm gonna tell it in the follow actions file, use the get user action instead of defining another action. Then number 2, I'm gonna tell it in the, what was the name of this function? Yeah, get follow status. I'm gonna say in the get follow status function, use a type for following status that includes the types you already did, which are self, following, requested, and none. Okay, so we're gonna say self, following, requested, and none. So define this type as a stand-alone type at the top of the file. Let's see if we want anything else. Let's continue reviewing this file or these functions. This is a toggle follow function. It's gonna take the target user ID, then get the current user ID, then it's gonna check if this is the same user. It's gonna throw an error saying can't follow yourself. Okay, either way, I'm not gonna render follow inside of my own profile. We already did that, but I'm thinking this is good. This is like completely covering that edge cases. And then get the target user, and if no target user, throw an error saying target user not found. Then check if already following that user. So if already following here, we're gonna unfollow. If I click on the follow button while I'm following a user, that will trigger an unfollow process. So here we're gonna say if is following, we're gonna remove the follow relationship and the follow interaction. But maybe we can create an unfollow action on its own and then check if there is a pending request. So in that case, cancel it. Also, we can create a cancel request action. And then if the target user is a private account, we're gonna send a follow request here. So here in this function, I'm gonna tell Claude that in the toggle follow action, create an independent action for unfollowing user and use it inside this action. I'm gonna say create an independent action for unfollowing user and use it inside this action, and actually do the same for, we're gonna say canceling requests here, canceling requests, and sending follow requests, sending follow requests. Is there anything else? And maybe for the instant follow and instant follow. And that's it. Now let's review the rest of the actions. Accept follow request. Simply it's gonna query the notification. It's gonna take a notification ID and then query that notification, and then get the sender ID and create a follow relationship, and then replace the follow request interaction with a follow relationship, create a follow relationship, and then make the request notification as read. Okay, this is good. And then finally notify the sender that the request was accepted. I think maybe we can create other actions for the notifications and use them here. And then this is the reject follow request action. So I think my final request will be for create independent notifications actions inside a notification actions file. So yeah, I think this is all I need right now. So I'm gonna press enter. So here it's gonna create a notification actions file. This is for creating a notification. It's gonna take the sender ID, the person who is sending that notification, then of course the recipient ID, the person who's gonna receive that notification, and then the type of the notification, which is gonna be follow request accepted, or follow request rejected, and a post ID of type string. I'm gonna copy that and here tell Claude, define this as a standalone type and export it because we might need it somewhere else. Paste that type. So here it's gonna create that type as I told it. And then it's gonna create a notification in our database using these data. And this is a function to delete notification. This is a function to mark notification as read. And this is a function to get notifications. And this to mark all notifications as read. Okay, I didn't ask for it, but I think it's nice. Then this is get unread notification count. This is a really important function. So yeah, I'm gonna accept it. Now it's gonna recreate the follow actions file with the same approach, standalone follow status type, independent actions, and using get user. Okay, this is the follow actions file. This is the follow status type. Okay, this is get authenticated user ID. Okay, it's insisting on defining this function, then using the get user function inside of it. Fine by me. I don't mind. Okay, this is the get follow status function. This is follow a user function as we told it to do, to create separate functions or separate actions for these actions. And this is an instant follow action. See here, it's calling the create notification from the notifications file. This is much cleaner, okay? Separation of concerns. Then an unfollow user action, then send a follow request action, and a cancel follow request action, toggle follow, accept follow requests, and here mark the notification as read inside this accept follow request action and create a new notification for the follow request accepted. And this action is for rejecting follow requests. So I'm gonna accept all of that. And now it found a duplicate get follow status and get unread notifications count from profile actions file. Okay, since they now live in their own files. Okay, this is actually correct, and I didn't even remember we had those. So I'm gonna accept all of that. Now it's updating some imports in the main layout file, and here it's updating also that import inside the profile username page. And now inside that page, the profile username page, it's replacing that is following with follow status. So okay, let's accept it. And now it's gonna update the profile header component to accept follow status instead of is following. There we go. Accept that also. And now it's gonna remove that is following from the profile home page. Now it's back to its own to-do list. Now it should create the follow button component. There we go, it's gonna create it inside main components. So this component is gonna be a client component, and this is going to be its props. Of course, it's gonna take a target user ID and initial status, which is gonna be of type follow status imported from the follow actions file. And then this is the component. It's gonna render a button from chat.cn. On click, it's gonna handle click. And inside that handle click function, we're gonna toggle follow. We're gonna call the toggle follow function using the target user ID and set status to new status. Of course, here it's creating a state for the status and initializing it with the follow status coming from here. And here it's setting that status to that new status coming from the toggle follow action. And here we want to know if is following or requested, because here we're gonna provide that or those class names to the button in case of following or requested. Okay, we're gonna style it that way, and we're gonna disable that button when it's pending, and while it's pending it's gonna render a loader, and if the status is following we're gonna render the text following, and if it's requested we're gonna say requested, otherwise we're gonna say follow. So this is very nice. I'm gonna accept it. And then here inside the profile header, it's gonna import that follow button that we just created. And now it's adding an ID to the profile user type here in the profile header component. Now the mobile version still has the old is following boolean pattern, wasn't caught by replace all earlier since it didn't have is requested. So here it's just going to remove all of that, okay, and add a cursor pointer to that button, the message button. Now the is following and is requested local variables are unused since follow button handles everything, okay. So it should remove both of them here, okay, yes. Now update the username page and on profile page to pass ID to profile header. Click to expand, okay, nice. Now we're having an error here. It wants to fix it. Now it's gonna move on to the notification panel UI with sheet component. Now let's take a look at the notification panel component. Inside the main components, it's gonna be a client component. Here it's gonna render a sheet displaying notifications, and then in case no notifications, it's gonna say no notifications yet. Otherwise, it's gonna map on each notification and render a div for it, then display its content, and then here accept and reject buttons, okay. And of course this is the handle accept. We're gonna call accept follow request, and by the way this component will be updated as we add more features to our application. So yeah, I'm gonna accept it. Finally, we're gonna need to wire the notification panel into the left side bar. Now it's gonna import it inside the left side bar, then create a show notifications state. And here if the action is notifications, we're gonna set show notifications to true. And now add the notifications panel to the JSX next to the search modal here, okay. There we go. Now everything is all done. Now let's check everything. This should be a private account, if I remember correctly. I'm gonna try to follow it. No, actually that was a public account. Okay, now I'm gonna cancel that follow. I'm gonna unfollow. So it's working, I think. Okay, this is nice. Now I'm checking the notifications panel. No notifications yet, okay. So now I'm gonna try to create a bunch of new accounts and test that feature a bit. So I'm gonna copy that temporary email, and here I'm gonna go to create a new account, then paste that email, choose any data from here, whatever, and here let's name it account 1, then submit. And now I'm gonna go to pixels.com and search for avatar. Okay, this is not what I wanted. Let's try profile photos. Okay, let's choose anything. I'm gonna download this, and here I'm gonna create a new folder and name it profile photos, and here I'm gonna name this one account 1. There we go. And here I should receive a code, so I'm gonna copy that code and then paste it here, verify. And now let's go to the profile page, and let's actually edit profile. Let's upload that photo. Here let's type this is account number 1, and here let's make it email, and let's make it a private account and submit. There we go. Now let's actually test the functionality. I'm gonna search for that user, account 1. There we go. I'm gonna go to it. This account is private, so I'm gonna follow that account. Now it's requested. Let's see if I receive a notification here. I'm gonna reload. There we go. I'm getting a notification here. Noor Fakhri requested to follow you. First of all, I'm gonna try to cancel that request here. Okay, now I'm seeing the follow button. Here, if I reload, the notification is deleted. Very nice. Now I'm gonna follow again. Reload here. There we go. I'm getting the notification again. Now I'm gonna try to delete it. Right now I rejected that follow request. So here when I reload, I should see the follow button again. There we go. Now I'm gonna follow again. And here I'm gonna reload. I should get the notification, and I can confirm right now the follow request. And now I get a new notification saying Noor Fakhri started following you. Now if I reload, that notification red count should disappear, yeah. And here I get 1 followers. It should be 1 follower, but whatever, this is minor, we're gonna fix it later. And here if I reload, you can see that right now I'm following that user, and I'm getting a notification here saying that account 1 accepted your follow request. So this feature is working sharp. And right now we are completely ready to move on to our next feature. Alright then. Now we have 2 more prompts left. One for the feed page and another one for the stories feature. And actually both of them should create the feed page. That feed page. See here? This is what we want to create. Here we want to create postcards like that, of course, from the people I follow. In the feed page, I should see posts from the people I follow, right? And here, I should see stories also from the people I follow. And also, I should be able to add my own story here. We're gonna add an add story button here on the top left. And on the right side here, we're gonna add a right side bar like that. So let's actually start by the prompt number 9, the feed page prompt. We're gonna tell Claude to create the feed page inside main feed. Inside the main route, we're gonna create a feed route, and this will act as the main homepage of the app, similar to Instagram. It's where users land and see content from people they follow. Start by creating the loading and error files as usual. And the feed page should now look like this. This is the desktop layout, okay? On the left, we're gonna render the left sidebar, and then in the center, we're gonna render the feed, and of course, as we said, the stories on the top, and on the right side, we're gonna render a right side bar. What the feed page should do. When a user opens the feed page, they should see posts only from people they follow, okay? At the top, we'll have a stories section. Below that, we'll render posts using a feed post card, and posts should load using infinite scroll. Each post should support likes, comments, replies to comments, and replies to replies. And it should feel and look like Instagram. And then we're gonna tell it, if you need visual reference, you can look at Instagram's layout to guide your spacing, comment nesting, and interaction flow. Maybe here we can also add that it can look at the screenshots. Maybe here we can say also look at the feed screen shot. There we go. Save. And here it's added in the preview. And now let's read the route setup. Create the feed route. As we said, /feed, and this page will fetch posts from followed users, only followed users, and render a stories section, and do it as a placeholder for now, because we're gonna implement the stories feature in the next prompt, not in this prompt. Render the post feed with infinite scrolling. Remember infinite scrolling? This is what I mean. See here? It's loading more posts. Okay? So whenever you scroll, it's gonna load more stories. Of course, until you run out of posts, it's gonna show this message, you're all caught up. And stories for now, we're not implementing stories yet. Just create a clean placeholder component at the top, like stories placeholders, something like that. Just something temporary. It can just be a horizontal scroll container with dummy circles saying stories coming soon. And later we'll replace this with real stories logic. And then let's move on to our main focus, which is feed posts. Now, the important part, will display posts using a feed post card component. Each card should include a user avatar plus its username, post image and content, like button, comment button, a share icon, which is optional for now, meaning that we're not going to implement it for now, a caption, a comments preview, and an add comment input. And infinite scrolling, as we said, we don't want pagination buttons. Instead, load first batch of posts, like 5 or 10 posts, for example, and when user scrolls near the bottom, fetch the next batch. Very simple. And then append that batch to existing posts. And show a loading spinner while you are fetching them, and this should feel smooth and seamless. Then, for the like system, inside the feed post card, user can like and unlike posts, like count updates instantly using Optimistic UI. I explained Optimistic UI for you before, remember? And if someone likes your post, create a notification, meaning that if someone likes my post, I should receive a notification, right? And for the comments system, we want it structured like Instagram. Level 1 is for the comments, for each comment itself, when a user comments on a post, okay? Then level 2 is replies to comments, when a user replies to a comment. And level 3, when a user reply to a reply, just like in Instagram threading. Each reply should be slightly indented, show username, show reply button if you want to reply on a reply, and support nested rendering cleanly. And make sure that comment count updates properly, reply toggling works, and replies can collapse and expand if needed. And now let's move on to the notifications, which are very important and crucial to an Instagram clone application. or basically any social media application, right? Now let's make the feed interactive. We need notifications for someone liked your post, someone commented on your post, someone replied to your comment, someone replied to a reply. And each of these should create a notification entry in our database, appear in user notifications panel, and be markable as read. And this makes the page feel alive. And for the UI goals, we want it to be look clean, white background, proper spacing, Instagram style buttons, rounded avatars, subtle gray text for timestamps, smooth hover effects. Don't over design it and keep it minimal and modern. And then we want to create the right sidebar component. We're gonna tell it to create inside the components a right sidebar.tsx file, and this should only appear on desktop screens, meaning that we're gonna hide it on small screens. What the right sidebar should contain, we want it to feel exactly like Instagram. We're gonna show the logged in user and suggested users section, and then below it we're gonna render a footer section which is gonna show these links. And here we're gonna explain to Claude how suggestions should work. Suggested users can be people not followed by current user, exclude self, exclude the user itself, exclude already requested users, and maybe sort by newest or just random. Keep it simple for now. And this is just a summary of the feature. So now I'm gonna go to Claude and tell it read the prompt number 9, which is the feed page prompt, and execute it. Press enter. Okay, now it's gonna make a to-do for itself as usual. This is a large to-do, by the way. So here in the posts actions file, it's gonna create an action to get feed posts, and see here that function is gonna take a cursor. This is for infinite scrolling. It's gonna be of type string and it's gonna be optional. And then it's gonna set the page size to 10. It's gonna create a const page size equal to 10. And then first of all, it's gonna get the IDs of users the current user follows. So it's gonna say const current user with following equals to await prisma.user.find unique ID equals to user ID, and select the following list, which are the people or users that this user is following. And then get the following IDs, and then get their posts. Then sort them in descending order. Take page size plus 1, and this is the cursor logic. And actually, I'm gonna show you something cool. Instead of trying to read this code, this kind of a complicated code, instead of trying to understanding it by yourself, we're gonna also get help from AI. What I'm gonna do is that I'm going to copy that, and then I'm going to go back to Claude, and actually I'm gonna tell it explain this to me before continuing, then paste that code. Okay, what's going on here? Here, it's explaining that this is a cursor-based pagination in Prisma. Take page size plus 1. Here we fetch 11 items instead of 10, and if we get 11 back, we know there is a next page. We know there are more posts to come. So we slice off the extra one and set has more equal to true. Of course, we're gonna create a const named has more and we're gonna set it to true. This is kind of a flag. And if we get 10 or fewer, this means that we are on the last page. Okay, very clean. And here, cursor ID. Cursor, this tells Prisma start from the record with this ID. And the cursor is the ID of the last post from the previous page. So this is kind of a pointer or let's say a link to the last page, because in the next fetch, I don't want to start from the beginning again. I want to start, let's say that I fetched 10 posts. I want to start from post number 11. And then if I fetch another 10 posts, I want to fetch or start the next fetch from post number 21, and so on. And then we're going to say skip one. Without this, the cursor record itself would be included in the results again. So in the first load, no cursor, it fetches the first 11 posts. And on the next load, the front end passes the last post's ID as the cursor, and Prisma fetches the next 11 starting after that post. Okay, see here, instead of squeezing your mind trying to understand the code, the AI will explain it to you in a very simple way. And if you don't like anything about it, you can ask for adjustments. I hope now you appreciate how great this is. Now it's asking me, want me to continue building the feeds? I'm gonna tell it, yes, continue building the feed. Press enter. Now it's gonna create suggested users server action. This is also in the post actions file. Those are going to be suggested users. Here we are getting IDs of users the current user already follows, or let's say plus the users that user sent pending requests to, in order to avoid showing them in the suggested users. We're gonna name it current user data, and then we're gonna exclude them, and then get suggestions, and simply return suggestions. See, here we are saying where ID, not in exclude IDs. So we are excluding those users. And basically we are returning the rest of the users. Okay, fine. I'm gonna accept it. And then create the main feed route and a loading file inside of it. And then an error file. And now it's gonna create a stories placeholder component. It's a very simple placeholder component, so we're gonna accept it. And now create a feed postcard component with likes, comments, and replies. It's telling me now the big one, feed postcard. See, it's interacting with me. Now this is the feed postcard component. Let's scroll down until we reach the return.jsx. Here it's returning an article. Okay, first of all, I'm gonna tell it to use chatcn dialog in the feed postcard. Okay, it's telling me, I see you want the comments section to open in a dialog like post modal instead of inline. No, I mean return a chatcn dialog from the component instead of HTML article. And let me actually double check on something. I'm gonna check the dialog component again. Oh, actually I was wrong. I didn't mean dialog, I meant card. Yeah, that was my mistake, I'm sorry. Yeah, I want to use a card from chatcn, not a dialog. Okay, a lot of things going on in my head, a lot of components, a lot of many things. So I got confused. So here I'm gonna tell Claude, sorry, I meant use chatcn card instead of HTML article. Now it's gonna replace the article with card component. It's gonna install it first. So here let's take a look again. Okay, it's gonna return a card. that contains a header, which is gonna display the post author, the post author username, and the time the post was created, then the media itself, whether it's an image or a video, then the action buttons, which are like and comment. This will handle toggle like. Let's take a look at this function, handle toggle like. Yeah, this one. It's gonna start a like transition. And by the way, this transition is using something from React named use transition here. Where is it? Yeah. If here, for example, if I said or asked Claude, what is the difference between use state and use transition? See here, the main difference is that use state updates the state immediately and re-renders the component right away, while use transition marks state update as low priority. React can keep showing the current UI while the transition runs in the background. It gives you an is pending to show loading states, and it won't block user interactions like typing and clicking while the asynchronous work happens. Now I'm gonna tell it to continue. I'm gonna say yes, continue building. Now we were checking this function, handle toggle like. It's gonna start a like transition. If already liked, if optimistic liked, we're gonna await unlike post and unlike the posts from the database. Otherwise, we're gonna actually like the post in our database. So this is the like button, and this is the like count displayed next to it, and this is the caption of the post, and this is a button to toggle viewing all comments. And by the way, I want to use chatCM buttons. I'm gonna tell it later. And this is the comments section. If the show comments state is true, display the text saying loading comments. Otherwise, map on each comment and render a comment item for each one. Of course, the comment item is coming from here. Here I'm gonna tell Claude use chatCM buttons. Now it's using chatCM buttons. And here for the add comment input, it's gonna create a form that on submit will handle submit comment. Let's take a look at this function. It will take an event of type react.form event, okay? It will prevent default, then trim the text, if no text return, and then it's gonna add comment inside our database. So actually everything looks good here. I'm gonna accept it and see its functionality later. Actually here it's using something called use optimistic. Let me Google this. I never used it before, so I'm gonna copy that. And here I'm gonna say React use optimistic. Okay, this is from the React documentation. It's a React hook that lets you optimistically update the UI, okay? So, okay. Like here, handle click, start transition, set optimistic like to true. Okay, so I think Claude Code did follow the React documentation. So now I know it's good code. What's going on here? Not responding, try stopping. Okay, I'm gonna stop and say continue. And now create the right sidebar component. This is the right sidebar component. It's gonna return an aside, which is gonna render the current user info, okay, a switch button to switch accounts, okay, and then the suggested users. We're gonna get the suggested users from the database. Here we are creating a type for each suggested user, and that right sidebar is gonna take these props, current user and suggested users. So the suggested users are going to be passed as props to this component. So we're gonna fetch them from a higher component. Okay. And now create the main feed page within infinite scroll. This is the feed page inside main feed. Here it's going to get feed posts and get suggested users by saying await promise.all, and then fetch them in parallel like that, then get the initial data and the suggested users from that operation, from that fetch operation, and then it's gonna render stories placeholder, then feed content, and that feed content component is gonna take initial posts and initial has more, and then render the right sidebar on the right. So I'm gonna accept it. And now create the feed content component or client component that handles infinite scroll. Okay, here it's gonna create a type for the feed post. Then this is the feed content component. Of course, this is its props. As we said, it's gonna take initial posts and initial has more. This is a flag. And here, this is a logic to load more. It's gonna use observer and stuff like that. And actually, I'm gonna tell it to explain it to me in text instead of reading this code. Here I'm gonna say explain in detail the infinite scroll logic that you were suggesting using observer and stuff. Okay, infinite scroll with intersection observer. The idea is simple. Instead of a load more button, we automatically detect when the user has scrolled near the button and fetch the next batch. Okay, so here it created that div and it's saying that this is an invisible 1 pixel div placed right after the last post. And it's the tripwire. When it enters the viewport, we know the user has scrolled to the bottom. Okay. And for the intersection observer, this is a browser API that watches an element and fires a callback when it enters or exits the viewport. It's much more efficient than listening to scroll events. Okay, now I get the idea. Then, of course, a load more function to actually fetch more posts. And here in the use effect, the dependency on load more means every time posts has more or loading changes, the effect reruns with fresh values. So, okay, now I'm gonna tell it to continue. Now it's gonna recreate that component, feed content component. So I already read it, so I'm gonna accept it. And then finally wiring everything together. Now it's fixing some tailwind thing, okay? And now the feed page is complete and everything is done. Now let's check it out. Okay, this is the placeholder for stories and this is the right sidebar. Okay. Now I want to be able to also render my own posts in the home page or in the feed page. So here I'm gonna tell Claude I also want to see, or let's say render users own posts in the feed page. Okay, so here just need to include the user's own ID in the following IDs array. Okay, here in the post actions file in get feed posts action, yeah, add the user ID to the following IDs. Okay, and that's it. Now I should see my own posts here. So this is the post card, the feed post card. I want to change the border a little bit and remove that separator between the posts. So here I'm gonna say add a nice border to the feed post card, just like Instagram, and add spacing between the feed posts in the feed page. Okay, now it's adding a border. Okay, done. Each postcard has a rounded border now. Let's see. Okay, yeah, this is what I wanted. Very nice. Now if I click here, it's gonna like. Let me add a comment. I'm gonna say nice, then post. Okay, I can reply to that reply. Very nice. If I click here, it's gonna hide comments, then show them again. Okay. So yeah, actually I like this. Now let me try to create another account. Open pixels and open temp mail. Create a new account. Okay, I want to create an account, let's say for horses. I'm gonna search for horses and let me download bunch of photos and videos for horses. So here I'm gonna create a new folder and name it horses and just name this 1, 2, and let me actually create that account. Copy that mail, paste it here, add any password, add any date of birth. Here let's name the account horse lovers, and here the username is horse lovers. Then click on submit. Okay, now we should get a code. Okay, let's copy it and paste it here. Verify. Now I'm on the feed page. Let me go to my profile. And by the way, this is the suggested accounts. I can follow myself here. It's requested. I should get a follow request here on my account. See here, notification. I can confirm it. And now when I reload, I should see my own posts. Yeah, these ones. And by the way, I can like that post and put a comment saying nice view post here. And here I got a notification that that my follow request accepted here. And here I should receive a notification or actually 2 notifications for the like and comment that I received here. But here, this is, we're having an issue with the image preview, but this is minor. So I'm just gonna tell Claude that in a notification bar, when I receive a notification for like or comment, the image or that was a video. Let's see if it's also happening on the images. I'm gonna like here and add a comment saying, hey, posts. Now, if I go back here, open notifications. Yeah, so it's only happening on the video preview. So here I'm gonna say in the notification bar, when I receive a notification for like or comment on or let's say on any video, the video preview in the notifications, or let's say in that notifications bar, is not working, or it's showing me the alt image. Okay, it's telling me that on line 189 in the notifications panel. Let me continue reading. It uses an image tag for all post thumbnails, but for videos you need a video element to show a preview. Let me check what fields. Okay, check. 2 issues. The query doesn't fetch media type and the panel uses image for everything. I need to add media type to the notification post. Select and render a video thumbnail for video posts in the panel. So I'm gonna say okay and use Next.js image instead of image. So it's gonna start with the get notifications action. It's gonna take a media type. Here it's gonna select the media type from the post. And here in the notifications panel, it's gonna import next image and it should use it. And here it's gonna remove that image completely and it's gonna conditionally render that logic. If the media type is video, it's gonna render a video. Otherwise, it's gonna render an image. So this is clean, so I'm gonna accept it. Now it's done. And here if I reload, go to notifications again, I should see previews for everything. Very nice. Now here let's try to add posts. I'm gonna go to horses, add the first one. This is an image. Let's type anything, I don't know, let's say good morning, submit. Now let's go to the profile and we should update the profile by the way. And this is the new post that I just added. That's the post. That's like my own posts. Okay. Now let me edit profile, change photo. Let's also add this photo. And here let's actually copy that link and paste it here and say here in the bio we post about horses. Gender, okay, let's say male. Private account, let's submit. There we go. Now I'm gonna go back to my account and search, I want to search for that account, horse lovers. This account is private, so I'm gonna request to follow it. Now, if I reload here, I should get a notification. There we go, I'm gonna confirm. And now if I reload, I should see this account because I got accepted and I should get a notification here that I got accepted from that account. Okay. And if I go to the feed page, I should see that post. Yeah, this one. I can like it. I can add a comment. Say nice horses. Post. Now, if I reload, I should receive a notification that I got a like and comment here. Now, when I click here, see, I want to open a post modal exactly like the one opening here. So here I'm gonna tell Claude when I click on a like or comment notification item, I want to open that post using a post modal just like the profile, or let's say just like the post modal opening when I click on the post inside, or let's say here a post inside a profile, or actually use the same post modal. Press enter. I mean use the same post modal that you are using in the profile pages. Okay, now it's gonna update the notification panel component to open a post modal when clicking on like, comment, and reply notifications. So I'm gonna say yes and allow all edits. Okay, now it's done. Let me test it here. I'm gonna go to notifications, then click here. There we go. It's opening. Let's see the video post. Very nice. Now actually I'm gonna continue downloading a bunch of posts from here in order to add them and see the infinite scrolling. So I'm gonna do that and get back to you. Okay, now I add a bunch of posts here in that profile. Let me go back here and reload the feed page. Now let's see if we get the infinite scrolling. No, still you are all caught up, so I'm gonna need to add more posts. Okay, now I added a couple more. Let me reload here. Okay, here it's loading and showing an infinite scroll here. Very nice. Everything is working so far. And here I just want to make sure I'm using Nextjs cards in the profile post card. I'm gonna tell Claude, make sure I am using Nextjs card in the profile posts card. No, it's using a row div. So I'm just gonna say allow all edits. It's just gonna replace it with a Nextjs card. Now it's done. Let's check it out here. It's pretty much the same with better performance. And now we just need to create the stories feature. So let's go ahead and do that. Alright then. Now let's create our last feature of this course, which is gonna be the stories feature. We're gonna tell Claude to build an Instagram style stories feature where users can share photos and videos as stories that disappear after 24 hours. Okay, but what does this feature do? Users can create stories by uploading an image or a video, and these stories appear as circular avatars in a horizontal scrollable carousel at the top of the feed. Of course, I did show you the feed screenshot before, the feed page, and it does contain here the stories section. See here? This is what we want to create. And each circle should represent one user who has active stories. Clicking a circle opens a full screen viewer that plays through all of that user's stories in chronological order. And stories expire automatically after 24 hours. They simply stop appearing, meaning that we don't need to delete those stories from our database. Actually, we're not going to delete them from the database. We want to keep track of them. Because of course, in the future, if you want to enhance the application or add more features like the highlights feature and so on, of course, you still want to get access to those stories. We're gonna make them expire after 24 hours by simply not displaying them. They simply stop appearing, okay? And for the story circle, each circle shows the author's profile picture, and if the current user hasn't seen any of that author's stories yet, the circle has the Instagram gradient ring, which is yellow to red pink. And once all stories from that author are viewed, the ring turns gray. And below the circle is the author's username, or your story, of course, if it belongs to the current user. And of course, we're gonna need to create a feed header carousel. The carousel that's going to contain all of the story circles. At the top of the feed, there is a horizontal carousel of story circles. On the far left, outside of that carousel, is an Add Story button with a plus icon, and next comes the user's own story, of course if they have one, followed by stories from people they follow. And the carousel supports drag scrolling and has left and right arrow buttons that automatically hide when there is nothing more to scroll in that direction. And for creating a story, we're gonna make the logic like this. Clicking on the plus button opens a dialog with a two-step flow. First, the user sees a drag and drop upload area, and after uploading, they see a preview of their media in a vertical 9:16 aspect ratio container, and videos get playback controls including a mute button and a volume slider. The user can then submit or cancel. On submit, the story is saved to our database and the feed refreshes to show it. And then for the viewing stories logic, Clicking any story circles open a full screen viewer that slides up from the bottom, and the viewer shows one story at a time with the following behavior: a progress bar that's going to run across the top, one theme bar per story. Already seen stories show a full bar, and the current story fills up in real time. And upcoming stories are empty. And the images should display for 30 seconds with a timer driving the progress bar. And when time runs out, it advances to the next story. And videos play at their natural duration. So if the video is 2 minutes, for example, that progress is gonna play or it's gonna actually progress for 2 minutes. And I know that the real Instagram doesn't allow for more than 1 minute story or something like that. But in our application, we're gonna allow the users to add whatever they want, okay? So the progress bar follows the video's actual playback position. As we said, when the video ends, it advances to the next story. And navigation works in 3 ways. Tap on the left half of the screen to go back, or tap on the right half to go forward, or simply use the visible arrow buttons on the sides. And you can also just let stories auto advance. See here, it's like I'm explaining the feature that I want to a junior developer or something like that, right? Then the story navigation behavior, the right arrow should advance to the next story belonging to the same user, and it must not navigate to stories from another user, okay? And the left arrow should go to the previous story belonging also to the same user. And if there is no previous story, the left arrow should be hidden. If there is no next story, the right arrow should be hidden. And when the last story finishes, the viewer closes automatically. And then we're gonna need to create some logic for the view tracking. Every time a story appears on a screen, the app records that that current user viewed it. And this happens immediately when the story renders, not when the user manually clicks next or closes. Okay, this is very important. And this ensures that auto-played stories are tracked too. The view is recorded using an upsert pattern in the database, meaning that if the user already viewed this story, it just updates the timestamp, and if not, it creates a new record, and this prevents duplicate entries. And then we're gonna need to track view count and viewers list for owners only, for the story owners only. Story owners see an eye icon with the view count in the header, and the count excludes the owner themselves, okay? If I view my own story, it's not gonna be counted as a view on that story. And this should be done at the database query level, okay? We don't want to record my own view. If I'm viewing my own story, I don't want to record it in the database, okay? So we're gonna need to do it at the database query level, not by subtracting one in the code or anything like that, okay? Not on the code level. And this avoids off-by-one bugs regardless of whether the owner has viewed their own story or not. And clicking on the eye icon opens a side drawer listing everyone who viewed the story, showing their avatar, username, name, and how long ago they viewed it. Only the story owner can access this list. And deleting stories also for owners only. Story owners also see a delete button. Clicking it shows a confirmation dialog. And on confirmation, the story is removed from the local list. So we're gonna create a local list in a state or anything like that on the client side. And we're doing so because we want the viewer to adjust its position. If the deleted story was the only one, the viewer closes. And if it was the first story, the viewer stays at position 0. Otherwise, it moves back one position, and so on. And then we want to render some video controls and stuff like that. And actually, that is it. Now let's go to Claude. And first of all, I want to update the Claude.md file before creating the stories feature. So I'm gonna tell Claude to update the Claude.md file with all the newly added features so far. Okay, let's accept it. Okay, now it's done. So we're gonna tell it read the prompt number 10, which is for creating the stories feature, and execute it. Press enter. Now it's gonna read the current schema. Okay, as usual, it's gonna make a to-do list for itself. First of all, create a story server actions. Okay. Okay, I forgot to tell it something. It wasn't mentioned in the prompt. I'm gonna tell it to use ShadCN components for carousel. I misspelled it, but no worries. Progress. And let me actually remember if we do want anything else. Let's take a look at the carousel. Yeah, this is the carousel. Okay, we want a carousel like that. And this is the progress. Yeah, this one. Also, we want something like that. I don't think we need anything else from ShadCN. So here, we're gonna tell it to use ShadCN components for carousel. Let's spell it right. And progress while creating the stories feature. Press enter. Okay, now it's gonna install the carousel and the progress, so I'm gonna say yes. Okay, now it's gonna start with the story actions. It's gonna create a story actions file, and then it's gonna create a const for story expiry hours equals to 24. Then it's gonna create a function for expiry date. Okay, and then it's gonna create a type for the story with meta. This is each story with its metadata. And then a function for getting feed story groups. Feed stories, one circle per user. It's gonna get my own stories plus stories from followed users. And then here it's gonna get the active stories in last 24 hours. See here, created at greater than since. And that since is equal to the returned value from that expiry date function. And then order them by descending order to show the latest stories. Then group by author, one circle per author. Okay. And then here we're gonna create a group of stories and return own story always first, then the other stories. And then get all stories by a specific author. And this is a function to create a story, whether it's an image or a video. And this is a function to mark story as viewed. So we're gonna insert the viewed story table here. And this is a function to delete a story. And this one to get viewer lists for owners only. So here, we're gonna query the viewed story table from our database. And that's it. So I'm gonna accept all of these actions. Now create story modal component in order to be able to create a story. Okay, inside that modal, we're gonna return a ShadCN dialog to create a story. And here we're gonna say if no media URL, so we're gonna create a state for the media URL and of course initialize it as null. So in that case, if it's null, we're gonna render a step to upload a story, rendering the upload drop zone from upload thing. And then step 2, preview plus submit, of course, in case we have a media URL, okay? After you upload, you're gonna set the state of the media URL here from the returned URL. So in that case, we're gonna render the preview UI. And that's it. So let's accept it. Now create a story viewer component in order to be able to view stories. And it's saying that this is the most complex component. Okay, now let's read the story viewer component. It will return a full screen overlay, and if the story is loading or there is no current story, we're gonna display loading. This means that we should have a state for loading and current. Yeah, this is for the loading, and this is for the current. It's coming from stories at index, or it can be null. And the stories are coming from that stories state, which is gonna be a list of story with meta, and it's gonna be initialized to an empty list. And that story with meta is a type that's imported from the story actions file, okay? And actually we're gonna get our stories, load our stories when the component is opened. So we're gonna use a use effect so that when the component is opened, we're gonna call this server action, which is get stories by author, get all stories by a specific author. So we're gonna provide the author ID, and then when we get the data, we're gonna set the stories state to these data. And as I told you, it's very important to set a local state for the stories in order to reposition the stories inside that component. Okay? So as we said here, we're gonna display loading in case we are in a loading state or there are no current story. Otherwise, we're gonna render our main user interface, which is gonna include a progress bar or let's say progress bars. We're gonna map on the stories and render a progress from ShadCN like that. And inside the header, we're gonna render the author name or the author username of that story in an avatar component like that, and then display the time of the story, or actually format distance to now, will display when was that story created compared to now, like for example 3 minutes ago, 2 hours ago, and stuff like that. And this is a mute toggle for the video, and this is the view count for the owner only, and this is the delete button for the owner only, and this is the close button, and this is the media itself. If it's an image, we're gonna render Next.js image, and if it's a video, we're gonna render a video like that. And this is the left tap arrow, and I think it's not using ShadCN carousel. Maybe it has a reason, we're gonna ask it. But anyways, on the left tap arrow, on click, when clicking on that left tap arrow, we're gonna call a function named go back, and this should be the right arrow. It didn't write a comment here, but this should be the right arrow, and on click, we're gonna go forward. Let's actually take a look at these functions. For the go back, if index is 0, just return clear progress, then set index to index -1 since we are going back, and then set progress to 0. And in the case of go forward, we're gonna clear progress and set index to index +1 since we are going forward, and then setting progress to 0 to reset the progress. And this is a sheet for the viewers drawer in order to view viewers. This is for owner only. And this is the delete confirmation if I want to delete a story. So I'm gonna accept that code. And I did ask it why you are not using ShadCN carousel. It's telling me you are right. The ShadCN carousel should be used. Let me continue reading. It should be used for the story circles in the feed header. Oh, okay. So it means that it's gonna use that carousel for the header itself to navigate between the story circles. It's not gonna use it inside the story viewer or the story viewer component in order to navigate between the stories of a certain user, and it did use an arrow button that it created in that component instead. So okay, now it's telling me that it's creating a story carousel. This is the story carousel. This is the add story button. This is the actual header, okay? The actual header that's going to render the story circles, meaning that here, as you can see, we are rendering a story circle component. And this should be created here. Yeah, this is the story circle. And each story circle is gonna render an avatar for the story owner and its username, and a label for that story. And it's going to take a group of stories. And if that group has unviewed stories, it's gonna give it that pink-purple color, indicating that that user has stories that I didn't view just yet. Otherwise, if I did view all of the stories of that user, it's gonna give it a background muted background color. Exactly like Instagram. Okay? So here again, inside that carousel, we're gonna create an add story button here in order to add a new story, and on click, we're gonna set show create to true. This is a state coming from here. And of course, we are rendering this in a carousel item. And then we're gonna render the section for your story. If I'm viewing my own feed page, I will get a your story section here. And this is going to be an avatar for the current user image and username and stuff. And then display own story circle if it exists. And then start rendering the other users' stories. And then the story viewer section, we're gonna render a story viewer component. And here, in case we did click on the create story button, we're gonna render a create story modal. And that's it. So let's accept it. And now we're gonna need to wire story carousel into the feed page. This is the last step. So I'm gonna say yes and allow all edits. And now it's done. So let's actually test it here. We can see here the stories carousel. See? I'm gonna click on the add a new story button. And let's add anything. Load a file. There we go. I can create a story. And this is my story. Loading. Less than a minute ago. This is the story. I can delete it. Okay. Now it's removed. Let's add another one. This is a video story. This is the preview. Let's share a story. Now I can view my own story again. Very nice. And now what I want to do is that I want to create a bunch of new accounts in order to be able to test the stories feature much better. And by the way, right now I'm testing the app on the production version here. And actually you should know that I pushed the latest changes to GitHub. So all the application, all the source code right now is available on GitHub, okay? So I'm gonna create a new account, as we said. So I'm gonna go to temp mail or search for temp mail. Let me copy that, paste it here. Okay, what should we name this account? Let's name it Nature Lovers. We're gonna post some photos of nature. Click on submit, get the code, yeah, paste it, verify. There we go. Now I'm gonna search for my account, then follow myself. So I got a notification here. I'm gonna confirm it. There we go. Right now, if I reload, I can see my own posts here, and I got a notification that I got accepted here. Now let me just edit this profile. First of all, I'm gonna go to Pixels, download bunch of nature photos and videos. Let me download this. Then let's update the profile picture here. Here I'm gonna say we post nature photos. Alright then. Now let's test the stories feature. I'm gonna add a story here. This image. Share a story. Now this is my own story here. Very nice. And now after it's seen, the circle highlight has been changed from the red color to the gray color. Now let's download, let's say, a video. Okay, let's get that video. Let's add it as a story here. There we go. Now I have a new story here. If I click here, I should be able to see all of my stories. And as you can see, the progress bar is actually progressing with the video. Now if I go back here to my account and actually go to this account, Nature Lovers, follow it, it's a public account, and go back to the home page, I should see there is stories. Yeah, exactly. If I click here, I'm gonna be able to see the stories. And right now also the highlight color or the ring color has been changed from red to gray. Now let me go back here to the Nature Lovers account. First of all, I received a notification, of course, because I followed this account. And now when I view my story, I should be able to see the viewer list. See here, Noor Fakhri has viewed my story, and here as well. So it seems like everything is working. We just need to test that carousel or actually that carousel arrows. We just want to make sure they are working properly. Right now they are disabled because there is no previous or next stories, right? Okay, what I'm gonna do now is that I'm going to create a bunch of new accounts, some test accounts, and then add some stories from them in order to be able to test that carousel, okay? So I'm gonna do that and get back to you. Alright, I'm back and I've added a bunch of test accounts as you can see here. And now let's test those arrows. I'm gonna click here and as you can see, they are moving. We are moving inside that carousel. So it seems like everything is working sharp. And right now we're actually finished. The only thing left here to do is that I want to open the database. So I'm gonna say npx Prisma Studio, press enter. And as you can see here inside our Prisma Studio, this is all of our data. All of our application data are stored here inside our database. You can see everything that we did here. And that's it. You can find the source code for this project on GitHub. And as I told you before, you can find the link in the description of this video. And now I can tell you congratulations on making it to the end. Seriously, that wasn't easy. You just built a full stack production ready application, and that's something most developers never get to. Most importantly, you've learned one of the most valuable skills today: how to actually build real apps and work with AI the right way. Now, you have a solid project for your portfolio, something you can show up to potential employers, or even build and turn into something you can monetize. Be proud of this. You earned it. And please tell me in the comments below, what are the kind of projects you want to see me build in the future videos. See you later, have a great day, and bye-bye.